To survive, the girl submissively knelt before the man. Just a slight seductive tease. But it earned her a storm-like retaliation from the man. At this moment, the girl suddenly regretted it. In her struggle, she accidentally kicked the man's head. For a moment, silence fell. Permanent disability. The man's handsome face, already gloomy, instantly turned darker. Such thin skin. Why even climb into bed? The man's grip on her jaw grew stronger. She knew she had crossed his bottom line, frightened like a frozen quail. But the sharp pain in her abdomen made her consciousness increasingly blurry. Better break your legs so you won't have strength to see your lover. Not long ago, he fell ill. More precisely, was frightened sick by the man. Anyone who wakes up to see human lanterns hanging above would die of fright. Moreover, Regent Lin Ying was a complete lunatic. People sent him beauties, but none lived to see the next day. But Yu Lingxi was an exception, already weak and sickly, appearing to just idle away. Perhaps looking harmless was why the madman temporarily spared him. Yu Lingxi also complied with the madman's temperament, obediently playing the role of being decrepit, avoiding trouble. But this life didn't last long. A love letter broke Yu Lingxi's peace. Minister Zhao Wei, Yu Lingxi's uncle, invited him to attend a birthday banquet. After his father and brothers died in battle, he sought refuge with Zhao Wei, but was forcibly given away. Having no good feelings toward his uncle, he wanted to decline this banquet. But another letter suddenly fell from the invitation. It was in his childhood sweetheart brother Zheng's handwriting. His first reaction wasn't joy, but panic. Yu Lingxi hurriedly burned the letter. Then, learning the madman had business at the palace, he had his maid Hu Tao bring gifts to the Zhao residence. In Zhao Mansion's back garden, he found a quiet spot to drink tea. As a man quickly approached, Lingxi turned around. After 2 years apart, Schwetzen had grown thinner. "Sister, you've suffered much." However, Yu Lingxi became solemn. "Brother Tung, I'm living well now. I came today to stop you from doing something foolish." Schwetzing thought he was afraid. More heartbroken, Regent Ning Yin, the father killer, cruel and evil. He deserves death. The general's mansion has only you left. I must save you. Once the plan succeeds, Schwetzen wished to wake him up. Yu Lingxi was truly frightened by Schwetzen's words. Had Schwetzen forgotten how Ning Yin became regent through mountains of corpses? Such childhood sweethearts. Yu Lingxi's body stiffened, eyes revealing terror. Turning back, he saw the person he feared most. Lingling was smiling at them both. Yu Lingxi obediently knelt before Lingling. "I'll confess now." While thinking how to help Schwetzing escape, Schwetung tried to pull him up. "Don't kneel to this madman." The madman narrowed his eyes, a sign of rising anger. "Well done, young Master Shue's spirit." The madman's lips curved upward. "It's over, it's over." That smile made him forget to breathe. Because the madder this lunatic smiled, the worse things would be. The more vicious when killing. "Take them back." Lin Yin turned and gave the undeniable order. The regent's mansion was especially eerie at night. Everyone discussed how the beauty would end up in the mass grave after tonight. Xue Tan was predictably imprisoned, his fate unknown, and he was placed under house arrest. Whether through submission or begging for mercy, he must survive tonight, even if it means sacrificing himself. Then the door was pushed open. Feng Pai, reeking of blood, walked past him. He noticed the dark spots on Feng Pai's hands. No need to guess whose blood it was. His heart grew more anxious. Feng Pai sat on the bed, wiping the blood from his hands. Yu Linshi gathered his courage, trying to appear less panicked. Kneeling beside Feng Pai, "My lord, I was wrong." Looking at the beauty before him, Linning softened his voice. "Tell me what you did wrong." "I shouldn't have met with my sworn brother without your permission." Linning sneered. "I heard you and Schwetzen were betrothed. Still entangled? Childhood friends is true. Entanglement is false." Before he finished, Feng Pai's hand struck his nape. The words from Feng Pai's mouth were more frightening. "How about I let you be lovers in death?" He knew if he didn't take action now, this madman would really kill him. So he removed his clothes, actively offering his tempting lips. Seeing the man didn't object. He straddled Ming Ming's body for a long time, but his chin was grabbed by the man, an undeniable command to smile. Yu Linqi's pinched cheeks forced out a smile, more awkward than crying. Only then did Feng Pai seem satisfied and release his hand. But suddenly, Yu Linqi felt sharp pains in his lower abdomen. These cherry lips, dare to taste them. The mocking words made Yu Linqi's face ache. Once a brilliant general's son, now reduced to such misery. Something seemed to break with the abdominal pain. Yu Linqi found unknown courage to push away Ning Ying's hands, but was firmly grabbed by Feng Pai. Starting to despise me now? Isn't it too late? However, just as Feng Pai was about to take the final step, the bone-chilling pain in his stomach made Yu Linqi struggle wildly. Unfortunately, he kicked the man's bad leg. The next second, he was grabbed by the throat. The intense pain made his vision go black, losing consciousness. Yu Linqi never expected. After becoming a ghost, he couldn't understand how he had died so suddenly. Was he really scared to death by Feng Pai? This was ridiculous beyond belief. No funeral was held, just lying on an ice bed every day. It had been 2 days already. He wandered around Feng Pai daily. Hey Feng Pai, just bury me already. Let me reincarnate. On the 3rd day after his death, Feng Pai suddenly visited Zhao Wei's mansion. Entering without a word, he listed dozens of crimes. Everyone in the Zhao household was arrested, not even sparing the dogs. Yu Linqi's cousin was terrified by this scene. Yet Feng Pai seemed intrigued, watching her frightened face. You remind me of someone from the past. It would be a shame to kill you. He emphasized the words someone from the past. The woman thought there might be hope. But the next moment, Feng Pai's face twisted with cruelty as he drew a knife. He directly scarred the woman's face. This was worse than death. She was sent to a frontier military camp. What made her even more desperate was she wasn't even given the right to die. Take good care of her. Don't let her die. Living in suffering is more meaningful. Yu Linqi couldn't believe it. Just because she looked similar, her face was scarred and she became a military prostitute. Feng Pai was this cruel to him. On the 5th day, Feng Pai exiled all Yu family's branches. Yu Linqi was numb. This strike killed everyone. He wouldn't spare anyone related to him. What drove Yu Linqi even crazier was that Feng Pai would abuse his corpse every day upon returning to the mansion, holding his cold body and demanding it to smile. He must be insane. How could a stiff body smile? By his 7th day, he felt his soul dissipating, yet Feng Pai still hadn't buried him. Everything he had used was locked in this room. He even ordered that Yu Linqi's name must never be mentioned, on pain of death. He knew this room was his grave. No tablet, no burial, as if Yu Linqi never existed. Yu Linqi was extremely resentful. In their 2 years together, he had never wronged him. Yet this was his fate. His soul began to scatter. If there was another life, he would make Ning Yin pay for his sins. A tear fell from his eye. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself waking up crying in the general's mansion's chamber. The mirror reflected his delicate, weak face, exactly as he looked at age 15. Yu Linqi pinched his palm. The pain brought wild joy after a brief daze. He missed his father and mother, missed this home that had never wronged him. Just as he reached his parents' room, he heard news of his father's deployment. Joy instantly turned to fear. His father was betrayed during this very expedition. Calculating the time, this was exactly what his parents were discussing. If father hadn't gone north, the Yu family wouldn't have fallen, and he wouldn't have become everyone's prey, dying in Ning's bed. Sway, you've just recovered. Why are you out in the wind? The familiar pet name, mother's concern, tears flowed uncontrollably. He tightly hugged his mother as she comforted his emotions. Father poked him, saying, "This crybaby, how old are you to still be crying?" Sway is getting more clingy as she grows. Yu Linqi pouted, "Keep poking and I'll become silly." Xuanji asked, "Father, can't you avoid going north with brother?" "No, my dear daughter. It's the emperor's personal order. How can I disobey?" Yu Linqi was anxious. There were many military officers in court, yet the emperor chose father and brother. For a small rebellion, why need 2 great generals from the Yu family? Father was a warrior. How could he fear death? The expected answer. Yu Linqi's heart sank as her eyes reddened. Father's duty was to protect the country. How could he listen to his 15-year-old daughter? Taking a deep breath, she said, "I understand, father. Please take care." Since she couldn't persuade father against going north, she had to find another way to prevent him from falling into the trap. Unconsciously, she thought of Feng Pai. If it were him, he'd have countless methods. Suddenly startled by her own thoughts, she slapped herself hard. Why think of Feng Pai again? She tried to eat some fruit to calm down, but the maid stopped her. She remembered that at 15, she was always sick, taking medicine daily. She had no choice but to put down the food. Looking at the medicine bowl, she had an idea. In her previous life, when she first entered the prince's mansion, Feng Pai liked to concoct poisons. She had served him nervously. Feng Pai had forced her to try a drug that caused weakness and unconsciousness, but didn't harm the body. One would wake up after several days. If father and others took it, they wouldn't need to go north. Sway, are you feeling better? Tang Billy, the only granddaughter of the Tang family, her good friend. Ali, I urgently need this medicine recipe to save someone, but I can't find it. In Wine and Meat Alley, Ali winked playfully. There might be a place, but it's not suitable for a delicate lady like you. Just tell me, don't keep secrets. Yulinshi pouted. The Imperial Realm has everything you need. Hearing this place, Yulinshi's body trembled. Where there's light, there's darkness. The Imperial Realm was the capital's largest den of vice, where life was worthless. Both wore veils. Do you have 9 Netherworld incense? The man casually quoted 300 tales. Before Ali could rage, Yulinshi paid without hesitation. As long as it could help her father and brother avoid the northern disaster, she didn't care. She happily hugged the 9 Netherworld incense. She completely missed a dark figure approaching her. Her shoulder was bumped, and Yulinshi felt pain. The medicine fell. Ali glared at the youth angrily. Watch where you're going. Suddenly, Yulinshi's pupils contracted, her heart feeling squeezed. Despite his changed appearance, she could never forget that person. Young Feng Pai, full of coldness, stared at the medicine Yulinshi had picked up, his eyes flashing darkness. Past grievances and resentment flooded back. Yulinshi's knees weakened, almost calling out, "Your Highness." Stay calm, Yulinshi. Now she didn't know him. She instinctively hid the medicine behind her. The mysterious youth took a package of medicine from the vendor. Passing by Yulinshi, she felt a cold gaze sweep over her body, making her shiver. Was he really that crazy Feng Pai? His left leg seemed fine. "Linshi, you're bleeding," Ali exclaimed, seeing blood on Yulinshi's clothes. Suddenly, she remembered the youth's touch. Was it his blood? For some reason, Yulinshi felt panic. "Ali, help me keep this." Thinking of Feng Pai's disappearance those years, could he have been here? No wonder no one could trace his whereabouts during exile. But when she pursued him here, he had vanished. Yulinshi looked up. A large building had 3 characters hanging above, Beast Fighting Arena. Just as she was about to enter, guards blocked her way. Ali was worried and sent guards to follow her. "Miss, this is no place for you. Because here, they fought not beasts, but humans, slaves owned by the wealthy fighting each other to death." She recalled Feng Pai's malicious and crazy appearance. No wonder Feng Pai was covered in blood. So he enjoyed such entertainment. Being pleasure-seeking since childhood was indeed not good. Finally, she suppressed her urge to confront him. "Don't run around." A man's angry shouts caught her attention. Yulinshi looked over and froze in place. A burly man was beating and kicking a young man. The youth was covered in wounds, but made no attempt to defend himself. "Let him be. We need him for the arena later." The man cursed at the youth some more, who still smiled at him. "You're right." What happened next left Yulinshi in disbelief. The youth lay on the filthy ground. A pig-like fat man stepped on the youth's body. As he walked across, the youth painfully endured the weight beyond his body's limits. His eye patch suddenly burst, revealing his face. Yulinshi's last hope shattered. She couldn't believe her eyes, the once mighty Feng Pai. How could that noble purple-robed man, who decided life and death with a smile, who 3 years later would make the world tremble at his name, now be trampled like a dog? Somehow, Yulinshi felt sympathy, but she had urgent matters to attend to. Back at the U residence, she personally delivered the prepared ginger soup to her father and brother. Yulinshi urged them to drink quickly. Just as father raised the bowl, "Father, we shouldn't hide here." Father stopped at his lips. "You're right. Tonight we'll visit the military camp." "Damn, brother. Couldn't you say that later? If you don't drink now, things might get complicated." "Father, I tasted this ginger soup. It's a bit bland. Should I add some chili powder for you and brother? To make you sweat." Father and brother, startled, quickly drank the soup. They'd experienced their daughter's cooking before and couldn't bear the torture of chili powder. Yulinshi almost hurt herself trying not to laugh. Then father and brother had to visit the military camp. Yulinshi waved goodbye. This was a necessary plan. "Father, brother, don't blame Linshi." After drinking the soup, they changed clothes and went to the Ministry of War to discuss supply matters. Yulinshi didn't stop them. She personally saw them off at the gate. She knew the medicine would take an hour to take effect. Their visiting several places would help disperse suspicion. She waited patiently in her chamber for news. If successful, this would resolve the Northern Expedition crisis. Then the next thing to investigate would be... Yulinshi lowered her eyes and wrote cause of death on the paper. Her death in the previous life was unclear. Without finding the mastermind, she would never feel at ease. She had wondered if Ning Ying was behind her death, but quickly dismissed this answer. In their 2 years together, fate had countless ways to kill her. This wasn't his style. Besides, before her death, the last thing she saw was the genuine shock in Ning Ying's eyes. Yu Linshi rested her chin and thought, even if Ning Ying wasn't the killer, he couldn't be completely innocent in her death. As drowsiness set in, Yu Linshi dozed off at her desk. She didn't know how many times she had dreamed of Ning Ying. In the dream, she was still that formless ghost floating beside him. But in the dream, he wasn't in that lowly state she saw days ago. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but the Ning Ying in her dream seemed even more mad than in her previous life. Father, don't worry. This lifetime, your daughter will protect you well. As mentioned before, Yu Linshi unconsciously dreamed of Nye Ying again. She had lost count of how many times. However, this time, the Nye Ying in her dream seemed even more insane than before. In an instant, old acquaintances appeared in her dream. This time, she dreamed of events after her death in her previous life. Ning Ying's face was ghostly pale, showing a sickly handsomeness. Yu Linshi watched him kill the Minister of War, kill the Censor-in-Chief, raid the Yuxiang Shui family, anyone he disliked. He killed all who displeased him, flooding the city with blood. When the 10-year-old emperor spoke just one sentence too many, Yu Linshi saw him frown in displeasure. He directly kicked the young emperor off the throne. The former Ning Ying, though unpredictable, still showed some reason in his actions. But now, Ning Ying's eyes held only destruction, though his lips always wore a gentle curve. He watched with interest as blood splattered before the imperial throne. But Yu Linshi could tell he wasn't happy. In her previous life, he was second only to one above all others. Yet why wasn't he happy? Yu Linshi followed Ning Ying to the prison, watching him torment Shui Ziyin. As Shuetzin cursed loudly, his face remained carelessly relaxed. So many in the world cursed him, wished him dead. One more Shuetzin didn't matter. But he wouldn't kill Shui Ziyin. He said death was too simple, too good for the Shui family. Besides, if young Master Shui died, no one would remember these matters. Before he finished speaking, Ning Ying suddenly fell silent. He seemed to sense something. His gaze turned toward where Yu Linshi's spirit floated. Though she knew Ning Ying couldn't see her, Yu Linshi still trembled, breaking into a cold sweat. Perhaps remembering something, Ning Ying told the jailer he couldn't take it. Wait until he's healed, then beat him again. Don't let him die. Then he turned and left. At that moment, Yu Linshi was woken by her maid Hu Tao. Her father and brother had somehow caught a severe cold, dizzy, and unable to stand. They were sent home by carriage from the Ministry of War. By midnight, they were unconscious. Madame Yu cried out. Palace eunuchs and imperial physicians came and went in several shifts, but none could explain why the Yu father and son had suddenly fallen so ill. By the third day of their coma, the Yu father and son's breathing grew increasingly weak. Even the best imperial physicians frowned helplessly, at a loss for solutions. The palace eunuch, seeing this urgent condition wasn't fake, shook his head, offered a few words of comfort to the distraught Madame Yu, then returned to report to the palace. Seeing the eunuch had no suspicions, Yu Linshi's heart finally settled from her throat. Although changing commanders before the expedition might weaken army morale, Yu Linshi, having lived another life, knew this Rome tribe incident wasn't a major crisis. It was just a poison bait targeting the Yu family. Even with a different commander, the northern expedition wouldn't suffer much damage. This was a necessary measure, but it was hard on Mother. Madame Yu had kept vigil by her husband and eldest son's sickbed for days and nights, her clothes becoming loose. Yu Linshi stepped forward, embracing her mother's thin shoulders. Mother, go rest in your room. I'll watch over them. Madame Yu just shook her head. You're frail. Don't catch their illness. If something happens to you too, Mother wouldn't know how to go on living. Seeing her mother's swollen eyes, Yu Linshi's guilt began to waver. For a moment, she wanted to reveal everything, but she couldn't. This plan would only work if she first deceived her family to convince the emperor. Unable to persuade Madame Yu, she could only agree. Watching her mother's retreating figure, Yu Linshi felt guilty. Turning back to the room, she saw her father and brother lying side by side, eyes tightly shut. Their breathing was barely visible, just like her symptoms back then. The candlelight was dim. Yu Linshi went over and carefully tucked in their blankets, then sat on the edge, holding her father's rough hand. She pressed it against her cheek and whispered, Father, don't worry. This life, I'll protect you all. Originally, Yu Linshi had planned to beat up Yin Zun to vent her anger from her previous life. Unexpectedly, she saw again the former regent prince who stood above all others, now trampled under others' feet like an ant. Outside the window, moonlight played with shadows as Yulinshi dozed at her desk. In her dream, that cold, smiling, handsome face overlapped with the youth being trampled, throwing her mind into chaos. In her previous life, Ninging frightened her by day and tormented her by night. Though he never mistreated her in terms of food, clothing, or shelter, providing imperial-level treatment, his moods were always unpredictable. She dreamed again of her death scene, with Ning gripping her chin. The smile made her break into a cold sweat. Yulinshi woke from her dream. Her maid Hu Tao watched her and approached with concern. "Miss, shall I bring you some calming soup?" Yulinshi felt suffocated, ashamed of her momentary sympathy that night. No matter how pitiful he seemed now, it couldn't offset his future bloodshed. Pitying him, who had pitted her lonely ghost in the previous life, she needed a solution. After venting this anger, Yulinshi decided that if she didn't deal with Zun, this heart knot, it would become her obsession, haunting her nights with nightmares. Her soul would never rest. Now she held the knife, and he was the fish. Since she needed to vent, why bother with morals? She'd just throw him in a sack, beat him up, and leave. Then they'd go their separate ways, settling accounts. With this thought, Yulinshi felt her anger ease. Dawn broke. An hour later, by the general's manor side gate with its evergreen pines, Qing Xiao led 4 strong guards waiting by a carriage. Yulinshi wore a veil. She lifted the carriage curtain and asked Qing Xiao, walking beside, "How is your investigation?" Qing Xiao replied, "Miss, I learned that the black-clothed masked youth, codenamed 27, was severely injured in recent days and has been recovering in their nest." Qing Xiao explained that because fighters were considered lowly, treated as dogs by society, their dwelling was mockingly called a nest. Yulinshi suppressed her discomfort, lowered the carriage curtain, and asked no more questions. In stories, villains often die from talking too much. Since she decided to play the villain this time, it was better to ask fewer questions. The carriage sped along, its imposing presence stirring the air. After passing through several streets, the muddy smell of powder and rouge gradually faded, replaced by an indescribable, eerie decay. The carriage finally stopped. Qing Xiao said, "Miss, the nest is ahead. For safety, the carriage can't go further." Yulinshi lifted the curtain to look, surveying through her veil. She frowned immediately. What kind of ghostly place was this? Dirty stone steps beside the wall descended deep underground. A cold dungeon spread before her eyes, surrounded by broken walls and ruins. Sewage flowed freely, rats and insects scurrying about. In prison-like hovels were many ragged men, each numb and fierce, fighters kept for nobles' entertainment. Yulinshi took a breath. Even the most desolate refugee streets in western Luoyang weren't as dark and rotten as this place. Qing Xiao had scouted ahead. Soon, a thin black shadow approached from the black market's direction. As shadows peeled away from him, the familiar blue-black mask and black velvet clothes appeared. He had come. Yulinshi peered from behind the curtain, unconsciously gripping her riding crop, waiting for him to come closer, ready for the guards to bag and bind him. But Linging suddenly paused, turning to look toward Yulinshi's carriage. He seemed to sense something. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Had he discovered them? Linshi bit her lip, bent down to jump from the carriage and chase, but Qing Xiao stopped her. "Wait, miss," he warned. "He's not running from us." As if proving Qing Xiao's words, 3 masked shadows leaped from the rooftops like ghosts, pursuing Ning Ying's escape route. Their movements were extremely fast and sharp. They weren't fighters, but more like trained assassins. The sudden development left Yulinshi standing still. What was happening? Others wanted to kill Ning Ying? Before Yulinshi could understand, a dull thud sounded as Ning Ying took a kick to his back. His body flew through the air, crashed to the ground, rolling several times, his mask falling aside. The situation was chaotic, and the guards, fearing involvement, protected Yulinshi's position. "Miss, it's dangerous. Don't get close." Yulinshi hid behind the wall, watching the struggling youth with complex emotions. Ning Ying, still recovering from serious injuries, was slower than usual. He clutched his chest, trembling as he tried to stand, but was kicked in the chest by the 3 assailants, his body flying 3 zhong before crashing into a pile of debris like a broken sack. The black-clothed youth curled up in pain, suddenly coughing up blood. The bright red made his face appear even paler. That crimson hurt Yu Lingxi's eyes. Even at her angriest, she hadn't imagined such brutal killing. The leader of the attackers was dark-skinned with bulging muscles. He told his men, "Hold him down. Don't kill him yet." He stepped on Ning Ying, pinning him down. Blood seeped from his old chest wound, tinting the puddles a pale rouge. He was pressed hard against the ground, his face distorted against the filthy surface, muddy water mixing with blood trickling down, reddening his resentful eyes. The dark man said, "Master said since you're so good at running, we'll break your legs first. You can crawl your way to the underworld." As he spoke, he stared at Ning Ning's struggling legs, raising the heavy wolf-toothed club high in his hand. Yu Lingxi, who had originally intended to beat up Ning Ning, ended up saving him instead. She never imagined that this way, she would become Ning Ning's only salvation, beginning their life's bond. In the previous episode, Yu Lingxi, haunted by nightmares, planned to give Ning Ning a beating to vent her past life's anger. Unexpectedly, she saw the once powerful Regent now being beaten like a stray dog. Just then, a dark-skinned man stared at the struggling legs, raising his heavy wolf-toothed hammer high. In the sunlight, the hammer reflected a cold gleam, distorting Yu Lingxi's vision. Memories rushed backward. Yu Lingxi recalled her past life. Ninging always preferred killing on rainy days. At first, she thought it was some mysterious ritual, but later learned it was simply because his leg injury hurt more in the rain. Was this how his leg was broken? Yu Lingxi trembled slightly as memories and reality overlapped, answers seemingly within reach. Without time to think further, Yu Lingxi instinctively called out to Qing Xiao, "What are you waiting for? Act now." The crisp clash of weapons split the air as crows flew across the sky. The dark man was startled. Turning, Qing Xiao's sword flew from his hand, slicing the thug's wrist. The iron hammer fell, splashing water droplets that reflected cold light in midair. Then several other guards leaped out from behind Qing Xiao, blocking the other thug's curved blades. That moment seemed infinitely stretched. Yu Lingxi stood there, holding her precious golden horse whip, wrapped in valuable white fox fur, standing in this mismatched hell, clean as if glowing. Just then, a sudden wind arose, lifting the delicate veil, revealing the charming young lady's stern yet vulnerable gaze. The disheveled youth lay in the muddy water, blood at his lips, his dark eyes half open, staring at those beautiful eyes. So it was them. Qing Xiao and other swordsmanship were all military techniques. The thugs hesitated, exchanged glances, then fled over the wall. Yu Lingxi held her breath, approaching through the hanging gauze, examining the motionless youth on the ground, feeling conflicted. She asked, "Is he dead?" Qing Xiao sheathed his sword, walked over, turned the black-clothed youth lying in bloody water, checked his neck, then reported, "Miss, he's still alive." "That's good." Yu Lingxi exhaled slightly, unsure if it was relief or something else. Then shaking her head, "What's good about it?" Yu Lingxi's hand tightened on the whip, remembering her purpose here. The once arrogant madman now lay before her like a defeated dog, half dead. Striking now, he wouldn't even have the strength to dodge. But for some reason, the whip in her hand felt impossibly heavy, too heavy to lift. At this moment, Ninging awoke, his eyes like dark, still carpets, reflecting Yu Lingxi's graceful figure, staring at her unblinkingly. Yu Lingxi couldn't describe his gaze, dark and quiet yet turbulent underneath, those eyes like whirlpools dissolving her emotions. Past memories flashed by like a lantern show, grievance, hurt, anger. Her hand gripped the whip tighter, then finally lowered helplessly. Yu Lingxi suddenly felt exhausted. She pressed her lips together, stood up and said, "Qing Xiao, let's go." Qing Xiao looked at the youth lying on the ground, hesitated to speak, but asked nothing. He led the other 4 guards, following their master's somewhat hurried steps. The carriage swayed. Yu Lingxi was filled with doubts, wondering if she had gone mad. She had firmly decided to beat him up, yet accidentally ended up saving him instead. As she was lost in thought, Gu Wenqing knocked on the carriage arm. "Miss, that youth has been following us." Yu Lingxi immediately stood up, lifting the curtain to look back. She saw Ning Ying, one hand covering his chest wound, the other supporting himself against the broken wall, stumbling after the carriage. This scene reminded her of her childhood, when she had fed a small black puppy that had followed her for half a street just as devotedly. Impossible to chase away. They were about to enter the main street of Yujiesiandu, bustling with people. It wouldn't look right for him to keep following. Qing Xiao began, "Miss, shall I?" Instinct told Yu Lingxi she shouldn't have any more involvement with Ning Ying. So she hardened her heart, cutting off Qing Xiao's words, ordering the horse to go faster. Dear viewers, for more exciting content, please click the bottom left corner. Our story of the Regent King will continue. In this life, she didn't seek love, only hoping to fulfill all the regrets from her previous life. The Xian Temple was most efficacious during the lunar month. Previously, Madame Yu had made wishes there, praying for Buddha's blessing for her critically ill husband and son's recovery. Now that her wish was fulfilled, paying respects to Buddha couldn't be neglected. She planned to fulfill her vow at Xian Temple on the winter solstice. However, she developed a headache before leaving and couldn't face the wind. Yu Lingxi volunteered to fulfill her mother's vow instead. In Xian Temple, high monks lit lamps and chanted sutras, thousands of oil lamps burning bright as a sea of stars, creating a liveliness unattainable during daylight. At this time, Yu Huanchen watched his sister pray devoutly and teased her to pray for a marriage match, asking Buddha to grant them a suitable partner. He paused, then whispered in her ear, preferably someone with the surname Shui. He expected his sister to blush as usual, but Yu Lingxi merely glanced at him, smirking. Speaking of marriage, brother needs it more, right? After all, you're older and already betrothed. Let's hope sister-in-law will be an educated and graceful lady. Struck at his weak spot, Yu Huanchen fell silent. Leaving Xin Temple, Yu Huanchen finally reacted, looking at his sister. Since when did you become so sharp-tongued? Yu Lingxi raised her eyes. That's what you get for speaking nonsense. Be careful if mother finds out. Before she could finish, Yu Lingxi saw an ornate carriage pass by in front of them. Yu Lingxi stared at the carriage as it headed toward the arena in Yujiesiandu. What are you looking at? Yu Huanchen waved his hand in front of her. Yu Lingxi snapped back, thinking it must be coincidence, and shook her head. Nothing, let's go. The carriage turned a corner, walking hundreds of steps into Yongning District, stopping before a secluded courtyard. The carriage settled, and a plump man in fine clothes stepped out. It was Duke Ying Chong of Western Chuan, who had appeared at the arena before. As he got down from the carriage, he heard melodious zither music from the hall. A look of pleasure appeared on Duke Ying Chang's face. Eagerly pushing open the door, he was shocked by the scene. Bodies of his servants lay scattered everywhere. His beloved concubine sat amidst the carnage, face pale, eyes tearful and frightened, with a sharp dagger at her throat. A black-clothed youth sat cross-legged in a Thai-style chair, one hand supporting his temple, the other holding the dagger pressed forward. He looked up and said, "Keep playing." The woman whimpered, and the zither music continued haltingly. What wonderful weather for listening to music today. Ning Ying maintained his posture, showing a ruthlessness completely different from his arena appearance. Calmly looking at the ashen-faced Duke of Western Chuan, smirking, "Isn't it? Second cousin, it's you." Ling Changrui looked around, confirming the youth had come alone to his mansion. The wariness in his eyes turned to contempt. "I wanted you dead in the arena, but you escaped twice. Now you dare come to my mansion to die. Guards, Heaven's gate is open, but you won't take it, yet you insist on forcing Hell's door." With a wave of his hand, 10 personal guards with swords surrounded the youth. The zither string snapped with a sharp sound, and the music came to an abrupt halt. Wind swept through scattered snow, falling onto Yongming Manor. Ning Ying's smile was handsome yet twisted. An ominous wind swept through as the manor's gate closed heavily, concealing the blood-stained ground. The returning carriage was stuck on the main road, unable to move. Yu Lingxi lifted the curtain, looking at the street outside, trying not to think about that pale, handsome face. Cold wind rushed in. Yu Huanchen quickly adjusted his sister's cloak and asked, "What's wrong?" "You seem distracted." Yu Lingxi came to her senses, shaking her head. "No, I'm just glad you and brother woke up." Yu Huanchen's heart sank as he stroked her hair. "Don't worry, it's all over now." Yet his sister still looked worried. Trying to change the subject, he asked, "So, did you make a wish for a good husband?" Yu Lingxi replied irritably, "No, I told you I was just fulfilling mother's vow." The rest remained unspoken. In this life, she didn't seek love, only hoping to fulfill all the regrets from her previous life. Who was that woman? Why did she have the prescription that only he knew? Our Regent King still doubted Yu Lingxi. In Yongning Manor, As the last burly body fell heavily, Ningying kicked the corpse at his feet. He pulled an iron pendant from the man's neck. After examining it in the light, he untied about 10 similar iron pendants from his waist, combining them with the one from the guard. Ding Changwei watched as the black-clad youth walked gracefully towards him. Then his slender fingers released their grip. Just like that, 13 iron pendants clinked as they fell before him. All the skilled fighters in the manor had been killed by this youth. Now, Ning Changwei's eyes were filled with fear and hatred. Bloodstains at his brow added color to Ning Ying's pale face. He bent down to Ning Changwei and said, "Here are the 13 men you sent to kill me. Count them." Ning Changwei's plump body trembled violently. "You were pretending before." Ningying casually wiped blood from his hands. "Why am I so skilled now, when I seemed so helpless before?" As if recalling something pleasant, he smiled. "Hiding one's strength, using oneself as bait. How else could I catch all you big fish in one net? Fishing requires patience, doesn't it?" Ling Changwei's eyes widened. Everything made sense now. The seemingly weak prey had been the deadliest hunter all along. "No, it wasn't me." Ling Changwei struggled to speak, desperately trying to explain. Ningying patted his face, interrupting him. "I know you're not the mastermind. Someone as stupid and quarrelsome as you is only fit to be someone else's pawn." Ningying walked to the blood-stained zither, his slender fingers brushing the strings. He casually played a few notes. "But what does it matter? Tonight, I simply want to kill you." Ning Changwei began to regret, trembling as he said, "Since you know I'm not the mastermind, spare me. I can pretend you were never here." "All right, then answer me one question, cousin." Ningying idly plucked the strings and asked with a smile, "Who was that woman?" Ning Changwei was confused. "Which woman?" A trembling note rang out as the plucking stopped. Ningying walked to him. "In the black market, she had the prescription that only I knew about. When I was ambushed in the den, she appeared too timely. Don't tell me it was just a coincidence." As Ningying spoke, he stomped directly on Ning Changwei's lower leg, breaking it. With a piercing scream, Ning Changwei's entire body trembled in pain. Through his sobs, he cried, "I really don't know." Seeing his expression seemed genuine, Ningying paused. He had never told anyone about the secret formula of the 9 Netherworld incense. Could her appearance really have been coincidental? Unexpectedly, among the corpses, a previously dead guard suddenly opened his eyes. He leaped up, swinging his wolf-tooth iron hammer fiercely at Ningying. Ningying's body sensed the killing intent first, instinctively raising his short blade to block. With a clang, sparks flew. Ningying heard the bones in his right wrist crack. Then came a sharp pain in his chest. The short blade fell from his hand. Ningying reacted swiftly, letting his body go limp while drawing a dagger with his left hand, slashing across the black-clothed man's throat. A thin line of blood appeared on his throat. The next moment, he fell onto Ning Changwei with eyes wide open, quickly falling silent forever. Purple-red, thick blood flowed from beneath the corpse, quickly forming a dark pool on the floor tiles. Face to face with the corpse's unseeing eyes, Ning Changwei trembled like a sieve. "Quickly move him away." Ningying shook his right hand, which hung limply without any strength. He studied his swollen wrist with interest before concluding, it's dislocated. He then gripped his wrist and with a small crack, reset the dislocated bone back into place. Throughout this, Ningying never blinked once, as if it were just a wooden puppet without feeling. Then Ningying picked up the fallen short blade. He placed the handle in Ning Changwei's hand, making him grip it. Ning Changwei's clouded eyes were filled with fear and confusion. But the confusion didn't last long. He soon understood Ningying's intention. The Western Chuan Duke's servants rebelled, attempting to escape. In the ensuing duel, both servant and duke perished. Ningying leisurely picked up the candlestick from the table, smiling. "This is the ending I've chosen for you, cousin. Are you satisfied?" The candlelight illuminated his thin, beautiful face, but to Ning Changwei, he looked like a demon. Ningying savored his desperate expression. Then, amidst Ning Changwei's terrified wails, he slowly released the candlestick. With a crash, the flames quickly climbed up the curtains, instantly engulfing the entire beam. In the towering flames, heat waves rose as Ningying's smile turned beautiful yet twisted. He walked out of the courtyard. Stretching lazily, he looked up to see fine snowflakes drifting down. "It's snowing," Ningying murmured softly. "How nice. It will cover everything." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly covered his mouth and coughed up blood. Thick crimson flowed through his pale fingers. Dripping onto the snow, a color redder than the raging flames behind him. In his previous life, Ningying had always found ways to bully him. Now living again, Yu Lingxi watched as the once mighty Regent King lay at his feet like a stray dog. Fate had made them meet again and again. He wondered if heaven was punishing Ningying or punishing him. The previous episode told how Ningying, single-handedly killing everyone in the Western Chuan Duke's courtyard, set a fire. In an instant, the flames reached to the sky, soon spreading to Yongning Street. On the street, guards shouted loudly, organizing people to help, while Yu Lingxi's returning carriage was stuck on the main road. Unable to move a step forward, Yu Huanshan leaned out of the carriage and commanded, "Take my token tonight and mobilize all city patrol forces to help with the rescue." As he jumped down from the carriage, he suddenly paused and looked back at his sister in the carriage. Yu Lingxi, seeing her brother's hesitation, knew he couldn't just stand by. She said resignedly, "Brother, go help with the fire. I have guards to look after me. I can return by myself." Only then did Yu Huanshan mount his horse with ease, looking back at his sister. "Don't worry. I'll return as soon as possible." With that, he raised his whip and galloped towards the great fire. Yu Lingxi watched her brother's gallant figure riding against the heavy snow. Her heart stirred slightly. Brother hasn't changed, still as warm-hearted as in his previous life. "Miss, we can't go through Yongning Street. We'll have to detour through Xingping Street," the guard reported from outside, holding the restless horse. "Isn't Xingping Street right next to Imperial Immortal City?" Yu Lingxi controlled herself. "Try not to think of that pale, beautiful face." She lowered the carriage curtain and said, "Then let's go." On Xingping Street, Ningying stumbled, finally unable to bear his injuries. He collapsed face first into the snow-covered alley. Perhaps because his body temperature was dropping, he couldn't feel the cold anymore. He only felt comfortable, watching the goose-feather snow falling freely. Beautiful, yet desolate. A passing carriage discovered him and came to an abrupt halt. The horse neighed under the strain as the carriage stopped suddenly. Yu Lingxi swayed, nearly hitting her head. She frowned and lifted the curtain, asking, "What's wrong?" The coachman replied, "Miss, there's a young man lying in the middle of the road." Thanks to Ningying's fortune, Yu Lingxi's heart now instinctively palpitated at the mere mention of young man. But thinking it couldn't be such a coincidence, she relaxed slightly and bent to exit the carriage. The guard hurried over with an umbrella to shield her from the wind and snow. The cold wind nearly blew off Yu Lingxi's hooded cloak. After walking just a few steps, Yu Lingxi sensed something was wrong. She stopped, hesitated for a moment, and took the lantern from her attendant. Moving closer to illuminate 3 feet ahead, the warm light fell on the young man's familiar pale face. The flickering light swept across his dim, dark eyes, reflecting no warmth. Only the beautiful, noble young lady stepping into the light appeared in his hazy vision, creating a scene more beautiful than snow and moonlight. Yu Lingxi and Ningying's eyes met awkwardly again on this stormy night. Meeting Ningying in such sorry states time and again, she wondered if heaven was punishing Ningying or punishing her. 1,000 words condensed into 2. Bitter fate. The lantern fell into the snow with a hiss and went out. Ningying's consciousness also fell into darkness. He walked through a cold, dark dream until a familiar palace gate appeared before him. The palace gates slowly opened before his eyes. In the dazzling clear light sat a palace lady with flowing hair. Seeing Ningying, the woman turned her blurred face and reached out to him. Smiling earnestly, she said, "Ningyer, come here. Mother will take you away." For someone whose body temperature was rapidly dropping, that warm light and embrace were undoubtedly fatally attractive. But Ningying remained motionless, even managing a strange smile. Why did the woman's voice sound somewhat peculiar? Because Ningying's thin lips parted, saying almost self-destructively, "You're already dead." The smile on the woman's face instantly froze. A dagger appeared in his chest. Blood quickly spread across his finely embroidered clothes, looking just like a blooming flower. Ningying opened his eyes in this bloodied scene, first seeing the slightly swaying carriage ceiling. His first reaction was to reach for the short blade in his sleeve, but instead touched a small, clearly feminine moon-white cloak. Ningying turned slightly, seeing a slender, graceful figure sitting against the carriage arm. Keeping her distance, Yu Lingxi hadn't expected Ningying to wake so quickly. She frowned, her sternness turning to gentle charm. "You're awake." Truly a contradictory and interesting woman. Every time they met, he was either startled or dreaming. But whether by fate or human intervention, she was always the one who saved him. His thoughts racing, Ningying said, "Miss, you know me?" Yu Lingxi was startled, almost thinking Ningying also carried memories from his previous life and had seen through her poor disguise. But then, Ningying continued, "Otherwise, why would you save me twice?" Yu Lingxi breathed a sigh of relief, observing his reaction. He didn't seem to have past life memories. Besides, shouldn't a normal person first express gratitude after being saved? Why discuss this? So she laughed despite her anger, stubbornly denying, "Who saved you? I just saw you blocking the road and found you troublesome." Ningying looked at her without speaking, but Yu Lingxi felt his eyes could see through everything. Just then, the guard reported, "Miss, we've arrived at the medical hall." Yu Lingxi said with relief, "Since you're awake, quickly get off and return to wherever you came from." Readers, to see more exciting content, click the bottom left to watch. Our Regent Prince story will continue without fail. Yu Lingxi told Ningying, "I don't need you." In the previous episode, Yu Lingxi encountered Ningying collapsed on the road while returning home. Feeling somewhat sympathetic, she ordered people to help him into the carriage. Soon after Ningying woke up, Yu Lingxi told him, "Since you're awake, quickly get off and return to wherever you came from." Ningying's lips moved slightly, his voice lower. "I can't go back anymore." Yu Lingxi was internally conflicted, her pure heart blocked. He told her he had escaped from the Jade Boundary Immortal City. She just slightly raised her head. "Whatever you plan to do, it's none of my business." Seeing her resolute attitude, Ningying had no choice but to struggle to his feet. He carefully placed aside the cloak with its soft fragrance, then held onto the carriage handle as the immortal youth slowly stood up. With his chest wound, the motion of bending to exit the carriage was nothing short of torture. In just a moment, his lips grew even paler, and fine cold sweat appeared on his nose. Yu Lingxi simply turned her head away, pretending not to see. It was late at night, and the medical hall was closed. Under the snow-covered eaves, the dim light stretched Ningying's lonely, thin shadow very long. "Wait!" Yu Lingxi called out to him impatiently. Ningying turned back to find Yu Lingxi had gotten out of the carriage at some point. She stuffed a red plum paper umbrella and the cloak she had covered him with into his arms. Ningying blinked slowly, showing a confused expression. Yu Lingxi's heart softened, but her voice remained calm as she spoke. "This cloak is stained with blood." "I don't want it," she said, and turned away directly. Ningying looked at the umbrella in his hands. The red plum blossoms painted on it were bright and vivid. A thought brewed and surged in his heart, finally overcoming his terrifying rationality. His eyes flickered, and he blurted out, "Take me with you." Yu Lingxi froze upon hearing this. She turned back to look at him in disbelief. Ningying looked weak, but sincere, his eyes unfocused. He repeated hoarsely, "Take me with you. I'll do anything." Standing 10 feet apart, only the howling of wind and snow could be heard between them. After a long while, Yu Lingxi composed herself, her gaze gentle but firm. "Sorry, but I don't need you." She turned towards the carriage, and Ningying immediately followed. The guard warned, "Miss, that person is still following. Could he be plotting against us?" Yu Lingxi lifted the carriage curtain to look back, seeing only a red plum paper umbrella through the misty snow. In the pitch-black night, moving forward with difficulty. "Let him be," Yu Lingxi thought. Indeed, such character isn't formed overnight. He seemed willing to risk his life. She had done what she should tonight. Her conscience was clear. It was very late when she returned to Yu Manor. The snow stopped at the hour of high, with howling north winds making the window frames rattle. A commotion arose outside the courtyard. Yu Lingxi, having barely slept, was awakened by the noise. Rubbing her temples, she asked what the commotion was about. The maidservant entered with a candle, reporting, "Miss, there's a beggar at the gate. The guards are trying to send him away." "Wait!" A subtle thought crossed her mind. Yu Lingxi got up, grabbed a cloak from the wooden rack, and said softly, "Bring a lantern. I'm going out." The servant hurriedly followed, saying, "Miss, it's cold and slippery." Yu Lingxi walked hurriedly, seemingly unaware. She ordered the side door to be opened, but just as she stepped out, she froze. On the stone steps at the door lay a familiar red plum paper umbrella. Beside it, a black-clothed youth hugged himself, curled up in the corner's shadows. Dear readers, for more exciting content, please click the bottom left corner and search for Sui Sui Chong Ning to see how our charming regent prince acts pitiful to stay by the female lead side. Want to stay by her side? Then let's see who has what it takes. In the previous episode, Yu Linshi encountered Ning Ying collapsed on the roadside during her return journey and took pity on him, rescuing him into her carriage. After he woke up, she told him to leave, but unexpectedly, Ning Ying followed behind. After returning home, Yu Linshi was awakened shortly after by noise. Hearing the servants report about a beggar at the door, her heart skipped a beat, and she hurriedly put on clothes and walked to the side door. Sure enough, on the stone steps by the side door lay a familiar red plum paper umbrella. Beside it, a black-clothed youth hugged himself, curled up in the corner's shadows. Frost had gathered on his eyelashes, and his pale complexion almost merged with the snow-covered ground without a trace of warmth. Yu Linshi bent down, her ink-black hair falling softly from her shoulders, reaching out to check Ning Ying's breathing. But just as her finger approached his nose, he opened his eyes. His dark gaze fell upon her, showing a flash of subtle amazement. As their eyes met, a furry creature emerged from his embrace, trembling and meowing softly. Yu Linshi followed his gaze to see a dirty, injured stray cat that he had been warming with what little body heat he had. Yu Linshi recalled her previous life and asked, pursing her lips, "So you followed my carriage just for this cat?" Ning Ying lowered his eyes. His silence was confirmation. Yu Linshi remained wordless for a moment. She walked 2 steps inside the door, then stopped. Without turning around, she ordered the maid, "Carry him inside." Out of her sight, the pale lips of the youth curved into a slight smile. The guards helped Ning Ying through the side door and found a clean, secluded spot in the kitchen for him to lie down. Near the new year, it would be inauspicious to have someone freeze to death at their doorstep. Yu Linshi instructed the guards outside. "State affairs are busy, and mother is still ill. I'll handle such minor matters myself. No need to disturb them." The guards hurriedly acknowledged. The young man lay on the hard bed, his face still pale, only his eyes showing traces of stubbornness. The stray cat he rescued whimpered helplessly by his feet. Yu Linshi crouched down, her fair hands gently stroking the cat's messy, snow-dampened fur and scratching under its chin. The cat quickly stopped whimpering and even nuzzled her palm affectionately. A faint smile appeared on Yu Linshi's lips. She ordered servants to bring 2 quilts to make a bed for the cat. Glancing at Ning Ying lying stiffly on the bed, she added, "And don't let him freeze to death." The servants understood her meaning and hurried to make arrangements. In the dim oil lamp light, Ning Ying's weak gaze remained fixed on Yu Linshi. His lips moved as if to say something, but Yu Linshi interrupted him. "I cannot keep you here." She stood up calmly. Looking at his delicate, charming face, Yu Linshi continued, "When the snow stops, find your own way. Don't linger here." After speaking, she turned and left the kitchen, followed by over 10 servants with lanterns, creating a bright river of light in the snowy night. Ning Ying watched through the door as her graceful, noble figure gradually faded into darkness, leaving only silence behind. His eyes, like the night itself, seemed bottomless. He could feel that she disliked him, though he didn't understand why she was so conflicted. Every time she looked at him with those complex eyes, it was as if she was seeing someone else's shadow through him. Staying by her side would be harder than imagined. As he pondered his next move, hurried footsteps approached from outside. Ning Ying remained alert but motionless. A servant entered with old quilts, cursing the terrible weather. The servant tossed the quilts onto the bed, left a pot of cold tea and 2 steamed buns, then left rubbing their hands, either from carelessness or unwillingness to serve a beggar. They forgot to close the door properly when leaving. The half-closed wooden door rattled in the north wind, and Ning Ying's gaze grew cold. The cat in the corner, probably starving, boldly climbed onto the bed. It devoured the steamed bun ravenously. Ning Ying smiled palely and grabbed the creature by its scruff. The cat, as if seeing a terrifying beast, bristled all over and struggled to escape. "Move again, and I'll crush your neck." The youth's hoarse voice emerged from the darkness. The little thing stopped trembling. He asked it softly, "Want to stay?" The cat meowed once. "Then let's see what we can do." After speaking, Ning Ying tossed it into the quilts and turned away, ignoring it. He let the door stay half open, cold wind rushing in, freezing his skin. The oil lamp was blown out, and darkness swallowed everything like death itself. Dear readers, for more exciting content, please click the bottom left corner to see how our charming Regent Prince completes his role reversal. I never meant to take your life. If you die, I'd at least spare you a straw mat. Upon waking, the snow had cleared to early sunshine. The Yu father and son didn't return until noon, their faces ashen, especially Yu Huanshan, covered in black soot. His eyes were bloodshot, clearly having worked through the night without sleep. He gulped down several cups of water, wiped his mouth, and exhaled heavily, saying, Yongning Street burned all night. Several mansions were destroyed. Over 60 people in the Prince of Sichuan's mansion perished, with no survivors. Yu Linshi thought for a moment, having no impression, and asked, they all burned to death? Though this wasn't a state secret, it was still a tragic massacre unsuitable for a young lady's ears. Yu Huanshan pushed Yu Linshi out, saying, children shouldn't inquire about such matters. Yu Linshi eavesdropped from the corridor as Yu Huanshan continued, Father, I feel this isn't so simple. Though the Prince of Sichuan was cruel, he was weak. How could he have killed such powerful Thai slaves? Even if the Thai slaves betrayed their master, it's strange that such a large mansion left no survivors. It's too strange. Is there something wrong with General Yu Chunxing? After such a fire, nothing can be investigated anymore. You should visit the Southern Guard this afternoon. The Emperor has ordered that the imperial boundary cannot remain. Outside, Yu Linshi's heart raced. In her previous life, the imperial boundary was destroyed by fire. This life, it's being eliminated because of royal deaths. Had something changed because of her rebirth? Yu Linshi thought of Ning Ying, who had escaped from the imperial boundary last night. Today, that place would be razed to the ground. Could it be too coincidental? Feeling something was overlooked, Yu Linshi hurried toward the kitchen in the back courtyard. Reaching the secluded room, the door was half open with no movement inside. She thought he must have left. Just then, a faint meow came from inside. Yu Linshi didn't hesitate, climbed the stone steps, and rushed in. A blast of cold air hit her face. The room with its open door was like an ice cellar, even colder than outside. Yu Linshi shrank her neck. Looking up, she saw that familiar thin figure curled up on the bed, lips pale, with yellowed old quilts piled at his feet. Suddenly, a furry head popped up and meowed pitifully at Yu Linshi. She surveyed the scene and knew the servants had looked down on Ning Ying, neglecting even to close his door. The only quilt he had, he'd shared with the injured cat, leaving himself exposed to the cold wind. Despite her resentment toward Ning Ying, Yu Linshi couldn't help but feel angry at this sight. She ignored the midnight feeding cat. She stepped forward and shook his shoulders, saying, "Hey, wake up." As soon as her hand touched his burning shoulder, she pulled back. The black-clothed youth, covered in wounds, was shivering, his lips pale and dry, but his cheeks unnaturally red. Clearly, a night in the cold wind had worsened his injuries, causing a high fever. Yu Linshi's heart tightened. She turned and called, "Why are you standing there? Quickly get a doctor." The servant, startled, responded and ran out. After the servant left to fetch the doctor, Yu Linshi stared at the unconscious Ning Ying with complex emotions. She carefully sat on the edge of the bed, examining the critically ill Ning Ying. This pitiful youth before her, weak enough to die at any moment. Could he be connected to the imperial boundary's destruction? How did he gradually become the feared figure everyone dreaded? As Ning Ying's breathing grew hot and rapid, memories of her past life intertwined, and Yu Linshi felt confused for the first time. She reached out to cover him with the quilt. Hesitating, she said, "I'm not like you. If you died, I would at least spare you a straw mat." She lowered her eyes, "But I never meant to take your life." Lost in thought, her hand accidentally brushed against Ning Ying's neck. Despite the light touch, the unconscious youth suddenly opened his dark eyes as if startled awake. Before Yu Linshi could react, the next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her wrist. His vision suddenly turned upside down as Ning Ying forcefully pinned him down on the bed. If you want to see more exciting content, please click the bottom left corner and search for Sui Sui Chang Ning on Pippi. We'll see you in the Regent King's seal. Perhaps because Ning Ying was too wild and fierce in his previous life, Yu Linshi forgot that he was also made of flesh and blood, capable of feeling pain and death. In the previous episode, Yu Linshi came to the kitchen in the backyard and saw Ning Ying giving his blanket to an injured cat, leaving himself mostly exposed to the cold wind. Seeing Ning Ying's rapid breathing and burning temperature, Yu Linshi hesitated before reaching out to cover him with the blanket. When his hand accidentally brushed against Ning Ying's side, the unconscious youth suddenly opened his dark eyes, as if startled awake. The next moment, Yu Lingxi felt a pain in his wrist, and his vision turned upside down as Ning Yin forcefully pinned him down on the bed. The hand warmer rolled onto the ground. The young man restrained him from above. His face was flushed red, his gaze unfocused. His hot breath fell on Yu Lingxi's neck, one breath at a time. Triggering a familiar sensation, Yu Lingxi's eyes widened. Looking at Ning Yin's weak yet fierce expression, she seemed to return to her previous life. Ning Yin's handsome and fierce face overlapped with her previous life. For a moment, Yu Lingxi thought Ning Yin would crush her tendons without hesitation. But in that instant, Ning Yin seemed to snap out of his instinctive alertness. The haziness in his eyes cleared, and his tense body gradually relaxed. The next second, he collapsed straight down. Ning Yin's burning breath fell on both sides of Yu Lingxi. Yu Lingxi's heart tensed, and he hurriedly pushed his head away, rising to fix his slightly disheveled hair and clothes. In the previous life, Yu Lingxi wouldn't have dared to defy him at all. But now was not the previous life. Yu Lingxi raised his fair hand, seeing Ning Yin's fever-flushed cheeks. The hand suspended in midair ultimately didn't fall. Instead, he pulled the blanket and covered Ning Yin's pitiful yet hateful face. Out of sight, out of mind. Miss Gu, the doctor has arrived. Hu Tao's voice broke the silence at the right moment. The old doctor took his pulse for a while, then lifted Ning Yin's clothes to examine his wounds. His frown deepened, and Yu Lingxi also frowned, asking about his condition. The old doctor stroked his graying beard and explained hesitantly. 2 broken ribs, with bone fragments piercing internal organs, severe blood loss. Combined with exposure to cold, complications have arisen, triggering high fever. It's already a miracle he survived such severe internal injuries until now. I'll prescribe some medicine for external and internal use. If he can make it through tomorrow night, he'll have saved his life. Yu Lingxi hadn't expected Ning Yin's injuries to be so serious. Perhaps because in his previous life, he was too fierce and powerful, destroying heaven and earth, invincible, that Yu Lingxi forgot he was also made of flesh and blood, capable of feeling pain and death. If he hadn't seen his miserable state in his youth, it would have been fine. But fate made him witness it. Looking at his pale lips, Yu Lingxi's usually calm face showed emotion for the first time. He quietly instructed Hu Tao to light more charcoal braziers for warmth and select 2 capable servants to brew medicine. Also, if he wakes up, report to me immediately. Clouds covered the moon. The youth lying on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Years of living under assassination threats and crises had forged a strong will, allowing him to maintain extraordinary alertness whether sick or severely injured. He sat up and looked down. In the darkness, he could faintly make out the neat, clean bandages on his chest. His dislocated wrist and swollen areas had been treated with anti-inflammatory ointment. The cold wind from last night hadn't been in vain. During his half-day of unconsciousness, he had received very meticulous care. He knew without guessing whose handiwork it was. Ning Yin raised his hand, fingers hovering, his palm still seeming to retain the warm sensation of the girl's wrist. He vaguely remembered being delirious with fever. He had mistaken that girl for an enemy and nearly hurt her. He touched his forehead, savoring the delicate, warm sensation Yu Lingxi had left there, suddenly looking forward to his upcoming days in the general's mansion. Previously, Yu Lingxi heard about the fire at the imperial boundary from her father and brother. Thinking of Yin, she rushed to the kitchen, only to find him with a high fever. She immediately ordered a maid to fetch a doctor. Looking at the weakened youth lying in bed, Yu Lingxi suddenly realized that Ning Yin was just an ordinary person now, capable of feeling pain and dying. At night, Ning Yin suddenly opened his eyes. He sat up and looked around. In the darkness, he could make out the neat bandages on his chest. His dislocated wrist and swollen areas had been treated with anti-inflammatory ointment. Clearly, during his half-day of unconsciousness, he had received very careful attention. Yin raised his hand. His fingers hovered in the air, his palm still seeming to retain the warm sensation of the girl's wrist. He vaguely remembered being delirious. He had mistaken that girl for an enemy and nearly hurt her. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed any flaws. Ning Yin thought that the general's mansion was currently his best hiding place, and being near this young girl would be much more convenient than staying at the imperial boundary. So he had to find a way to stay. However, he had more important matters to attend to now. Yin Changrui was dead, and the palace would eventually investigate the arena. He had to clean everything up before that happened. With this thought, a dark shadow crossed his mind as he supported himself to stand. He stepped over the sleeping servant on the floor. Walking through moonlit shadows toward the back door, he avoided the patrols and climbed over walls. The blood moon was setting in the west, and the capital city lay in silence. Gradually, smoke rose from the direction of Shengping Street. The waning moon was tinted blood red by the flames. Yu Lingxi was awakened by the clamor of gongs. Feeling uneasy, she rubbed her eyes and got up, asking what was happening outside. Hu Tao hurriedly came in, pointing to the distance. She anxiously said, "Miss, it seems the imperial boundary is on fire." Yu Lingxi put on her cloak and went to the corridor. She saw ashes flying everywhere, with half the sky red above Shengping Street, exactly like the scene from her previous life. However, this time, she was safely staying in the great general's mansion, not in some cold rear courtyard. She had changed one small link in fate, but couldn't prevent the destined calamity in the capital. Hu Tao sighed, saying 2 big fires in 1 year was truly terrible. "It's cold outside, Mississippi. You should go back to rest." Yu Lingxi, as if remembering something, said softly, "Bring a lantern to the back courtyard." The sleeping servant, hearing the door open, rubbed his eyes and mumbled, "Who is it at this late hour?" Seeing Yu Lingxi standing in the doorway's light, his drowsiness instantly vanished as he scrambled up, saying, "Miss, why are you here?" Yu Lingxi passed by the flustered servant. She walked to Ning Yin's bed and stood still, placing the gauze lantern on the dark table. The faint light fell on Ning Yin's handsome, clean profile. His tightly closed eyes made him look peaceful, yet fragile. Yu Lingxi asked if he had been unconscious the whole time. The servant didn't dare admit he had fallen asleep. He stammered nervously, No, I've been watching him in the room the whole time. Haven't seen him wake up. There wasn't any movement, so he probably hasn't awakened." Yu Lingxi sighed in relief. She didn't know where that moment of foreboding came from, or why she felt such urgency to check on him. By the time she realized it, she was already at the kitchen. Seeing Ning injured like this, she thought perhaps she was just overthinking. Yu Lingxi hesitated for a moment. She reached out to feel Ning's forehead. He still had a low fever. She wondered if he could pull through. Turning to Xiao Si, she said, "Take good care of him. If you're negligent, you'll be held responsible." Xiao Si repeatedly assured her he would. After respectfully seeing Yu Lingxi out, almost simultaneously, the youth on the bed opened his eyes. He raised his pale fingers and gently touched his forehead, as if savoring that delicate warm touch from earlier. So this is how a woman's hand feels, he thought. Back in the palace, when he was nearly dying, the woman who gave birth to him had never touched him this way. Yin Yin's lips curved into a pale smile. Like someone who had discovered something interesting, he suddenly looked forward to his days at the general's mansion. Dear viewers, for more exciting content, please click the bottom left corner and search for Sui Changning to see how our Regent Prince uses every method to stay by the female lead's side. Though young and slim at this time, he doesn't lack any necessary muscles. After 2 sunny days, the snow had melted. The icicles under the eaves reflected cold light in the sunshine. Suddenly, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from outside. Yu Lingxi saw her father dismount with a dark face, followed by Yu Huanchen in armor. "What's wrong with father?" Yu Lingxi grabbed her brother. Yu Huanchen glanced at the angry General Yu and whispered, "The imperial boundary was burned down. Father and the Southern Guard are overwhelmed. The Eastern Palace sent people to search for a grave robber among the burned corpses. Father feared they would destroy evidence and strongly opposed it. They had a huge argument and parted on bad terms." Before Yu Lingxi could understand the connection to the Eastern Palace, she heard Hu Tao's light footsteps approaching, saying excitedly, "Miss, that beggar has awakened." "What beggar?" Yu Huanchen asked. Hu Tao had accidentally let it slip. Yu Lingxi secretly glared at her and explained, "It's nothing. There was a severely injured beggar boy at the mansion's gate. Since it's a human life, I took the initiative. Let him recover in the servants' kitchen." Just then, General Yu's voice called out, "Huanchen, come help." Yu Huanchen didn't suspect anything and casually said, "There have been many fires in the capital lately. Be careful and send away people of unknown origin soon. I'm leaving now." After bidding farewell to her brother, Yu Lingxi thought, since he's awake, she should go check on him. So she went to the back kitchen. Upon entering, a strong smell of medicine mixed with a faint blood scent hit her. Yu Lingxi instinctively frowned and looked around the room, saying, I heard your wounds have improved. Seeing Yu Lingxi enter, Ning Yin lifted his blanket to sit up and greeted her softly. Mississippi. Seeing Ning Yin still wearing that black velvet clothes, torn and dirty with a strong blood smell, she immediately ordered servants to bring 2 sets of winter clothes. The servants moved quickly and brought the clothes in moments. Yu Lingxi handed him the clothes. Change into these quickly. Your current clothes are unwearable. Only then did Ning Ning obediently take 1 set of clothes and move away. She thought he would go behind the screen to change, but unexpectedly, the youth directly undid his belt and opened his top, revealing his bandaged, muscular upper body. Not expecting him to undress directly in front of her, Yu Lingxi silently cursed. He was indeed as shameless as in her previous life. However, Yu Lingxi's surprise lasted only a moment. She quickly regained her composure. After all, having spent 2 years together in her previous life, this scene was nothing. Though Ning Yin was still young and slim, unlike his strong and imposing adult form in the previous life, he didn't lack any necessary muscles. With broad shoulders and long legs, his abs were well-defined, taut, and proportionate, with beautiful lines extending downward. When she saw Ning Yin showing no signs of stopping, still attempting to pull down further, Yu Lingxi's temple twitched, and she stopped him just in time. Ning Yin looked up, his emotionless gaze giving Yu Lingxi a headache. This isn't the imperial boundary. You're in my place now. You must know propriety and shame. Go change behind the screen. Yin paused. He responded with a yes. The screen in the room was old, its silk fabric thin and yellowed. It vaguely projected the youth's slim, but not weak silhouette. Yu Lingxi sat at the table and tentatively asked, "What's your name?" Yin paused behind the screen and answered, 27. Yu Lingxi asked knowingly, "I mean your previous name." After another moment of silence, Yin replied, "I don't remember." The Regent Prince who once commanded wind and rain in his previous life, now through various acts of playing pitiful, finally achieved his wish to stay by the female lead's side. In the previous episode, Yu Lingxi saw Ing Yin's clothes were torn and dirty with a strong blood smell, so she brought 2 winter garments and asked him to change behind the screen. During this, Yu Lingxi asked him his name. Ling Ling paused behind the screen for a while before answering, 27. Yu Lingxi continued asking knowingly, "I mean your previous name." After another moment of silence, Yin said, "I don't remember." Yu Lingxi rolled her eyes. If she hadn't been reborn, she might have believed his lies. But remembering her purpose, she said, "Whether you truly don't remember or just can't reveal your past, it doesn't matter. The imperial boundary is destroyed. I heard those of unknown origin will be sent to serve at the border." Behind the screen, the youth seemed to understand something, his belt-tying movements notably slowing. Yu Lingxi continued, "Though I can't bear to send you to the border as a laborer, I can't keep you here long either." Indeed, he hadn't thought about keeping her, no matter what she said. Command lowered his eyes to hide his emotions and emerged from behind the screen. "I understand Mrs. Meaning." Yu Lingxi looked at him, focusing her gaze. The youth before her, with his hair properly arranged and wearing the dark blue guard's robe, appeared indescribably handsome and upright. Ning Yin walked to Yu Lingxi, lowered his hands and eyes, lifted the hem of his robe, and knelt down straight. Before Yu Lingxi could process her thoughts, her body moved forward to help him up. "What are you doing?" Ling Yin maintained his kneeling position, his black eyes showing a rare ripple of emotion. Among all those who had treated him like a stray dog, she was the only one who didn't want him to kneel. "I pledge my loyalty to Mississippi. I know my status is lowly. Miss saved my life, and I should serve as your slave, serving Miss for life to repay this debt of gratitude." But when Ing Yin looked at Yu Lingxi, his expression was truly lonely and pitiful. He pressed his bloodless lips together and said hoarsely, "But I am a fighting slave who escaped from the arena, even more despicable than the lowest servant. It's right that Miss doesn't want to keep me. Besides kneeling, I don't know how else to thank Miss for her deep kindness." Yu Lingxi was startled, examining Ning Yin with moving eyes. She hadn't expected him to be so sensible in this life. His current reluctant and pitiful appearance was completely different from the violent, deranged madman of her previous life. He was like an obedient large dog. The hatred and prejudice in her heart were repeatedly destroyed, making Yu Lingxi feel somewhat discouraged. Before she could say anything, Ling Yin looked at the cat on the bed, paused, and continued. "And this cat, please find someone else to adopt him. I am homeless and cannot let him wander with me like a beast." These words were reasonable, but as Yu Lingxi heard them, she felt an inexplicable guilt. Yet she hadn't done anything wrong. Ling Yin coughed, enduring the pain while maintaining a deep bow. "I'll take my leave, miss." Before he could finish saying the word another, he suddenly collapsed beside Yu Lingxi's legs. "Doctor! Call the doctor quickly." Lin Ying lay on the couch, his complexion terribly ill. Yu Lingxi asked. "He's been carefully recuperating in the mansion for half a month with constant medicine. Why hasn't his condition improved at all?" The old doctor felt his pulse for a long time and frowned. "To be honest, I've never seen such an ominous pulse reading before. It seems while the external wounds have healed, the internal injuries remain." Just then, Ying's condition suddenly worsened. His eyes trembled slightly, his black pupils meeting Yu Lingxi's worried gaze. Then, as if remembering something, he clutched his chest and shakily sat up. With a hoarse voice, he said, "Miss, I'll leave now." Yu Lingxi quickly pressed him down, frowning. "Don't move. Do you want to die?" She tapped his forehead and said irritably, "After drinking so much medicine, where did it all go?" Almost letting slip about the previous life, Yu Lingxi bit her lip. He didn't understand, but lowered his eyes and obediently apologized. Looking at his pitiful state, Yu Lingxi couldn't stay angry and could only say helplessly, "Just lie down. I must have owed you in my previous life." She stared at him without blinking. Though weak, his eyes were bright, probably happy that he could stay again. Like a stray dog, both persistent and pitiful. His Adam's apple bobbed as he said hoarsely, "From now on, my life belongs to Mississippi." Yu Lingxi stopped him mid-sentence. She poked Yin's forehead and snorted, "Save these pretty words until you're better." For readers who want to see more exciting content, please click the bottom left corner and search for Sui Sui Chong Ning to see how our crazy Regent Prince takes acting pitiful to the extreme. So our crazy Regent Prince, in order to, was willing to risk his life and identity. In the previous episode, after Ning Ning's act of selling misery, Yu Lingxi's heart softened. She let him stay. She poked his forehead and said these sympathetic words that were yet to be fully expressed. Ing remained silent, only blinking his eyes at her. Not long after, while pursuing fugitives, running quickly, his face beaming with joy, the young miss has returned from the factory. The second young master and daughter should wait for sister. Like a chance encounter from earlier in the year, relived again, Yu Lin's eyes flashed with the same expression. As if remembering something else, he paused his steps and looked up at the steps. "Rest well, I'll come check on you later." After saying this, he lingered at the 5th floor, hurrying towards the door. Lying on the couch, watching the closed door, the light in his eyes gradually faded. With an expressionless face, he raised his hand to press his tongue. Then he spat out a pill. This medicine hadn't been tested before. Though it could fool the doctor and create the appearance of serious illness, it was extremely harmful to the body. However, the cultivating youth suppressed the headache in his stomach. As the Medicine King's traces disappeared, he thought to himself that this game was getting more and more interesting. While the front courtyard grew livelier, a tall general with a dark blade appeared. The blade's glory had been replaced by twin sister Yu Xinxin. In her previous life, to investigate her brother's mysterious death, she traveled alone thousands of miles to southern Qi, facing hardships, but fell into the abyss with the Regent, leaving not even their remains. Now, Yu Linlin entered Yu Lingxi's faction directly through a shadow screen. "Sister, I missed you so much." Yu Xin left her sister's side. Sister missed you too, then placed him on the ground. Beside them, someone spoke to an elegant man. "I say, Xin, why haven't you come today?" After this period of mutual affection, appearing refined and cultured, he suddenly came to his senses and touched his chest. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot I came to bring food to second sister." "Second sister? I mean, you're engaged to my eldest sister. Why do you only have eyes for second sister? You can't be looking at other options while having one already." Speaking thus, they tossed Shui Jiqian's stick, which Shui unexpectedly caught, just as Lin was approaching. Opening it, they found an exquisitely carved female figure. The bamboo showed the carver's skill, the jade showed the craftsmanship. Such an artistic carving was clearly the work of a master. Yu Huanran, Yu Xinxin hated when people joked with paper and angrily tapped their neck. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know what nonsense this is." And when Yu Yinxing saw the pen, her first reaction was to refuse. "Brother Zeng, this is too precious. Shui Zhenguan continued, trying to grab the fan, creating a self-evident pretense. If there was any ambiguous dislike, he would say he wasn't being fooled. At this point, refusing further would seem unreasonable. Yu Linxin smiled gracefully and said, "Then I can't refuse. Thank you, brother. I'm glad you like it." Shui looked at her smiling eyes and smiled faintly, but his mood still carried a trace of loneliness. The charming young lady before him treated him the same as always, but it wasn't like before. It wasn't just Shui and Yu Xinxin connecting. After Shui left, the sisters caught up. Yu Xinxin asked Sui if Shui was a decent person. Yu Lingxin turned and laughed. "Sister, you used to chase after Shui Ziqian like a little puppy, looking at him with those innocent eyes of first love. But just now you barely spoke 2 words. It was beyond Yu Lingxin's expectations." After a long while, she replied, "Perhaps it was because I was young then. Now I just see him as a friend." Yu was grateful for his understanding and said no more. If that was truly the case, things would work out. After all, they had spent years together. The words "years together" made Yu Lingxi momentarily distracted. The old memories involuntarily surfaced. The last time, that person who had spent years with her. So our crazy Regent Prince, in order to stay by the female lead side, risked his life without hesitation. As mentioned in the previous episode, after Ning Ying's act of playing pitiful, Yu Lingxi finally compromised and let him stay. She poked Ning Ying's forehead and said irritably, "Save these pretty words of loyalty until you're better." So Ning Ying remained silent, only staring at her without blinking. Soon after, Hu Tao, who went to get medicine, came running back, his face beaming with joy. Young miss, the officials have returned, and young Master Shui has also arrived. They're all waiting for you." Like a long-broken mechanism, starting to work again, Yu Lingxi's eyes flashed with brightness. She took 2 steps toward the door, then remembered something. She paused and glanced back at him. "Rest well. I'll come check on you later." After saying this, she hurried out without lingering. Ian lay on the couch, watching the door close, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. Expressionlessly, he raised his hand to press his tongue. Then he spat out a half-dissolved, blood-stained poison pill. This pill hadn't been perfected yet. Though it could fool doctors by creating symptoms of severe weakness, it was extremely harmful to the body. But as long as it worked, that was fine. The youth suppressed the burning pain in his stomach, crushed the pill to destroy the evidence. Shui's second young master of the Xiang mansion. This game is getting more and more interesting. While the front courtyard was lively, a tall female general stood with a dark blade. It was Yu Huanqin's twin sister, Yu Cini. In her previous life, to investigate the truth behind her father and brother's deaths, she traveled alone thousands of miles to the northern frontier, but on her way back, she fell into an abyss with all the evidence, leaving no trace behind. Now, Yu Lingxi's nose reddened, and she threw herself into Yu Cini's cold, armored embrace. "Sister, I missed you so much." Yu Cini patted her sister's shoulder. "I missed you too," then set her down on the ground. Nearby, Yu Huanqin teased an elegant man beside him. "Hey Schwetzen, what brings you here today?" This year Schwetzen was still somewhat naive and refined. He suddenly came to his senses, touching his sleeve. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost forgot. I came to bring a gift for Second Mississippi." "Second Miss? You're betrothed to my eldest sister, yet you only have eyes for Second Miss? You can't be looking at other options while having one already." As he spoke, he hooked his arm around Schwetzen's shoulder and swayed. Caught off guard, Schwetzen's box flew out of his hands, only to be caught by Yu Lingxi. Opening the gift box, inside was a beautifully carved white jade brush. The bamboo showed the lacquer's quality. The jade showed the craftsmanship. Such a delicate jade carved brush was clearly the work of a master. Yu Huanqin. Yu Cini hated when people joked about this matter and angrily knocked his head. "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't acknowledge any betrothal." When Yu Lingxi saw the fine brush, her first reaction was to refuse. "Brotherson, this is too precious." Schwetzen said gently, "Knowing second sister is good at calligraphy and painting, I took the liberty of buying it. If second sister doesn't like it, then I was wrong to do so." At this point, refusing further would seem unreasonable. Yu Lingxi had to accept it with both hands, smiling. "Then I'll humbly accept it. Thank you, Brother Sin. I'm glad you like it." Schwetzen looked at her smiling eyes, his ears slightly red, but his heart still carried a trace of loneliness. The charming young lady before him remained friendly, but it wasn't the same warmth as before. Not only Schwetzen, but Yu Xin also noticed something was different. After Schwetzen left, the sisters caught up. Uxin asked Sui Sui if Schwetzen had upset her. Yu Lingxi's eyes darted around. Upon hearing her sister's words, Yu Cini laughed brightly. Didn't you used to follow Schwetzen around like a little tail? That puppy love admiration was obvious even to a blind person. But just now you barely exchanged 2 sentences before parting. Yu Lingxi reflected for a moment. After a long while, she lowered her eyes and said slowly, maybe I was just young and naive then. Now I just see him as a brother. Hearing this, Uxian said no more. If that was the case, they should maintain harmony in the future. After all, they had spent so many years together. The words "spent years together" made Yu Lingxi momentarily lose focus. Her mind involuntarily drifted to her previous life, to that man who had spent years with her. In her previous life, they had spent years together. In this life, Ningyin had never hurt her. And how could she let an old friend be lonely in such a beautiful place? As mentioned in the previous episode, Yu Lingxi told Ajin that she now only saw Schwetzen as a brother, nothing more. Yu Cini, hearing this, said no more, only saying that if that was the case, they should maintain harmony, as they had all spent years together. The words "spent years together" made Yu Lingxi lose focus again. Her mind involuntarily drifted to her previous life, to those final scenes, to that man who had spent years with her. What are you thinking about? Yu Cini leaned in, bringing her back to reality. Yu Lingxi blinked and smiled, thinking about when Brotherton became my admirer. Yu Cini pinched her sister's cheek, teasing her for being glib. That year, the capital was bitterly cold, with heavy snow falling at year's end. On New Year's Eve, the Yu mansion was brightly lit with lanterns, bright as day. After ancestral worship came the night watch with Tusu wine. Yu Huanshan brought out a large plate of New Year's greeting cards. He smiled and said, "This year, many young men from noble families have sent cards with marriage proposals. Sui Sui, why don't you look through them?" Yu Lingxi never expected that while helping the Yu family avoid the Northern Expedition disaster, she couldn't escape this wave of marriage proposals. She waved her sleeve and said, "I'll let General Yu decide." He said, "It's proper for a girl to marry at the right age. Take a look, my dear." Yu Huanshan interjected, "Father, little sister might already have someone in mind." Yu Lingxi also smiled. "Father, mother, it's not right for the younger sister to marry before the elder brother. My daughter speaks wisely." General Yu's attention was successfully diverted. Yu Lingxi seized the opportunity. "You continue talking, I'll go watch the fireworks outside." Having drunk quite a bit that night, Yu Lingxi's cheeks were flushed. Seeking coolness, she walked slowly along the corridor. After walking for some time, the lights gradually dimmed. Yu Lingxi heard the sound of snow being swept and stopped to look. She saw someone alone, sweeping snow in the back courtyard. Yu Lingxi felt kindly disposed and touched the purse she carried, telling Hu Tao with the lantern, "Still sweeping snow on New Year's. What a diligent person. Go ask them to come receive a reward." Hu Tao went forward with the lantern. The snow sweeper paused and turned around. Yu Lingxi froze, nearly blurting out his name. Remembering that in this life, she shouldn't recognize him, she swallowed the name on the tip of her tongue and asked, "Have your injuries healed? Why are you here?" Then she turned to Hu Tao, asking if someone was bullying him into working. Hu Tao shook his head, looking equally confused. Yin quickly replied, "I chose to do this myself." This was the path Yu Lingxi had to take to return to her quarters. Yin had swept the stone path, but with the snow, it was particularly slippery. Yu Lingxi stared at the thin layer of ice on the eroded path, speechless. Yin misunderstood her meaning and assumed a submissive posture, bowing halfway. Then he interlaced his fingers, palms up, placing his hands on the frozen stone path. He calmly said, "The stone path is slippery. Please step on my palms to walk across Mississippi." He spoke so calmly. His pitch-black eyes showed no trace of humiliation or shame, as if this was how things should naturally be. Yu Lingxi felt a surge of anger from somewhere. Grabbing his collar, she said, "I forbid you from bringing those servile habits from the imperial palace here to my mansion." Ning realized she was angry, glanced at her, then quickly lowered his gaze. His fingers on the stone path gradually curled, joints turning red from the cold. Seeing the young man kneeling with his head down looked somewhat forlorn. Yu Lingxi sighed softly and gentled her tone, "Get up and don't do this again." Then she turned to instruct Hu Tao. "It's New Year's Eve. Bring some Tusu wine and hot food here." Hu Tao acknowledged and went to arrange it. Ling Ying took the lantern from his hand, and Yu Lingxi looked up at him. I just wanted to repay Mrs. Kindness and make her happy. Ulingsi gazed at the youth who seemed inclined toward past history. Just then, fireworks shot up into the city sky, bursting into patches of dawn in the dark blue night. In that moment, the city's countless lights and snowy scenery all paled in comparison. Somehow, as the New Year's fireworks reflected in Ulingsi's eyes, she felt a sense of déjà vu. If Linning hadn't experienced those hardships and betrayals, would he have been different? Hu Tao brought over lots of steaming wine and food, even bringing the small wine warmer. Ulingsi sat properly and glanced at the young man beside her, saying simply, "Come sit." Ling Yin showed obvious surprise. He slowly climbed the stone steps, stood before Ulingsi, but still refused to sit. Seeing him so obedient and pitiful, Ulingsi's heart softened. She simply reached out and pulled him, forcing him to sit on the stone bench. "I told you to sit." Yin looked down at his hands, his consciousness somewhat dazed, and no longer refused. Ulingsi watched him, suddenly remembering how in her previous life, the Regent's mansion never celebrated New Year or lit lanterns. During festivals, the mansion was as quiet as a tomb, without even a single red lantern. After all, they had spent years together in her previous life, and fate hadn't harmed him in this life. How could she let an old friend be alone during such a festive time? Looking at the young man's harmless smile, Ulingsi felt her vigilance and reservations gradually wavering and fading. She thought that in this new life, perhaps there was another path they could take together. In the previous episode, on New Year's Eve, Ulingsi was in the corridor. She saw Mu Yin sweeping snow in the courtyard, and feeling sympathy for her former acquaintance, she asked Hu Tao to prepare wine and food, planning to spend the festival with him. Ulingsi personally poured a cup of hot wine, sprinkled 2 spoons of his favorite pepper powder, then thawed and added another spoon. Then, she handed this thoughtfully prepared wine to Nini, saying gently, "I added some pepper powder to ward off the cold. Drink it." Ulingsi remembered that Nini couldn't handle spicy food. Giving him this cup of wine was partly to test his character, to see if he was truly different from his previous life, and also because his fingertips were red from cold, perfect for warming up with a few sips. The finely ground pepper powder was extremely spicy, but Ningning took the cup without hesitation and drank it all at once. Even Ulingsi was surprised, not expecting the young man to be so sincere. "Thank you, Miss Dash," before he could finish. Ningyin felt the intense spiciness hit his throat. He quickly raised his fist to his nose, and his eye corners visibly reddened. It gave his usually pale face a touch of color, making him look as if he'd just been bullied, creating a sense of vulnerability. As Ling Yin was about to drink more, Ulingsi quickly steadied his cup, saying, "The Suzhou wine contains Sichuan pepper. If you can't handle spice, drink less." Ling Yin's thin lips had turned red. He looked at Ulingsi and said, "I can drink it. Miss treats me well. I can't disappoint Mrs. Kindness." It was a look Ulingsi had never seen in her previous life, carrying a careful, eager-to-please expression. Ulingsi withdrew her hand and softly refuted, "Who's being good to you?" Ian counted on his fingers earnestly. "Miss took me in to heal, gave me new clothes to wear, and even performed acupuncture on me personally. Miss is the kindest person to me in this world." Ulingsi had always thought Ning Yin's deep voice was pleasant to hear, and if he were to speak words of love, surely no one could resist. She never expected to hear such sweet words in this life that she hadn't heard in her previous one. Ulingsi shifted her gaze from Ning Yin's face, feeling somehow guilty. He was naturally kind-hearted and reluctant to kill or harm others, but she still harbored reservations about what Ning Yin had done in his previous life. So while she knew Ning Yin liked bright colors, she gave him inconspicuous dark blue clothes. She also remembered he couldn't handle spicy food, yet still gave him the pepper-spiced Tissa wine. Thinking of her previous life, Ning Yin often lifted her chin, making her smile from time to time. Ulingsi's lips curved into a mischievous smile. She pointed at the corner of Yin's mouth from a distance, imitating his tone from the previous life. "Smile." Ning Yin immediately obeyed, raising the corners of his mouth to show a harmless smile. That smile was like spring warmth melting the snow, casting a faint shadow in Ulingsi's eyes. Ulingsi had never seen Ning Yin show such a pure smile before, without schemes or bloodthirst, just the nature of an innocent youth. And he was so obedient and mild-tempered, like a clay figure. Ulingsi suddenly felt deflated, her vigilance and reservations gradually wavering and fading with that smile. Perhaps in this new life, they could take a different path. So she smiled too, showing a relaxed and genuine smile to Ning-yin for the first time. "I've changed my mind," Yu Lingxi said, bathed in warm light, her cheeks flushed from wine, but her eyes clearer than ever. "After finishing this wine, go back to your room to rest. Don't bother sweeping the courtyard snow." Yin thought she was sending him away again, and looked up with a hint of panic in his dark eyes. Yu Lingxi reached out to brush the snow from his shoulders. Looking at the fading fireworks in the distant night sky, she smiled softly. "There will be plenty of time ahead. I might have use for you in the future." The true culprit who framed the Yu family must be someone of high position and power. Yu Lingxi's only plan now was to secretly support Ning-yin in his time of need, waiting for him to rise to power and become the Yu family's backing. In the previous episode, Yu Lingxi saw Ning-yin's harmless smile and finally found peace, thinking that in this life, they might have a different ending. She looked at the dissipating fireworks in the distant night sky and smiled, saying not to sweep the courtyard snow, as she might have use for him in the future. Understanding her implied meaning, the panic in Ling Yin's eyes disappeared. He stood up as Adam's apple bobbing. "Miss means..." Yu Lingxi looked into his eyes and replied, "Yes, I can keep you here. I hope you won't disappoint me." He immediately responded, "I'm willing to do anything for Mississippi." Yu Lingxi opened her mouth, having much to say, but ultimately said nothing. She just picked up the previously set-aside lantern and walked straight to the side room. The young man stood bowing in the corridor for a long time, until he watched her lantern disappear beyond the courtyard gate. He then lifted his robe and sat down, picking up the still warm Tusu wine from the stone table. He poured a cup, but didn't drink it. The shadows under the bamboo blinds concealed his expression. "Just staying here isn't enough. I must gain your trust. Only then can I openly set up a dormant trap with wine." Meanwhile, Yu Lingxi returned to her room and called for Hu Tao, instructing, "Give him a cleaner room. Don't let him come to the front courtyard or do any dirty or heavy work. If father or brothers ask, tell them I kept him to take care of my cats." Hu Tao couldn't help but speak up, "Miss, although our mansion is wealthy, he is still just a nameless vagrant beggar. Isn't it too kind and impulsive of you to take him into the mansion like this?" Yu Lingxi also felt her decision was hasty, but she didn't regret it. Although she had resolved the immediate crisis of the northern expedition, she still didn't know who the mastermind behind the trap was. This person must be of high position and power, beyond her ability to challenge. The best solution now was to take advantage of Ning Yin's current misfortune and support him secretly. When he gains power in the future, he could become the Yu family's backing and eliminate those hidden behind the scenes. The only concern was that Ning Yin was known for holding grudges and could harm both others and himself. One wrong move could ruin everything. Half a month passed with these thoughts. Today, Hu Tao brought an invitation from the Tang family, inviting the Yu siblings to go hunting and spring outing at Guiyun Mountain in the suburbs. On the appointed day, after nearly 2 hours of travel by carriage, they finally arrived at the foot of Guiyun Mountain. Many luxurious carriages were already parked there. The sound of greetings and laughter mixed with horse hooves created a lively atmosphere. As Yu Lingxi bent down to exit the carriage, she accidentally tripped on the carriage step. Just as she was about to fall forward, a strong arm wearing a wrist guard caught her waist and steadied her firmly. Yu Lingxi instinctively placed her hand on the attendant's arm and turned to look, caught off guard. She met a pair of beautiful dark eyes. Yu Lingxi remembered he wasn't on the attendant list and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Next episode preview. Ning-yin showed slight confusion and asked, "Does Miss not like my smile?" Yu Lingxi coughed lightly. "It's not that." Her eyes held a faint smile, but she deliberately pressed her lips together and seriously advised him, "But smiling without reason looks quite foolish. Just smile when you want to." Yu Lingxi told Ning-yin not to force himself to smile, just smile when he truly wants to. Last episode recap. In March, the Yu siblings were invited to the Tang family's horse farm. When Yu Lingxi was getting off the carriage, she tripped. Just as she was about to fall, a strong arm wearing a wrist guard caught her. Yu Lingxi instinctively placed her hand on that attendant's arm. When she turned to look, she unexpectedly met a pair of beautiful dark eyes. It was Ning-yin. Yu Lingxi remembered he wasn't on the attendant list and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" While helping her stand steady, Ning-yin explained, "The original horse handlers all fell ill with vomiting and diarrhea last night. The steward couldn't find anyone else, so he asked me to help." "Oh, I see." Yu Lingxi moved her hand. Ning-yin obediently let go and, after thinking for a moment, looked up and gave Yu Lingxi a generous smile. Since that New Year's Eve when Yu Lingxi asked him to smile, he would show a harmless smile every time he saw her. Yu Lingxi thought that his years of hardship must have developed an extraordinary sense of alertness and sensitivity. How else could he so keenly detect her buried resentment and distance, and thus seize every opportunity to perform well? Thinking this, Yu Lingxi pointed at Ningyin, said, "Don't force yourself to smile anymore." Ningyin showed slight confusion and asked, "Does Miss not like it?" "It's not that." Yu Lingxi's eyes held a faint smile, but she deliberately pressed her lips together and seriously advised him, "But smiling without reason looks quite foolish. Just smile when you want to." Just then, Xue Tun rode over on horseback. Second sister Yu Lingxi turned upon hearing this, saw it was Xue Tun, and gave a curtsy. "Brothers." His expression changed, and he knelt to one side without speaking further. Yu Lingxi stepped forward to exchange greetings. "Brotherson, aren't you going hunting with everyone?" Xue smiled. "I was waiting to go with you." Yu Lingxi didn't want too much contact with him and politely declined. "Brotherson, please go ahead. Ali is waiting for me. I need to find him first." Xue noticed the pair of pearl flowers in Yu Lingxi's hair. His eyes immediately brightened, and slight displeasure appeared on his handsome face. "Second sister, are those the jade pearl flowers I gave you last year?" Yu Lingxi smiled and unconsciously touched her hair. Xue misinterpreted her silence as shyness, thinking that second sister must have feelings for him. Otherwise, why would she wear the pearl flowers he gave her to meet him? He thought, "She understands my intentions, that's enough. Since you have other appointments, I'll go ahead first." After saying this, Xue gave Yu Lingxi a lingering look before riding away on his horse. Yu Lingxi stood there bewildered. After 2 lifetimes, she truly couldn't remember whether she bought these hairpins or received them as a gift. Yu Lingxi wanted to take off the hairpins, but doing so would seem suspicious. She could only let it be. Just then, Tang Bewley also spotted her. He quickly waved and ran over. "Lingxi, you're here. Let's quickly mount our horses and catch up with the hunting party." At the sound of a horn, hundreds of riders galloped over the long slope, racing away and startling countless birds from the forest. Yu Lingxi's archery and stamina weren't as good as her brother's. After circling the forest a few times, she returned to the camp with Tang Bewley. In the evening, a noble young man carrying a golden bow returned with several rabbits. The young man's figure looked somewhat familiar, probably someone she had seen at a banquet in her previous life. Yu Lingxi made a mental note and turned to ask Tang Bewley, "Ali, who's that young man in front carrying rabbits?" Tang Bewley looked ahead and replied, "Oh, that's Ning Zijua, the young prince of Nanyang, the current emperor's nephew." "Why do you ask?" "Come, eat some meat," he said, passing her some roasted meat. Yu Lingxi looked down at the plate, suddenly thinking of Ningyin, wondering if during this outing, would the guards from other households treat him poorly. Thinking this, she put some roasted meat on another plate. She handed it to Hu Tao, instructing, "Take this separately to Ning, that horse-tending beggar boy. Don't worry, I'll definitely take first place in tomorrow's hunt. Then no one will dare to look down on or mock you anymore." Last episode recap. Yu Lingxi saw the young prince of Nanyang, Ning Zijua, and thought that with so many people at the spring hunt, she wondered if Ningyin would be ostracized by guards from other households. Thinking this, she took a plate, added some roasted meat, and handed it to Hu Tao, instructing, "Take this separately to Ning, that horse-tending beggar boy." She was still worried about Ning Zijua, wondering if Ning's presence this time was really just a coincidence. Tang Bewley noticed Yu Lingxi staring at Ning Zijua and nudged her shoulder, saying mysteriously, "Though the young prince is of royal blood, he's just a spoiled young master. He's far inferior to your Xue's second young master. Among the capital's noble young men, only Xue's second young master is worthy of you." The Minister of War Lu's eldest daughter smiled and said, "Don't let Zhao Yuming hear that. I heard she quite fancies Xue's second young master." Yu Lingxi was startled. Cousin Yuming is here for the spring hunt too? Memories of her past life's experiences at the Zhao residence flashed through her mind, finally freezing on Zhao Yuming's face, scarred and bloody. Minister Lu's daughter waved her hand and replied, "Yes, she followed Xue all day, but he didn't even look at her once. She's probably crying to her sworn brother about it now." Indeed, Zhao Yuming was currently in her tent, furious. Yulingxi, Yulingxi. Shuetzen didn't pay attention to me all day. His eyes were only on that Yulingxi. And it's not just Shui Xian. Today, all those noble young men praised Yulingxi as heavenly beautiful, saying I can't compare to her. Zhao Su looked at her tear-stained face, his eyes showing obvious distress. Don't listen to their nonsense. Zhao Yuming shook her head. They're right. Cousin is so radiant, such a delicate beauty, with father and brother supporting her. How could everyone not like her? Unlike me, who's mocked wherever I go. Zhao Sun's heart ached seeing his sworn sister's tears, his eyes flashing darkness. They may like her, but I don't. Don't worry, I'll definitely win first place in tomorrow's hunt, bringing you honor. Then not just the Yu family, but no one in this entire hunting ground will dare to look down on or mock you anymore. The crescent moon hung slanted, the bonfire extinguished, and the tents were completely silent. A dark figure stealthily crept towards the stables. Ning Yin, with his excellent hearing, immediately recognized. The sound came from the stables west of Yulin, so he hid behind a tree trunk in the shadows to observe. He saw the dark figure take out a package of something and pour it into the horse trough, then stirred it with their hand before hurriedly leaving. After the dark figure completely disappeared, Ning Yin emerged from behind the tree trunk. Walking to the horse trough, he scooped up some feed and sniffed it. His lips curled into a smile as he let out a low, suppressed laugh. It seemed he wouldn't need to act himself. Someone had already become impatient. Yulingxi's horse would be startled, putting her in imminent danger. Last episode recap. At night, a dark figure sneaked to the stables, poured something into the horse trough, and quietly left. Ning Yin witnessed everything. He laughed softly, thinking he wouldn't need to act personally, as someone was already eager to cause trouble. The next day was windy. As Yulingxi mounted her horse to depart, Hu Tao handed her a red cotton cloak. Young miss, it's windy today. Please wear this cloak. Don't catch cold. In the spring chill, Yulingxi noticed Ning Yin was dressed too thinly, so she shook out the bright red cloak and draped it over Ning Yin's shoulders. Before he could react, Yulingxi directly helped him tie the strings. Ning Yin's body instinctively tensed, but only for a moment before relaxing. His eyes showed slight confusion. Yulingxi explained, during the hunt later, who knows how hot we'll get running around. This cloak will be perfect for you. After speaking, she looked Ian up and down, thinking to herself that Ian indeed suited such bright colors, creating a visually striking handsomeness. Ning Yin touched the cloak and finally said, "Thank you, young Mississippi. Since you're my attendant, naturally you can't dress too poorly, lest it shame the Yu family. Give me the reins." Yulingxi reached out her hand to Ning Yin. Ning Yin just stared at her steadily, his eyes an unfathomable black. He didn't hand over the reins. After a long while, Ning Yin's thin lips moved. "Young Mississippi, it will rain today. The hunt is dangerous." Just then, distant horn sounds echoed, indicating the hunt had begun. Yulingxi grabbed the reins from his hand. "It's fine. I'll return before the rain comes," she said, raising her whip and riding away without looking back. Clouds covered the sun, shadows blanketing the earth. Ning Yin watched Yulingxi's distant figure. His eyes seemed to darken as well, becoming cold and indifferent. Hunting dogs barked wildly in the forest, startling birds into flight. Today's winner turned out to be Zhao family's unremarkable adopted son. Yusini frowned and approached her sister. Coming closer, she lowered her voice and asked, "How's your Shue?" Yulingxi patted her restless red horse. She's spirited but agitated, not very obedient. Yusini looked around at all the listless horses and said, "Strange, how did all our horses develop problems overnight?" Before they could figure it out, suddenly they heard a piercing neigh. Ning Zijua's white horse suddenly had bloodshot eyes, foaming at the mouth, rearing up trying to throw Ning Zijua off its back. Yusini reacted first, quickly riding forward to help. She heard him shout, "Let go! I'll pull you!" Just then, Ning Zijua lost control and was about to fall. In a split second, Yusini grabbed Ning Zijua's luxurious clothes with one hand, pulling him safely onto her own horse. Ning Zijua was so frightened his eyes were red. Before he could thank her, they heard Yulingxi shout, Not good. Age, yeah. Be careful. Yu Lingxi turned around and saw the white horse rearing up on its hind legs, about to stomp down on them. Yu Lingxi screamed internally while whipping her horse desperately. Her mount Xue charged forward, knocking Ning Zijue's horse aside, avoiding a fatal strike. Just as Yu Lingxi was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the pain caused the knocked-aside horse to go completely berserk, its eyes red as it bit Xue's neck. Blood instantly gushed from Xue's neck, causing it to rear up in pain. Yu Lingxi screamed and held onto the reins tightly to avoid being thrown off. Xue let out a piercing neigh and carried Yu Lingxi galloping deep into the dense forest. Yu Xini and Xuetzen's cries rang out simultaneously. Before they could react, they chased after her. Ning Yin arrived at the forest to witness this scene. He sneered, young miss, you really love meddling in others' affairs." Then his cold, indifferent gaze fell on the still shocked female lead nearby. She was his prey for this mission. Meanwhile, Zhao Su, watching the chaos around him, showed obvious signs of guilt and panic. Last night, he had only drugged Yu family's horse feed, but somehow today, all horses had gone mad. So he tried to leave while everyone was in chaos, but was blocked by a figure in red. "Moo!" Zhao Su shouted, but didn't slow his horse, instead charging straight at the person blocking his way. The youth not only didn't dodge, but was smiling. His lips curved upward while his eyes were ice cold, as if looking down on an ephemeral insect. Yu Lingxi's fingers gently touched Ming Ming's face. He clearly felt the hardest part of his heart softening and melting, finally overflowing uncontrollably. Last episode recap. Zhao Su tried to leave during the chaos, but was blocked by a figure in red. "Moo!" Zhao Su shouted but didn't slow his horse, instead charging straight at the person blocking his way. The youth not only didn't dodge, but smiled, his lips curved upward while his eyes were ice cold, as if looking down on an ephemeral insect. At the moment of collision, he pushed off forcefully with his feet. Before Zhao Su could rein in his horse, the youth yanked him off the horse's back, slamming him hard onto the ground. Ning Yin seized Zhao family's horse, turned it around, then drew a dagger. The next second he stabbed the dagger into the horse. The pain made the gray horse gallop desperately into the forest. Meanwhile, Yu Lingxi lay prone on horseback, not daring to let go of the reins. The wind felt like knife cuts as branches whipped past, constantly striking her body with stinging pain. She could only comfort herself that Xue would stop when tired, but this hope was quickly shattered. Xue ran to the edge of the forest, where there was a jagged cliff. Yu Lingxi struggled to maintain consciousness, using all her strength to pull the reins. Xue managed to stop less than 3 feet from the cliff edge. Extreme fear and pain made it foam at the mouth and rear up. The force threw Yu Lingxi into the air, the reins slipping from her hands. Yu Lingxi fell straight toward the bottom of the cliff like a bird with broken wings. Looking at Xue at the cliff's edge, she wondered if this was how she would die today. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared in Yu Lingxi's vision. That person firmly grabbed her falling arm. The next moment, Yu Lingxi was pulled into that person's embrace. That person skillfully twisted their bodies, instantly switching their positions. By now, Yu Lingxi had forgotten to be afraid, looking at the person before her in shock. She never expected her rescuer to be Ning Yin. The red cloak billowed in the wind as they fell straight down. After an unknown time, Yu Lingxi was awakened by the damp, cold wind. The moment she opened her eyes, her whole body ached. She instinctively moved slightly, immediately hearing loose stones clatter and splash into the depths beside her. Yu Lingxi instantly became fully alert, holding her breath and freezing in place. She realized she was on a ledge in the middle of the cliff, barely 4 feet wide and half a zhang long. Below was a misty abyss whose bottom couldn't be seen. One wrong move would mean certain death. Looking around, she found Ning Ning lying unconscious beside her, eyes tightly closed. Her memories returned. When she fell from the cliff, Ning Ning had chased after her, leaping to grab her as she fell from horseback. They fell down the jagged cliff face until Ning Ning managed to grab onto a twisted mountain pine, slowing their descent. Before his strength gave out, he had used all his power to throw both himself and Yu Lingxi onto this barely adequate platform. He was still unconscious. half his leg dangling off the ledge, his disheveled cloak flapping loudly in the mountain wind. He was in danger of falling at any moment. Without hesitation, Ulingsi carefully knelt down, trying to pull him up. Using all her strength, she barely managed to move the heavy youth slightly further onto the ledge, finally managing to turn Ning Yin's body over. Ulingsi discovered small wounds on his brow bone. His left hand's fingers were badly mangled, presumably injured while searching for handholds during the fall. Ulingsi felt heartache. Even with her intervention in this life, he still kept getting hurt. What kind of life did he live in his previous life with no one to care for him? Ulingsi clearly felt the hardest part of her heart softening and melting, finally overflowing with emotion. Her eyes reddened, and just as she touched his cheek, Enin suddenly opened his eyes. Trapped at the bottom of the cliff, Ulingsi was hungry, thirsty, and developed a high fever. In this critical moment, Ning cut his wrist to save her. The previous episode recapped. Ulingsi and Ning fell off the cliff, landing on a ledge. Ulingsi woke up first, looking at the unconscious Ning beside her. She clearly felt her heart softening. Just as she reached out to gently pat Ning Yin's cheek, he suddenly opened his eyes. As those indifferent eyes gradually focused and fell on Ulingsi's pale face, he hurriedly sat up and called out, "Young Mississippi." Ulingsi saw his left arm twisted unnaturally backward. Her eyes darkened. "Your hand." Ning Yin's gaze followed Ulingsi's to his limp arm. Then he flashed a carefree smile. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Ulingsi choked up. "What do you mean, just a minor injury? Do you even realize what situation you're in?" Before she could finish speaking, she saw Ning expressionlessly place his palm on his left shoulder joint and forcefully push. With a crack, the dislocated joint was pushed back into place. That cracking sound made Ulingsi's hair stand on end. She looked at him speechlessly, thinking how this youth's cold indifference to pain resembled his previous life. Ning tried moving his left arm, seeing it was barely usable. He looked around and said, "Young miss, we're trapped in the middle of a cliff, over 20 zhang from the ground. Without shelter from wind and cold, no water or food. We'll die in 3 days." Ulingsi's heart sank. Leaning against the jagged cliff wall, she curled up and softly hummed in response. Enin glanced at her, a hint of interest appearing in his eyes as he leaned closer to ask, "Aren't you afraid, young miss?" Ulingsi thought that thanks to her previous life, she had seen far more terrifying scenes. This current danger wasn't really anything in comparison. She took his injured hand, bandaging it while comforting him. "Don't be afraid either. Big sister and brother Zeng will come to rescue us." At the mention of Xuetzen's name, the light in Ning Yin's eyes dimmed. What a troublesome and unnecessary person. As he was thinking this, the girl's gentle, hoarse voice came again, "But you shouldn't be trapped here with me. While it's not raining and the cliff wall is still dry. If you can climb up, you should go. Then find help and come back for me." She knew that despite Ning Yin's injured arm, his strength was remarkable. Taking a chance he might survive. When Yanning considered the situation, thinking the cliff top was only about 10 zhang away. With his abilities, he could indeed climb up to safety. But if he did that, everything he had done would be meaningless. Having abandoned Ning Zijua as a target and chosen her instead, he wanted his decision to have maximum impact. With this thought, he removed his red cloak and gently wrapped it around Ulingsi. Ulingsi was startled, turning around to hear Ning say, "I'm injured, so I'll stay by young Mrs. side. I'm not going anywhere. As long as I can be by young Mrs. side, there's nothing to fear." His dark eyes reflected Ulingsi's surprised expression, thinking that after all, a superior beast would never let go of what's in its mouth. Whether his words were true or false, Ulingsi surrendered. He carried too many flaws and past burdens to argue anymore. She silently shared half of the large cloak, covering Ning Yin's shoulders. They huddled together on the cliff face for warmth. Night fell like a giant beast. Ulingsi didn't receive rescue, but instead got a devastating downpour. She felt the cold seeping in her bones and soon developed a high fever. She unconsciously snuggled closer to Ning Yin, whimpering, "Your Highness, I'm thirsty." Ning Yin's eyelashes flickered, his eyes turning cold. He hoarsely asked, "What?" and leaned his ear closer. But Ulingsi's teeth were clenched shut, unable to make any sound. That "Your Highness" seemed like an illusion carried by the whimpering wind. Ning Yin pondered. Among the current royal princes and dukes who had contact with Ulingsi, there was only the young Duke of Nanyang, Ming Zijua, whom she had met at the hunting grounds these past days. Just as he was thinking, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Ulingsi had lost consciousness. Ning Yin felt her forehead, finding it increasingly hot. He knew she had always been sickly and dependent on medicine. Now without food or water, and exposed to wind and rain, she might not last much longer. After a moment's hesitation, Ning Yin moved his fingers to reveal a short blade hidden in his sleeve. He swiftly cut his wrist. Yu Lingxi was thirsty and hungry, her fever making her mouth dry. In her hazy state, she felt something warm slowly moistening her lips. She wanted to catch this sweet dew, but her trembling teeth were locked tight like a clam shell, without strength to open. The person beside her seemed to realize this problem. That warm sweetness temporarily withdrew. After a moment, the shadow fell again, and something soft and cool touched her dry, trembling lips. From now on, you'll be my wife. Come home with me quickly. When she opened her eyes again, Yu Lingxi saw her familiar boudoir. Below her was a soft bed, dim candlelight on the table, and deep darkness outside the window. Just as she sat up, Yusini rushed to embrace her tightly. "You bad girl, you almost scared me to death." Yu Lingxi, still not fully clear-headed, comforted her. "Sister, I'm fine." Yusini sat beside her, her eyes as red as if she hadn't slept for 3 days. "How can you be fine? You've been unconscious for a day and night." Yu Lingxi instinctively showed an obedient smile. "Look, I'm perfectly fine now. Thanks to—" She looked around and asked, "Where's the young lady who saved me?" Yusini's expression became subtle. After an awkward cough, she said, "Schwetzen was the first to find you trapped in the cliff. There was no young lady." "How could that be?" Yu Lingxi clearly remembered how she jumped down the cliff to catch him, how she sheltered him from wind and rain on the cliff face. Yu Lingxi pressed her lips together and looked directly at Yusini. "Sister, tell me the truth. What really happened?" Yusini was straightforward by nature and not good at lying. Seeing her sister's suspicion, she pulled over their brother. "Yu Huanchen, you explain." Yu Huanchen was silent for a while before answering. "Sui Sui, you're a young lady. Being alone with a servant for a day and night would harm your reputation if word got out." Yu Lingxi's breath caught. "So you chose the well-reputed, high-born second young Master Shui to cover this up?" She immediately threw off her blanket. "Where is he? Where is the young man who saved me?" Yu Huanchen sighed helplessly. "By rights, when a servant damages their master's reputation, only their complete disappearance can minimize the damage. But since he saved you, I gave him a generous reward and sent him away from the manor." Before he could finish, Yu Lingxi rushed out of the room. Yu Lingxi searched the back courtyard, but found no sign of Ning Ning. It was so dark, and he was injured. Where could he have gone? A thought flashed through her mind. She took a horse and rode towards Xingping Street. Under the burnt house in Yujiesian, she indeed found Ning Ning's lonely figure. Ning Ning heard the approaching hoofbeats. His lips curved slightly. Finally here, he tilted his head up, his eyes reflecting Yu Lingxi's small figure as she quickly reined in her horse. She hadn't even taken time to dress properly, wearing only simple white undergarments as she rushed out. Just then, Yu Lingxi spotted the dark figure hiding in the corner. It was indeed Ming Yin. Seeing him safe, Yu Lingxi felt relieved, followed by a spreading sourness. She hadn't expected Ning Ning's subconscious refuge would be this place that had given him endless pain and humiliation. Perhaps Ning Ning deliberately hid here, in a place where she could find him. But whether intentional or not, she couldn't ignore it now. Yu Lingxi guided her horse slowly forward. Their eyes met, and Ming Yin immediately showed a pleasing smile. "Young miss, why did you come?" As he spoke, he tried to hide his injured left arm behind his back. But Yu Lingxi still saw the blood seeping through the bandages. She sighed. "Come back with me." Yin shook his head. "I can't go back with young Mississippi. It would harm your reputation. I'm just a nameless person with unknown origins." "Young miss doesn't need—" Yu Lingxi suddenly interrupted him. "You say you have no name? Then I'll give you one." Ning Yin looked at her, listening quietly. "Your former code number 27 was too arrogant. I'll take from the national name as your surname. Until we find your real name, you'll be called Wei Shi." Yu Lingxi's chest rose slightly, her gaze seeming to pierce through the young man before her, back to the distant past. Yin was the 7th among the princes. Wei Shi was the fake name she had used when they left the capital for the palace in her previous life. Now giving him this name would save her from calling him Yin. His eyes widened slightly, a ripple passing through his previously still gaze. He had never heard this name before, yet somehow it felt inexplicably familiar. Wei Shi, he repeated in a hoarse, slightly confused young voice, carried by the gentle wind. The sound drifted to Yu Lingxi's ears as she gripped the reins and slowly leaned down from horseback. For the first time, she reached out to Ning Ning. "Come home with me." To Ning Ning, Wei Shi should have been the most ridiculous name in the world, but coming from her lips, it carried an inexplicably convincing solemnity. His Adam's apple moved slightly for a moment. Then he slowly raised his clean right hand. Gently placing his fingers in her palm, he said, "All right, from now on." That night, the destitute young man and the noble young lady began an uncertain gamble with their futures. "Father, let's free Lin Ying from his slave status and make him an honored guest. From now on, we'll treat him with proper respect." As mentioned before, when Yu Lingxi woke up after being rescued, she discovered her family had driven Lin Ying away. So she rode to Yu Jiexian, found Lin Ying, gave him a new name, and asked him to return home with her. Lin Ying raised his right hand, placing his fingers gently in her palm. Yu Lingxi pulled slightly, helping him onto the horse. "Your left hand is injured, and you're unsteady. Better hold on tight. If you fall, I won't be responsible for picking you up." The girl's lowered voice came from in front. Ying lowered his eyes and softly agreed. After hesitating, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist. The touch was delicate and soft, feeling as if his hands could encircle it completely. For the first time in his life, Ning Ying felt curious about a woman's body. Just as he was wondering what kind of jade could feel so soft, an elbow jabbed back at him, followed by the girl's delicate warning, "Hold on to the clothes, no wandering hands." "Yes, young miss," came the young man's obedient voice from behind, though his eyes clearly showed a hint of dark amusement. The general's mansion was still brightly lit at this hour. Yu Lingxi entered through the side door, leading Ning Ying to the side hall. Along the way, servants bowed in greeting, but none dared to look twice or say a word. Seeing his daughter return, General Yu first sighed in relief. Then his gaze fell on the black-clad youth behind her. His just relaxed brows furrowed again. Yu Lingxi bowed. "Father, brother, Sui Sui has returned." She carefully watched her father and brother's reactions to see if they would recognize Ning Ying's identity. But surprisingly, their expressions showed only slight headache and displeasure, with no other recognition. So she turned to Ning Ying and said, "Go rest first. Food and medicine will be sent to your room." Ning Ying obediently bowed to General Yu despite his pain, then withdrew. Yu Huanshan took a deep breath and spoke first. "Little sister, your heart is too soft. You're not yet married and spring approaches. Even if that nameless servant saved you in the fight." Yu Lingxi looked at Yu Huanshan seriously and said, "He's not a servant. He has a name now, Wei Shi." Yu Huanshan shook his head. "The name doesn't matter. Your reputation is what's most important. Even if he saved your life, you once saved his in the heavy snow. You're even now. You don't owe him anything." Yu Lingxi accepted the cloak handed to her by Chibi and wrapped it around herself, arguing, "Brother, you know very well that saving him was effortless for me. But he risked his life to save mine. How can you compare the two?" At the corner of the corridor, Ning Ying heard these words. Although everything was under his control, these gentle yet firm words still created ripples in his dead-still star lake. They vanished in an instant. His lips curved in an ambiguous smile as he turned and disappeared into the endless shadows of the corridor. In the room, Yu Lingxi continued, "Father has taught me since childhood to be loyal, righteous, and upright. How could I, out of fear of rumors, do something against my conscience when someone risked their life to protect me?" Yu Lingxi had always been obedient, and this was the first time they'd seen her so insistent. Yu Huanshan muttered, "We haven't mistreated him. The silver I offered would have lasted him a lifetime, but he refused to take it." General Yu's face softened with pride as he repeatedly praised, "As expected of my daughter Yu Yuan, you're honorable and responsible." Yu Huanshan hesitated before speaking. "Let your brothers say one more thing. You haven't fallen for that young man, have you?" He thought the youth's appearance was exceptional, even surpassing Shui Tong, and worried his pure-hearted sister might sacrifice her future out of gratitude. After all, Shui Tong was her proper match. Yu Lingxi understood her brother's meaning and said, "Brother, don't worry. I can distinguish between gratitude and romantic feelings." In truth, Yu Lingxi had been contemplating how to reveal Ming Ying's identity to her father and brother. Revealing it abruptly would only make things messy. She could only drop hints later and let her brother discover it himself. If Ning Ying's cruel and cold nature could improve somewhat, she could then convince her father and brother. With this backing, Ning Ying, a fallen prince of good character, could also find those who had framed the Yu family. So Yu Lingxi told her father, "Actually, besides being moved by his loyalty, I treat him this way because after the incident at the horse grounds, I judge from his bearing that he's no ordinary person." Yu Huanshan nodded at this. Now that Sui Sui mentions it, I remember. Though that youth seems weak, his spirit in attempting to slit his wrist commands respect even from me. General Yu's stern gaze had softened. Good. Then how do you plan to arrange for him? Yu Lingxi replied without hesitation. Free him from slave status and make him an honored guest. We'll treat him with proper respect from now on. What about Wei Shi? There's one thing I don't understand. How did young miss know about my blood-stained measurements? Ying Ying had discovered Yu Lingxi's slip. Several days later, Tang Buli came personally to apologize. As a good friend, he felt deeply guilty about such a major accident occurring at the spring hunt he had organized. As soon as they met, Tang Buli started rambling apologetically. He hugged Yu Lingxi. Sui Sui, I'm so sorry. It's my fault for not being strict enough. Yu Lingxi smiled, moving away her needlework and deerskin to avoid hitting her impulsive friend. Silly Ali, how is this your fault? Have you found out what caused it? Tang Buli quickly replied, We found something in the fodder that made the horses go wild. I suspect the Zhao family did it. The day before, everyone's horses were fine, but the next day, they were all poisoned except for the Zhao family's horses. But I have no proof. Besides, Zhao Su fell from his horse somehow and is still unconscious. Zhao Yuming just keeps crying, and we can't get anything out of him. Tang Buli stared at Yu Lingxi for a while. Never mind that. You've been sewing deerskin boots all afternoon. They look like men's boots. Are they for young Master Shui? Yu Lingxi casually made an excuse. The deerskin from last hunt would just be sitting there, so I'm practicing my skills. Fortunately, Tang Buli wasn't detail-oriented and left after some small talk. By evening, the deerskin boots were finished. Yu Lingxi thought for a moment, dismissed the servants, and took a lantern with the boots to the kitchen in the back courtyard alone. Since she would need his help in the future, she had to show some goodwill. Ling Ying was behind the closed door, with a faint warm light showing from inside. Yu Lingxi had come quietly to avoid waking the sleeping neighbors, so instead of knocking, she pushed the door open directly. Near the candle stand, Ling Ying was about to bandage a knife wound on his forearm where he had let blood. Seeing Yu Lingxi enter, he showed no surprise. He tilted his head to bite one end of the bandage, tying it tight. Before even properly dressing, he smiled as if seeing her was a great joy, and stood up saying, Young Mississippi. Yu Lingxi closed the door behind her and walked forward, asking, How are your wounds? Ming Ying's black eyes held a strange, faint light as he shook his head and said, It doesn't hurt. Yu Lingxi couldn't help but smile, placing the deerskin boots on the table. She said directly, Try them on and see if they fit. Ming Ying touched the deerskin boots, his bandaged fingers tracing over the fine stitching. He raised his hand and asked, Did young miss make these for me? Yu Lingxi replied without looking up, No, just try them on. Ming Ying put on the boots and took a few light steps. Yu Lingxi's face showed a trace of satisfaction. They fit well. Keep them then. Ming Ying bent down, gently stroking the surface of the boots. But there's one thing I don't understand. Yu Lingxi froze. What? Ming Ying's eyes held a deeper smile as he asked, How did young miss know my shoe size? Yu Lingxi nearly choked. She hadn't expected Ning Ning to notice this flaw immediately. Next episode preview. At Jinyan Temple in the Western City, after Ning Ning shook off the troublesome guard, he arrived at the meditation room's secret chamber where a tall blue-clad officer carrying a bronze sword had been waiting. Seeing Ning Ning enter, the officer quickly knelt and bowed, his throat trembling as he said, This servant was late. Please punish me. The black-clad youth sat on the small couch, looking at him from the corner of his eye, saying, Since you're late, must I take action myself? Yu Lingxi said to Ning Ning, I want you to protect the Wu family. Previously, Yu Lingxi had made deerskin boots for Ning Ning, and he asked, How did young miss know my size? Yu Lingxi hadn't expected Ming Yin to notice her slip immediately. After a brief pause, she quickly regained composure and said, I noticed you're about the same height as Qing Xiao. Ming Yin replied casually, Young miss has a good eye. Yu Lingxi thought to herself that in her previous life at the Regent's mansion, she had plenty of free time and had made these boots 800 times. Even the pair Ning Ying wore before his death in her previous life was made by her. Yu Lingxi patted the table and said, lifting her head slightly, Sit down. Only when Ning Ying obediently sat did that imposing pressure disappear. She looked at him directly, trying to break free from past prejudices and carefully observe the seemingly docile and harmless youth before her. "Tell me honestly, how do I treat you?" He immediately replied, "Young Miss treats me very well. You've given me wisdom, a name, and the best food, clothing, and shelter. You're the kindest person I've ever met." Yu Lingxi lowered her hand. "What if someone else treats you this well in the future?" Mingyin anxiously tried to kneel. "Why would young Miss say such things? Without your rescue, how could I even be alive?" Yu Lingxi narrowed her eyes, suspecting that Yin Yin's survival in his youth wasn't just due to his strong will, but also his way with words. So she deliberately continued, closing her eyes, "Then you must remember my kindness." Ming Yin, unlike other servants who would be sorrowful, looked directly in her autumn-clear eyes and said softly, "I dare not forget. If I could repay even a fraction of young Mrs. Kindness, I would do anything." Noting from his tone that he seemed unaware of the burning incident, Yu Lingxi mischievously asked, "Oh, what can you do?" "I can serve young Miss." Seeing Yu Lingxi raise an eyebrow silently, Yin thought for a moment and added with a smile, "I can also fight. If young Miss has enemies she wants killed, I can help." Yu Lingxi raised her hand to stop him. She secretly criticized how he had become so twisted, with his mind full of bloodshed and killing. She coughed lightly. "I don't want you to kill anyone. On the contrary, I want you to protect the Yu family." "Stop smiling. As I said before, if you're unwilling, I'll still respect your choice and give you some money to leave." After her long speech, Ming Yin replied without hesitation. "I'm willing," he said, slightly raising his hand, his ink-black pupils deep as whirlpools. Captivated, Yu Lingxi's slender fingers slowly unfurled, her brow smoothing. She helped Ning Yin up, smiling as she raised her eyebrows. "In that case, from tomorrow you'll be my household's honored guest." "How's that?" She hadn't expected him to understand so well. She thought that while Kuqin had a good reputation, he was still an outsider, and it wouldn't be convenient for him to investigate. Yu Lingxi noticed his hesitation and asked, "What's wrong?" Ningyin bowed and said, "I am of humble birth and limited knowledge. Let me start as a guard to protect young Mississippi." Yu Lingxi quietly watched his self-deprecation, realizing he had reminded her that making Mingyin a close attendant would be too conspicuous and might expose his identity to those with ulterior motives. Thinking about this, she said, "Very well. But remember, guards are people too. Stop belittling yourself. Everything will be under my command." Yin lowered his eyes to hide his emotions and softly said, "As long as I can stay by young Mrs. side, anything is fine." It was getting late, and Yu Lingxi couldn't stay longer. She said, "That's all for today. Rest now. Your wounds haven't healed. Don't stay out in the wind." After seeing Yu Lingxi to the door, Ying sat back in his chair, removed the deerskin boots, and examined them in the cold light from the window. The young girl thought herself clever, but she couldn't even lie well. These deerskin boots were too fine to be from the warehouse prisoners. Her care seemed more like trying to put a gentle chain on him. Could she have guessed his identity? Impossible. Ling quickly dismissed this thought. Even Yu Yuan and his son couldn't recognize him, let alone a sheltered young lady who rarely left home. According to Ming Ying's previous nature, anyone who had seen him in his weak and pathetic state should be killed after being used and everything burned clean. But now, his eyes darkened as he slowly contained his murderous intent. Somehow, he found himself reluctant to kill her. The Yu family commanded strong forces. Such a fat piece of meat, absorption would be more valuable than destruction. An interesting prey should be fattened up for a more satisfying meal. Previously, Yu Lingxi had made deerskin boots for Ying and told him she wanted him as her guard to protect herself and the Yu family. This day, Yu Lingxi asked Ming Ying to accompany her to a shop outside Jinyan Temple to buy some salt and pepper. Ling Ying bowed and agreed. When they arrived, while Yu Lingxi was selecting items in the store, Ming Ying slipped into Jinyan Temple. In the meditation room's secret chamber, a tall blue-clad officer carrying a bronze sword had been waiting for some time. Seeing Ming Ying enter, the officer quickly knelt and bowed, his throat trembling as he said hoarsely, "This subordinate was late due to circumstances. Please punish me, Your Highness." The black-clad youth sat on the small couch, yawned in front of Yin Wei, and said, "Since you know you're late, must I take action myself?" Shi Wei knew his careless movements had nearly caused his master to be harmed by the Western Sichuan prince. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he swallowed and drew his heavy sword. Hun Shiwei covered his severed finger, maintaining a calm expression, and said, "Your Highness has been undercover for so long, enduring such danger and hardship. Have you summoned us to take action?" "No, I've changed my mind," he said, raising his hand. A black hawk flew in and landed on his arm. He continued, "The Yu family commands strong forces. Such a fat piece of meat. Absorption is more valuable than destruction." There was a moment of silence before His Highness seemed to recall something amusing and smiled. "Interesting prey should be fattened up before eating, shouldn't it?" He looked down at the carefully made deerskin boots on his feet. 2 tiny spots had appeared on them, blood that had splattered when he cut off his finger earlier. The smile in Yin's eyes faded. After a while, he slowly said, "Zhiji, you've dirted my treasure." Though his voice showed no emotion, Zhiji felt an overwhelming pressure that forced his 8-foot frame to the ground. When Yu Lingxi came out after shopping, she saw Yin sitting in front of the carriage, head down, constantly wiping his boots. "Always cleaning your boots, but you don't even notice the willow leaves on you." Yu Lingxi smiled, helping brush the willow catkins off his shoulders. Yin continued wiping, saying, "These boots are from young Mississippi. They must be especially treasured." These words somehow made it seem like the two of them were secretly intimate. But since she did give him the boots, Yu Lingxi could only cough lightly and say, "I understand. Let's head back to the mansion." Seeing her hurriedly get into the carriage in panic, Yin's lips curved slightly as he flicked the reins. Next episode preview. From this point, Shui Tun no longer hesitated. He stepped back and knelt before Yu Lingxi's complex gaze. With a straight back, he solemnly said to the 2 elders, "I love second sister and wish to take her as my wife, to care for her all her life. Please grant us your blessing, General Yu." What to do? Our female lead is attending a palace banquet and will catch the crown prince's eye. At the end of March's spring banquet, the Yu father and son had both fallen ill during the last northern expedition, missing the campaign. After much consideration, Yu Lingxi decided to represent the Yu family at this spring banquet. Ning watched Yu Lingxi descend the steps amid the crowd. His dark eyes showed a slight ripple of emotion. Today, Yu Lingxi wore only simple, plain clothes with her hair simply arranged, adorned with just a jade hairpin. It made her features appear even more naturally vivid. Hu Tao looked worriedly at the unadorned Yu Lingxi and anxiously said, "Young miss, perhaps you should change your clothes. Even with your beauty, such plain attire will make you seem unremarkable." Yu Lingxi smiled and replied, "Being unremarkable is exactly what I want. Let's hurry, we'll be in trouble if we're late." Ning Ying's lips moved slightly as he said, "Young miss, please get in the carriage," and extended his arm. Yu Lingxi used his arm for support as she entered. Her pure white hand touched his leather arm guard briefly, leaving a faint fragrance. Seeming to remember something, Yu Lingxi lifted the carriage curtain and told Ning Ying, "For this palace visit, you needn't follow. The palace exterior is crowded." She feared someone might recognize Ning Ying's identity and disrupt his plans. "Very well." Yin obediently clasped his hands. After a moment, he added with a smile, "The banquet will be crowded. Please be careful, young miss, and mind your emotions." Yu Lingxi felt there was hidden meaning in Yin's words, as if he was warning her of something. But she didn't need his reminder. She knew how to avoid trouble. She acknowledged and lowered the curtain, returning inside the carriage. Yu Huanchen, accompanying his sister to the banquet, had observed their entire interaction and frowned slightly. He called over a guard and said in a low voice, "Xing Xiao, have someone protect young Mississippi. Don't let her get too close to that person. Also, investigate that boy's background before he came to the arena. Report any findings immediately." The spring banquet was held in the royal garden, with men and women separated by a wall. Meanwhile, the crown prince ordered Tan Hushou to climb the Cheongyu Tower. A young eunuch followed, saying, "That young corpse found in the arena indeed had a dagger wound scar on the chest. It must be the 7th prince." Hearing this, Ling Tang snorted, "It better be so. If I discover that Sword Tomb is still alive, your yin head will roll." At the words yin person, the young eunuch's smile faded. "I wouldn't dare. Also, the Empress asked me to tell your Highness that all unmarried noble ladies of the capital are at the spring banquet. Your Highness might choose a new crown princess. The Empress also said that General Yu's eldest daughter would be suitable." Ing Dan stood by the window, surveying the banquet seats, and said, "It's impossible to choose anyone from the Yu family. Tell Mother to give up on this idea. That Yu Cini is only moderately attractive and too unrefined. She lacks feminine grace. The eunuch's gaze turned to a corner, eyes narrowing. The Yu family controls military power. Either eliminate them or bring them under your highness's command. Otherwise, they remain a threat. I hear the Yu family has a younger daughter. Ingdan followed his gaze dismissively. If the elder daughter looks like that, how good could the younger one be? A girl raised by military brutes must be equally crude. Her gaze fell on the westernmost corner of the banquet, and her complaints suddenly stopped. Her pupils dilated in amazement. Through the gaps between pillars, she could see a young lady with a slender waist. At first glance, her attire was simple and unremarkable. Had it not been pointed out, she might have overlooked her. But looking carefully now, as the breeze swept past and flowers swayed, the glimpse of the young lady's jawline revealed exquisite perfection. The eunuch noticed Ling Tang's fascination and casually said, "That is the very lady your highness just referred to as raised by military brutes." Ling Tang's throat suddenly felt dry. He gave the eunuch a look, and the young eunuch immediately understood. "I'll go make arrangements right away." Under the spring sunshine, the noble gentleman and pure beauty seemed so well matched. The dazzling face of fate hidden in the bamboo curtain shadow thought, "If that's the case, let all obstacles disappear from this world." Previously, the crown prince caught a glimpse of Yu Lingxi from Xiongyu Tower and became interested in her. Yu Lingxi, unaware of this, quietly remained in the background among the beautiful court ladies. At this moment, Schwetzen approached. He wore a moon-white brocade robe today, appearing as clear and pure as jade, with an elegant demeanor. He first properly greeted Tang Bewley, then looked at Yu Lingxi and said, "The crown prince just summoned me. He asked me to escort second sister home." Tang Bewley's eyes darted between the two, and with a suppressed smile said, "You two chat, I'll go ahead first." She ran off, ignoring Yu Lingxi's meaningful glance. Yu Lingxi had no choice but to say, "Then I'll trouble Brother Sin." Back at the general's mansion, Yu Lingxi said, "Since you've come this far, please come in for some tea." But upon entering, they saw gold, silver, jade, and coral treasures piled everywhere. Yu Lingxi stopped in her tracks, immediately filled with an ominous feeling. She saw her father standing in the hall with a grave expression, while her mother quietly dabbed her reddened eyes with a handkerchief. Seeing Yu Lingxi enter, General Yu said heavily, "Sui Sui, the crown prince wishes to take you as his crown princess." Like a thunderbolt from the sky, Yu Lingxi froze in place. She had deliberately dressed plainly today and hadn't drawn attention at the banquet. To still be chosen by the crown prince, there were only two possibilities. Either someone deliberately recommended her to catch the crown prince's attention, or because the Yu family controlled military power, the crown prince would pursue her regardless to consolidate his power. Either way, the Yu family was now forcibly drawn into factional struggles. General Yu finally broke the silence, asking, "Sui Sui, what are your thoughts on this?" Yu Lingxi remained outwardly calm. "Father, I am unwilling. But if this is the only way, absolutely not." General Yu and Schwetzen spoke simultaneously. General Yu approached and said in a voice only they could hear, "Sui Sui, do you know why I've refused to join the Eastern Palace faction? It's because the crown prince is not a kind person. Moreover, he already has a consort, Si Mingji, and will have thousands of beauties in the future. The palace is full of dangers. With your personality, how could you survive there?" Then Schwetzen spoke up, "If we want to avoid this marriage without causing gossip, there is a way, though it might inconvenience second sister." Madame Yu immediately asked what the method was. General Yu immediately understood. "You mean arranging an engagement for Sui Sui before the imperial decree arrives?" "An engagement?" Yu Lingxi suddenly raised her hand. "What kind of plot development is this?" Madame Yu thought this plan feasible, wiping her sweat but frowning again. "But where can we find a suitable young man whom we know well and trust?" Before she finished speaking, Shuetan knelt before Yu Lingxi's complex gaze. With a straight back, he solemnly said to the elders, "I love second sister and wish to take her as my wife, to protect her for life." Meanwhile, Inin shook off Qing Shao and visited Qingyan Temple again. Returning, he saw the apricot blossoms blooming vibrantly outside the temple. He casually picked one and held it to his nose. "Not bad, this scent. It's just like the faint fragrance on Yu Lingxi's embroidered robe." Turning around the corridor, he overheard two servants gossiping quietly. "Do you think our second miss will really marry young Master Su?" The other replied, most likely. People from the palace brought many gifts today. I think some prince must have taken a liking to our Mississippi. The general and his wife, unwilling to send their daughter to that man-eating place, are rushing to arrange her engagement. After all, the Xue family has long had a marriage agreement with our Yu family because of last year's incident. He stopped in his tracks. At that moment, Yu Lingxi and Xue Tun walked out together. Under the spring sunshine, the noble gentleman and pure beauty seemed so well matched. The dazzling sight stung his hawk-like eyes. He narrowed his eyes, dark clouds gathering in them. Emotions churned within. So the cold light that once cut through the jade boundary of the immortal capital hadn't illuminated him alone. The beautiful prey didn't belong to him alone. With a small crack, his fingers snapped the apricot branch as easily as breaking a fragile twig. If that's the case, let all obstacles disappear from this world. Who would have thought our passionate regent would have such dreams? The sky was gloomy. The wind swept away the remaining red leaves from the branches. Yin had a dream. For the first time, he didn't dream of killing and blood, but of rippling water reflecting silvery light across a pond. In his arms, he held a slender woman with bewitching black hair, pressing her against the edge of the bath, giving light kisses. It hurts, she whimpered pitifully between his lips and teeth. Her jade-soft arms wrapped around his neck, wet and breathing softly. The prince bit down as punishment, wiping away a crimson drop of blood. His cold, dangerous voice persisted. What should you call me here? The woman in his arms had alluring eyes, rippling with emotion. Wei Wei, answered Yu Lingxi. A voice rang out in the carriage. She pushed Ming Yin's shoulder. You're finally awake. I brought you along to get medicine, but you've been sleeping the whole way. Seeming to remember something, Yu Lingxi added, is someone at the mansion making you do too much work? Ming Yin quickly explained, Miss, I'm just feeling drowsy from the medicine lately. It's nothing. Yu Lingxi sighed in relief. Well then, after we get the medicine, you can rest in the carriage. I'll call you when I return. Thinking of her own matters to attend to, Ying agreed. Thank you for your consideration, miss. Watching as Yu Lingxi left the carriage. She opened her palm and brought her fingertips to her nose. The gentle, alluring feminine scent from the dream seemed to linger. Even as she entered the secret passage beneath Jinyan Temple's meditation room, Ying still couldn't understand why she had dreamed of Yu Lingxi, and in such a way, forcing her to call herself that ridiculous Jiaying. Your Highness, spare me. A woman's tragic cry pulled Ying back to reality. The woman kept kowtowing desperately. Please spare this servant, for the sake of my years serving Lady Li and your Highness. After letting the traitor kowtow enough, Ying smiled slightly. When Qin Yang betrayed me to my royal brother about my palace, putting my life at risk, did you think about those years of loyalty then? I wouldn't dare, truly wouldn't dare. The palace made Qin Yang never imagined Yin could escape Yin Changrui's hands and kill his entire family in revenge. She pleaded desperately, I'll do anything if your highness spares my life. Ying played with the short blade in her fingers, eyes half closed as if calculating something. After a while, she spoke lightly. She merely lifted her chin. The palace maid immediately crawled fawningly to her feet. Ying slowly said, I want you to love me, just like Yu Lingxi loved Xue Xiyan. Ying left the rest unsaid. But even that first half of the sentence shocked all the subordinates in the room. They couldn't fathom their master's thoughts. Qin Yang was especially uneasy, wondering what the seventh prince meant. From birth, Yin had endured her father's coldness, her siblings' oppression. Even her birth mother, Lady Li, was full of disgust for her. Qin Yang only felt fear and truly didn't know how to love her. But she wanted to live, so she forced herself to reach out. Her trembling hands moved up from those rough boots, clutching at the clothes to offer herself. This should be love, right? This was how all women in the palace did it. As soon as those pale, worm-like hands touched the boots, Ying's gaze turned cold. She said icily, not like this. Yu Lingxi's hands are warm. Even when afraid, her eyes remain clear and pure. When she looks at someone, her eyes ripple with light. Unlike this woman's false, seductive gaze, muddy, without any brightness. Only Yu Lingxi can do it. Only she has eyes as clear as autumn waters. Yin finally understood this matter. Her pale, thin lips formed cold words. "You're too filthy." As she spoke, she kicked Qin Yang, who had just touched her clothes, sending her sprawling to the ground. Qin Yang looked incredulously at the young woman who had suddenly changed face before her, stammering, "Your Highness, I can do it. Please give this servant another chance." Ying raised her slender fingers, signaling the woman to stop. "You should be grateful I'm not killing you." Qin Yang froze. Then her eyes lit up with hope. Just as she thought she had escaped death, Ying leaned back in her chair and burst into laughter. Her chest shook with laughter, yet it wasn't crude. Instead, it carried an odd elegance that seemed to mock all living things. "Did you think I would say that?" Yin Yin's repeated words shattered the joy in Qin Yang's eyes. Knowing she wouldn't survive, her dying, withered eyes blazed with boundless hatred. Her voice, mixed with crying and laughter, became like the world's most vicious curse. "No one will ever love you. You'll only be abandoned and betrayed because you're a terrifying demon." The cursing stopped abruptly. No one saw Ying move. Qin Yang's eyes widened suddenly, her body going limp. In an instant, she was lifeless. "Since I picked you up, you're my responsibility. I'll never abandon you." Leaving the secret chamber, the cool drizzle fell on her cheeks. Ning stopped, raised her hand to the gloomy sky, and muttered to herself, "It's raining." Seeing Ning return from somewhere without an umbrella, her clothes and hair all wet, Yulingxi felt worried. Taking the umbrella from Chibi's hand, she walked toward Ning. "Where have you been?" "Drinking," Ying answered. Yulingxi frowned. Why drink on such a rainy day? She thoughtfully offered her umbrella. Ying didn't take it, staying quiet for a moment. She suddenly said softly, "General Xiao once said my staying in the mansion would ruin Mrs. reputation." Standing in the misty rain, her dark eyes looked like those of an earnest student asking a question. "Does Miss also think my low status is shameful?" This question was truly bizarre. Yulingxi tapped her head with the umbrella, retorting angrily, "If I cared about such things, would I have ridden out at night to find you?" Ying rubbed her forehead, looking at her and asking, "Then will Miss betray me? Abandon me?" Yulingxi looked suspiciously at her unusually behaving companion. "What kind of talk is this? If anyone should worry about betrayal, it should be me asking you. I really don't know what you're thinking all day." She pushed the umbrella into her arms. After thinking for a moment, she looked in her eyes and said solemnly, "I won't. Since I picked you up, you're definitely my responsibility." After all, she would rely on this debt of gratitude to make her the Yu family's greatest protection in the future. Yulingxi looked at the youth before her, who seemed lost in thought again. She poked his chest impatiently. "Do you understand? Say something." Ying sweated. "I understand." She took the umbrella from Yulingxi's hand. She smiled, happy for some unknown reason. "Mrs. Wife." In a small scene between Ming and Ning knelt beside Yulingxi's leg, pitifully saying, "Miss, will you one day abandon me?" The halberd hidden in the corner was amazed by their master's acting. Yulingxi gently patted her head, laughing, "I won't abandon you. I'm counting on you to be my support later." Yulingxi was to be engaged, to clear obstacles. Ying wasn't above using others to kill. Previously, Yulingxi attended a palace banquet where the crown prince took notice of her. For this reason, Xuetzin actively sought her hand from Yu's parents. Ying watched the two standing together, a flash of something crossing her eyes. That day, just after Yulingxi left, Xuetzin had guards deliver a letter. Hu Tao saw Yulingxi wasn't there, so he placed a letter on Yulingxi's desk, waiting for her return. But as he closed the door and left, a figure emerged from the shadows around the corner and took the letter. Ying opened the letter to read it, her lips curling into a slight smile as she said, "Interesting." At that moment, a storm was raging in the Eastern Palace. The crown prince ordered Tan to overturn a table of delicacies. He angrily demanded, "Who said Yulingxi and Xuetzin are engaged? Why haven't I heard of this?" A guard bowed and reported, "According to our investigation, the Xue and Yu families do have a marriage agreement. Moreover, we obtained a letter from Xuetzin at the Yu mansion today." The crown prince snatched the letter and read it, his brow furrowing deeper. "Meet me tonight at Chungbei Qinshin Pavilion." Such romance between lovers. Are they planning to elope? Though the Xue family openly claimed neutrality in politics, they were secretly the Eastern Palace's greatest protector. For old Master Xue's sake, he couldn't openly steal his grandson's bride. Should such a beautiful woman be wasted on Xuetzin? The more he thought, the more resentful he became. He He even had the vicious thought that if Schwetzen were to disappear, this marriage naturally couldn't proceed. Wang Ran advised, "Your Highness, we can't touch the Xue family directly. However, if we're careful and create an accident, keeping it from the old master, no one would know." The rain grew heavier. Yu Lingxi waited at the Tang mansion until it stopped before heading home. Just as she got off the carriage, Hu Tao apologized. "It's my fault. The letter was on the desk, but somehow it disappeared." Yu Lingxi pondered briefly, guessing Schwetzen must be coming to find her. This matter needed quick resolution. Delays would harm both families. She took the carriage to the Xue residence. The servant Putong greeted her with surprise, asking, "Second miss, are you waiting? Isn't our young master meeting you at Qingbei Qinxin Pavilion? He left an hour ago." Yu Lingxi was shocked. "What did you say?" Meanwhile, at the Lotus Pond in the northern city, in the dim evening light, Schwetzen waited alone in his fine clothes, occasionally glancing toward the end of the bridge. As he waited anxiously, a deliberately lowered male voice came from behind. Schwetzen turned instinctively, about to ask who it was. A masked figure in black flashed by, striking his chest. The powerful blow sent him flying backward into the Lotus Pond. With a splash, water sprayed everywhere. Two men in black looked down from the shore, asking, "Will this kill him?" The other whispered, "Just hold his head under, don't let him surface." Suddenly, there was a sound of wings flapping, and the two conspirators looked up. A huge bird circled above the Lotus Pond. Fearing discovery, the two shadows watched Schwetzen sink. Then they fled in different directions. Almost simultaneously, a tall youth's figure appeared from beneath a distant moon gate. He raised his arm, and the circling falcon obediently landed on it, folding its wings. Ying stood leisurely in the pavilion, his eyes reflecting the cold water, finding a good angle to watch Schwetzen's struggling form sink. Once Schwetzen died, the old fox Xue would suspect the Eastern Palace. Then he wouldn't need to act. The two tigers would fight, turning ruler against subject. Wouldn't that be interesting? After confirming Schwetzen would surely die, Ying turned to leave. Unexpectedly, he faced someone who shouldn't have been there. Yu Lingxi stood there, chest heaving, looking at him in shock. "I wanted him dead because Miss promised never to abandon me." Previously, Ying had used the crown prince's hand to push Schwetzen into the lake. Just as he was about to leave, he encountered the hurrying Yu Lingxi, who stood there breathing heavily, looking at him in shock. Ying looked at her calmly. Behind him in the splashing lake, a foot surfaced. Yu Lingxi's breath caught as she suddenly remembered Schwetzen couldn't swim. Without time to question what Ying had done, she kicked off her shoes and quickly jumped into the lake. Ying turned his head, watching the girl swimming desperately toward Schwetzen. His calm eyes rippled with emotion, like earth breaking. To him, Schwetzen was undoubtedly a nuisance, taking advantage of others while pretending to be righteous. He had the typical Xue family selfishness and hypocrisy. If he died, it would naturally solve both the Xue family and Eastern Palace crises. It couldn't be more perfect. He couldn't understand why Yu Lingxi jumped in after him. By now, Schwetzen had lost consciousness. Yu Lingxi grabbed his wrist, then his collar, desperately pulling him up. But the young man's body was too heavy. After several attempts to surface, Yu Lingxi used her last strength to push Schwetzen toward the rocks at the shore. By then, she was completely exhausted from holding onto the rocks. Yu Lingxi looked up. She saw Ning Ying's dark, cold eyes distorted by the rippling water. Her fingers suddenly slipped. Yu Lingxi tried to call out, but got a mouthful of cold water instead. She had no strength left. Was she going to die here today? After being reborn once, she never thought the last thing she'd see would still be Ning's hateful face. No, she couldn't die here. Yu Lingxi desperately moved her limbs. As her consciousness faded, she heard another splash nearby. The cold moonlight on the water's surface shattered into patterns. A familiar young figure dove into the water. Strong arms supported Yu Lingxi's waist, bringing air bubbles to her mouth. It was Ning Ying. When Yu Lingxi opened her eyes again, she saw Ning Ying's worried face. She suddenly remembered Schwetzen and sat up quickly, crying hoarsely, "Someone come!" Qing Xiao quickly saved second young master Xue. Several guards arrived in time, and together pulled the unconscious Schwetzen ashore. Chaos erupted by the pond. In late spring, the cold water was unbearable, especially with the wind blowing. Yu Lingxi trembled, partly from cold, partly from fear. Having failed to save Schwetzen in her previous life, she couldn't let him die in this one. Just then a voice said, "Let me take Miss to the carriage. Don't catch cold." Yu Lingxi turned to see Ning's young, pale face. Ning Ning's hair was dripping wet, his lips pale, his eyes dark and unreadable. Yu Lingxi sat exhausted on the ground, breathing heavily, as if seeing shadows of her past life in that young, handsome face. She pressed her lips tight, and after a brief, questioning moment, endless sadness welled up. "Don't touch me." Just then, the unconscious Xue Tsin suddenly coughed up water. A guard exclaimed, "Miss, second young master Xue is awake." Yu Lingxi let out a long sigh of relief. She struggled to her feet and rushed to Xue Tsin's side, her eyes full of guilt. "Brother Chen, are you all right? Are you okay?" Xue Tsin had barely returned from death's door and was too weak to speak. He just tremblingly raised his tightly clenched right hand. When it opened, inside was a small torn piece of black cloth he had grabbed from his masked attacker before falling. The fabric was wear-resistant, unlike common people's clothing. Clearly, Xue Tsin's fall was no accident. Yu Lingxi came back to her senses at a guard's careful call. She ordered, "Have some people take second young master Xue home first. The rest wait by the carriage. No one approaches without my command." By the lake, Ning Ning stood dripping wet, silently following behind her. It was just like that snowy night months ago. He looked pitiful, but she wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. After dismissing the servants, Yu Lingxi turned around, raised her hand, and stared directly into Ning Ning's eyes. "The missing letter, Xue Tsin's fall into the lake, and your timely appearance. What a clever plan. Wei Qi, how long do you plan to keep up this act?" Ning Ning pressed his lips together and lowered his head, silent for a long while. Just when Yu Lingxi thought he was feeling remorseful, the young man looked up with that familiar cold smile she knew too well. "Miss cannot marry him. Wouldn't it be better if this troublesome person just disappeared?" Yu Lingxi's heart trembled. She remembered how he had stood by the pond earlier, coldly watching Xue Ting struggle in the water, wearing that same pleasantly detached smile. This was the real Ning Ning she knew. "So you try to kill him, pushing someone who can't swim into the pond?" He draped a large, dry, dark cyan robe over Yu Lingxi's shoulders and spoke slowly. "I didn't kill him. He's not worth my effort, but I did want him dead." Yu Lingxi turned to look at him. "Why?" "Because the Xue family can't protect you. And if you marry him, you won't keep me by your side." Ying took her cold hand. Holding it to his chest, he said, "But Miss promised never to abandon me." Yu Lingxi put Ning Ying's dagger to her throat and asked, "Do you want to kill me now?" Previously, Yu Lingxi questioned Ning Ying about why he wanted Xue Tung dead. Ning Ying held Yu Lingxi's hand to his heart, saying because if she married him, she wouldn't keep him by her side. Miss had promised never to abandon him. Yu Lingxi cursed inwardly. This little madman was just as unreasonable as in her previous life. Since he'd been exposed, Ming Ming didn't mind speaking truthfully. It's his own fault for being hypocritical and foolish, overestimating himself. Death is his greatest value. Yu Lingxi's eyes reddened with anger and disappointment. "With such capability, am I your next target?" Ying tilted his head, seriously considering the question. When he reached his conclusion, "I won't harm Mississippi. I've said Miss is the kindest person to me in this world. I'll do anything for Mississippi." Yu Lingxi couldn't tell how much of what he said was true or false. "So back then, you desperately chased after my carriage. Because you recognized my identity and saw potential benefit with the general? You risked your life to gain my pity." Ying nodded. "In spring, you already noticed something wrong with the horse feed. My horse went wild, and only you caught up. Was that your doing too?" Ning so kisayat. "No." Yu Lingxi guessed, "But you knew about it." Ning spoke calmly, his face showing no remorse, as if everything he'd done was as natural as eating and sleeping, nothing extraordinary. Seeing his attitude, Yu Lingxi became furious. She raised the whip high. Ming Ming stood still, wearing a strange smile. "What's so scary about a whip? I got used to it in the palace long ago. Taking this whipping now can be the end of this boring game." However, Yu Lingxi's whip didn't fall. She remembered what she had said at noon today. "Since I picked you up, you are my responsibility." With a sharp crack, the whip struck her own palm instead. Her delicate palm immediately swelled red. "This is for my poor judgment, letting a wolf into my house." Behind her, Ming Ming's fingers playing with the dagger paused. His smile faded. Though the whip fell on her palm, Ling Ling suddenly felt his cold, dead heart skip a beat. Another strike fell, crossing the first red weld on her palm, breaking the skin. Tears welled in her eyes. Fighting the pain that nearly made her cry, Yu Lingxi trembled. This is for being too soft-hearted and gentle, almost causing disaster. As she was about to strike a third time, Ying moved, That's enough. He caught the falling whip. The tip twisted and left an angry mark on his pale jaw. The angry Ying didn't even blink. Miss is precious. Any more strikes will ruin your hands. However many more there are, let me take them instead. Those 2 strikes had already drained all of Yu Lingxi's strength, but she still stood straight. I won't whip you. If you don't understand why the whip falls, what's the point of punishment? It would only make you more vengeful toward others. Ying looked at her for a while before saying, I did nothing wrong. Yu Lingxi lowered her hand. Given your difficult past, if you acted in self-defense, I would have no right to judge. But now you're acting purely for selfish pleasure, enjoying the thrill of plotting murder. Ming Yin's lips twitched. So, is Miss going to punish me? Or are you going to drive me away like before? Yu Lingxi knew clearly that after Li Ying revealed his true nature, neither of these options would work. Since she had decided to take him in, she must bear the risks and consequences. Thinking this, Yu Lingxi said, now you have 2 choices. First, follow me back and say I sent you here early to deliver a message. No one planned this conversation. No one knows about it. Second, use your usual methods. Kill everyone present to silence them. Ying's eyelashes trembled as he suddenly looked up. The girl before him was cold and wet, but her eyes showed unprecedented determination and calmness. If you choose to kill me first. As long as I'm breathing, I won't let you harm a hair on anyone around me. Ying laughed like a madman, his eyes showing no trace of emotion. He took out his dagger and said politely, Miss has torn down all pretenses. Aren't you afraid? When life and death are at stake, how could I not be afraid? Yu Lingxi took his hand. She placed the dagger at her side. Yu Lingxi understood Ming Ying. If he truly wanted to silence everyone, he wouldn't waste time talking. When she was drowning in the lake, Ming Ying could have stood by, but he chose to save her. So she decided to take a gamble. The lanterns swayed slightly, their shadows, one tall, one short, almost overlapping on the wall. Yu Lingxi stepped forward, looked up, and asked softly, So, will you kill me now? Yu Lingxi told herself she couldn't separate the madman from her past life from the youth before her now. To deal with Ying, she had to be even more insane. Previously, Yu Lingxi confronted Ying by the lake. She put the dagger against her own throat and asked, Will you kill me now? Ying gripped the dagger tighter, his knuckles turning white. Yu Lingxi resisted the urge to shrink back, staring at Ning Ying's pale face up close. I'll ask you one more time. Will you kill me? Ning Ying looked at her with half-lowered eyes, his hand not moving. After what seemed like an eternity, Yu Lingxi understood and said, Very well, I'm heading back to the magistrate's office. Ying watched her retreating figure without stopping her. Yu Lingxi stopped after a few steps and looked back. Do you want to come with me? Follow if you wish. Lin Ying just watched her silently. Yu Lingxi turned and got into the carriage. From the corner of her eye, she noticed Lin Ying hadn't left, nor made any threatening moves. She knew she was safe for now. As her forced composure faded, the suppressed cold and pain rushed back, invading her entire body. She took a cloak from the carriage and wrapped it around her shivering form. Yu Lingxi opened her palm, revealing 2 swollen red marks crossing each other, with purple-red broken skin seeping blood. Yet she didn't regret the harsh whipping. Those 2 strikes had awakened her. She had been hopeful before, forgetting that such an extremely twisted personality couldn't have developed overnight. She couldn't separate the madman from her past life from the current youth. Ming Ying was Ming Ying. To deal with Lin Ying, she had to be even more insane. The next day, Yu Lingxi prepared medicines and gifts to visit the Shui family with General Yu. Since Shui Teng's fall into the lake involved her, and their families were old friends, it was proper to visit. As they were descending the steps to leave, she instinctively reached out her left hand to hold an attendant's arm to board the carriage. But from the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a familiar arm wearing a cowhide bracer. Following the arm up, she saw Ning Ning's striking handsome face. As if last night never happened, he stood calmly by the street, ready to serve her journey. Yu Lingxi's fingertips paused. Then, as if nothing happened, she switched to her left hand and placed it on the other offered hand. His right hand had been struck twice last night, and his delicate white palm was now wrapped in rough white gauze. It was particularly eye-catching. With dark eyes, he watched Yu Lingxi board the carriage and left silently. Only then did he slowly lower his arm and smile bitterly. She's still angry indeed. Meanwhile, at the Shui residence, Xuezhen hurriedly sat up upon hearing of Yu Lingxi and her father's visit. Second sister, why have you come? Yu Lingxi replied, Father and I came to visit you. Father is discussing with your parents, so I came to see you first. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, Brotherson, are you all right? She was referring to last night's lake incident. Schwetzen looked slightly haggard, but still maintained his dignified appearance. I just swallowed too much water and felt dizzy all night. Seeing second sister now makes me feel much better. The more tolerant and generous he was, the more guilty Ulingsi felt. I'm sorry, Brother C. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have encountered this. Shue Siyuan immediately softened his expression. This has nothing to do with you, second sister. Don't blame yourself. Actually, I'm grateful that you didn't encounter any villains last night. If you had been in danger, I would have regretted it for life. His words were filled with emotions that Ulingsi couldn't bear. She was contemplating how to tell Schwetzen about rejecting the marriage arrangement. Just then, Schwetzen began coughing violently. The servant immediately brought tea to soothe him. Seeing his weak state, Ulingsi opened her mouth several times but closed it again. The well-prepared speech couldn't find its moment to be delivered. Back at the magistrate's office, just as she turned down the corridor, Ulingsi saw Ning Ying in dark clothes standing in front of the courtyard, looking up with interest at a magnolia tree in full bloom. A magnolia tree in full bloom. Ulingsi gathered her courage, planning to have a proper talk with Ning Ying. Without turning around, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he said softly, "So Miss is willing to speak to me again? In that case, watch the show with me. I came from fighting in the arena. No one has ever called me to see such things." Previously, Minging stood in front of the street, looking up with interest at a magnolia tree in full bloom in the courtyard. Ulingsi approached, wanted to have a proper conversation. Minging didn't turn around, as if having eyes in the back of his head, saying softly, "Miss is willing to talk to me again? Then let's watch this show together." Ulingsi moved her gaze, following his line of sight, and fell silent. This was no show. It was a black snake as thick as an arm, lurking in the flowers, raising its head and preparing to hunt an unsuspecting goldfinch. Suddenly, a stone hit the tree trunk with a crack. The startled goldfinch flew away, and the black snake missed its target, reluctantly retreating into the flowers, hiding its tracks. The young woman under the flowering tree dusted off her hands. "I don't like snakes. When warmed by others, they still bite back. They're cold-blooded and ungrateful creatures." Ying laughed softly. "But miss, snakes are born cold-blooded, living in darkness. They can no longer adapt to human warmth. How can you blame them for biting back? If not, you should have killed it." Ulingsi looked at Ying's face, unsure of his meaning. In her previous life, when she couldn't understand Ning's thoughts, she would always yield. So she lowered her gaze and raised her scabbed right hand, placing it in his open palm. Indeed, he didn't continue the snake topic, instead asking, "Why does Miss protect me?" Ulingsi watched as he carefully re-bandaged her wound, saying directly, "Better to have you owe me a favor than to give you another grudge. Besides, I share responsibility in this matter." Ying fell silent for a while before speaking again. "Then is Miss satisfied with my performance?" Ulingsi was puzzled. "What performance?" Lin Yin's lips curled as he leaned close to her ear, his voice chilling. "I didn't cut off Qing Zhao's right arm. Does Miss think Qing Zhao's arm is more useful than mine?" Ulingsi finally understood. She was referring to when she had ignored her and chose to take Qing Zhao's arm to board the carriage while waiting for Shuetung. Unexpectedly, 3 days had passed, and she hadn't reflected or calmed down at all, still brooding darkly over this matter. Ulingsi felt frustrated, all anger dissipating. She just sighed. "Wei Qi, have you never felt even a bit of compassion or love for this world?" Ming Yin laughed suddenly. In all their time together, this was the first time Ulingsi had seen him display such a comfortable yet cold smile. Like spring wind melting snow, yet mocking all living beings. Though he smiled, his eyes were like frozen pools, looking at Ulingsi without ripples. "I came from fighting in the arena. No one has ever called me such things." Ulingsi held the white magnolia, her emotions rising and falling before returning to calm. She finally realized that small material favors alone couldn't change him. Having lived in cruel darkness, he lacked normal human emotions. To teach him propriety and shame, she first needed to help him become a normal person capable of feeling and loving. Ying quietly watched the young woman under the flower tree, expecting Ulingsi to be angry. But after pondering for a long while, Ulingsi just handed over the magnolia, saying seriously, "Wei Qi, we're not enemies, and the fishermen won't be either." They stood by the arena for a long time, until flower petals covered the ground. Ying quietly watched the petals in the young woman's palm, finally accepting them after a long while. Meanwhile, In the Eastern Palace, the crown prince suddenly stood up. What did you say? Why doesn't mother approve of you Lingxi as the crown princess? The eunuch Chuan stood. He slowly explained. Her Majesty heard that second Miss Yu has a marriage arrangement with the Shui family's second son. Your Highness is the future heir, and naturally cannot take another official's wife. Moreover, you know how important Shui Yoxiang's secret support is. Useless. It's all you useless people's fault for failing to kill Shuetzen and alerting the Shui family. Mentioning this, Ling Dan violently smashed his wine cup on the ground. Eunuch Chuan, without raising his head, continued in his slow tone. Even without second young Master Shui, Your Highness still couldn't marry second Miss Yu. Recent rumors say second Miss Yu encountered danger during the spring hunt and spent time alone with a slave, compromising her virtue. With such a stain, she could never become crown princess. Ying Tan was stunned, asking, You say Yu Lingxi has lost her virtue? As he spoke, he played with his jade ring, thinking of something, and licked his dry lips. If she's already lost her virtue, then one more time wouldn't matter, right? Chuan could tell that the crown prince wouldn't rest until he had his way with that woman. Suppressing the look in his eyes, he said slowly, If your highness just wants to taste once, there might be a way. Princess Diang's birthday celebration is in 2 days. Ling Pan smiled immediately. You're clever as always. Go make arrangements quickly. Unfortunately, Yu Lingxi was drugged on her way to the banquet and taken to the palace where someone attempted to take advantage of her. Princess Diang was a close relative in the capital. For her birthday celebration, Madame Yu had originally planned to bring gifts as usual, but yesterday the princess's household sent someone specifically inviting Yu Lingxi to attend. Based on her previous life's memories, Yu Lingxi guessed that the princess's specific invitation was probably related to the crown prince's marriage. Knowing Princess Diang favored gentle and plain girls, she deliberately chose bright begonia-colored clothes, applied red makeup, and dressed herself in jewels and splendor. Yin requested from outside, Miss, Madam just sent someone to hurry you. All right, I'm coming. Yu Lingxi examined herself in the bronze mirror from all angles. She couldn't be careless about anything involving the Eastern Palace and royal family, but time was running out. She could delay no longer. Yu Lingxi slowly walked out of her room. The young woman in her full attire was gorgeously exquisite, her radiance dazzling. Ying was momentarily stunned. Like the imperial palace, Princess Diang's residence was heavily guarded. Guests couldn't bring weapons or servants. After some thought, Yu Lingxi looked past Ying and ordered, Stay at the manor today and help me call Qing Xiao. After a while, Qing Xiao came to her side. Yu Lingxi instructed, The princess's mansion has imperial guards. Bring a few attendants. If I don't come out after 2 hours, have sister find the young prince of Nanyang. The princess's mansion was magnificent, with 8 courtyards interweaving. Shui Teng, in white attire, maintained a polite distance, smiling while talking to Zhao Yuming. His eyes caught sight of Yu Lingxi. Shui Teng's eyes brightened slightly as he politely excused himself from Zhao Yuming. He quickly walked towards Yu Lingxi. Seeing their warm exchange, Zhao Yuming's face turned pale. She fidgeted with her sleeves silently. After Yu Lingxi's greeting, she caringly asked, Brotherson, has your health improved? Shuetzen led her to a seat. It's nothing. I'm fully recovered. He personally brewed a pot of tea, saying, This is this year's newest tea variety. Second sister, please try it. Thank you, brothers. Yu Lingxi lifted a cup and sniffed it. It was fragrant, but somehow the aroma felt strangely familiar. Better to be careful. Shuetzen noticed Yu Lingxi. Put down the teacup. He smiled. If second sister finds this tea too light, have some pastries there. Let me brew you a stronger pot. Yu Lingxi nodded with a sound of agreement. After the lunch banquet, all the ladies sat together accompanying the princess in conversation. Yu Lingxi prepared to return home. But just as she stood up, a strange dizziness suddenly came over her. Yu Lingxi's heart skipped a beat. Her first reaction was to find Madame Yu. But after just 2 steps, her body became so weak she could barely stand. The princess's attendant said, Second Miss might be tipsy from drinking. Let's help her rest in the side hall for a moment. It will be a while before the gathering ends. At this point, Yu Lingxi's vision was spinning, with blurry faces surrounding her. Someone supported her towards the side hall through the west corner gate. Can't go to the side hall. Can't leave the crowd. Yu Lingxi tried to speak, wanting the person supporting her to take her to Madame Yu. But all her organs seemed paralyzed, unable to make even the slightest sound. Unable to speak, her limbs weak and powerless, Yu Lingxi wasn't foolish. She knew she had likely been drugged. She struggled to maintain her last thread of weak consciousness, trying to figure out what had gone wrong. At the banquet, she had shared dishes with her mother at the same table. Her mother was fine, so the problem wasn't with the food. Besides that, there was the tea Schwetzen had brewed. She had found its fragrance familiar and hesitated, sniffing the cup for a long time with no effect. Then after Princess Diang's toast, everyone drank in celebration. The 9 cups were from the princess's mansion, surely served uniformly to everyone. Yu Lingxi had only taken a symbolic sip during the birthday toast. Perhaps this was where the problem lay. Who would dare to drug her in the princess's mansion? And what did they want? Her struggling consciousness snapped, and Yu Lingxi saw darkness before collapsing onto the couch, completely losing consciousness. Unexpectedly, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole waits behind. Let's see if our heroine Yu Lingxi can escape this crisis. The previous episode ended with Yu Lingxi at Princess Diang's birthday banquet, unexpectedly drugged and taken to a secluded place by servants. Meanwhile, in the general's mansion, a bird's wings cut through the air, spreading wide. It landed on the young man's raised arm. Yin took the bamboo tube containing a secret message from the bird's leg, opened it, and learned that Niepan had secretly gone to Princess Diang's. His eyes grew cold and dark. Thinking of Yu Lingxi, who had gone to the banquet in full dress, his eyes grew colder. Speaking to his attendant, he gave a cold laugh, his low voice carrying a hint of mockery. "Ah, young miss, your little clever kindness means nothing in the face of absolute power." Should he save her? Yin thought better of it. If he appeared there unexpectedly, she might again accuse him of being scheming and plotting murders. Besides, she had prepared Qing Xiao and the Prince of Nanyang. She didn't need him at all. Thinking of composure, he gave a cold laugh. Just as he turned to walk back, his footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Finally, he crouched in place. His 5 fingers suddenly waved violently, startling birds away. He squinted at the secret message, which turned to powder between his fingers as his thin lips pressed together. "Well, I'm in a bad mood today. A good day for killing." Meanwhile, Yu Lingxi was placed on a soft, fragrant couch. A faint door-opening sound was heard, and a familiar but blurry figure entered. Zhao Yuming, wearing a plain veil, walked to Yu Lingxi's couch, pretending to be dizzy. She said to a palace maid, "My chronic illness has flared up. I've disturbed the princess's gathering. Please call my brother to take me home for medicine." The palace maid, seeing her genuinely weak and unwell, hurriedly left to send someone for help. Once alone, Zhao Yuming quickly removed her veil. She placed it on Yu Lingxi's face. Their clothes and figures were very similar. With slight adjustments to the hair ornaments, strangers could hardly tell the difference. Footsteps were heard from outside. Zhao Yuming quickly climbed onto the inner couch, pretending to be Yu Lingxi, lying facing the wall. The palace maid, having only seen Zhao Yuming and Yu Lingxi once, didn't notice anything unusual. Without thinking much, she let Zhao Su take the outer Yu Lingxi as Zhao Yuming. Supporting her away, what happens next depends on Zhao Su. This plan was Zhao Su's idea. He didn't know how Zhao Su would ruin Yu Lingxi and Shui Teng's marriage. Anyway, it wasn't his concern. Zhao Yuming curled up on the couch, facing the door. Biting her finger, she thought the palace maid had mistaken the identity herself, and she had only told a small, harmless lie. It was Yu Lingxi's fault for being better than her in every way. Just as she was thinking this, a shadow loomed behind her. A cotton cloth covered her mouth and nose, muffling her scream in her throat. Zhao Yuming's eyes widened, making 2 muffled sounds before her head weakly fell to one side. At the corner gate's backyard, Yin, wearing inner court clothes, emerged from a cave in the rockery. Passing by the gate, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Su supporting a veiled woman toward the Zhao family's carriage. When pushing her into the carriage, a piece of skirt hem showed, along with a delicate embroidered pattern. The lotus silk embroidered shoes looked familiar, not the style Zhao family women could afford. Everything happened in an instant. Yin maintained his composure and continued walking inside. Princess Diang's mansion had only one secluded place, the scholar's quarters behind the Buddhist hall. Hidden behind the rockery, he indeed saw 2 eunuchs sneakily carrying a human-shaped bundle on the stone path before the Buddhist hall. Looking at the woman's hairstyle visible under the wrapping, Yin's cold gaze. He held a small stone in his hand and flicked it. The rear eunuch stumbled and fell with a cry. The bundle came loose, revealing an ordinary woman lying face up. Upon seeing the woman's features, the killing intent in Yin's eyes, it wasn't Yulingzi. The other eunuch hurriedly rewrapped the woman, scolding, "Be careful. His Highness the Crown Prince is very particular about women. If she's damaged, we're done for." Yin leaned against the wall, wondering where the real Yulingzi might be. Suddenly, the scene from the corner gate flashed through his mind. Yin coldly raised his eyes, their royal authority instantly turning dark jade green. Dear viewers, for more exciting content, click the app icon below to see if our Regent Prince can safely rescue the female lead. Today, I've come to take your life. In the previous episode, Yulingzi was drugged at the banquet and taken from the princess's mansion by Zhao Su. As the carriage bumped and swayed, Yulingzi regained a bit of consciousness in her drowsy state. She slowly opened her eyes, but her limbs still felt like mud, unable to move. Biting her tongue with her teeth, she told herself to stay calm. This was the time she couldn't panic. As her memory of before falling unconscious returned, she remembered being drugged. With her arms and neck barely able to move, Yulingzi painfully rubbed her hair ornament against the carriage arm. After rubbing for a while, until her hair became messy, a silver hairpin finally fell from her hair. The other accessories were gone, but it didn't matter. One silver hairpin was enough. Yulingzi gripped the sharp silver hairpin in her palm. This simple action had already exhausted all her strength. She lost consciousness momentarily. The carriage stopped. Yulingzi quickly hid the hairpin in her sleeve, pretending to still be unconscious. 2 or 3 people approached the carriage outside, one with an uneven gait, like a limp. Yulingzi's heart sank. If there had been only one person against her, she might have had a chance to fight. But with 3 people, she had no chance. She couldn't act rashly. Father had said, in times of crisis, one must stay calm and look for weaknesses. One strike to defeat the enemy. Zhao Su carried Yulingzi to the storehouse and ordered, "Go get a lock. After I go in with this woman, lock the storehouse door. Someone will come tonight to catch us in the act. When that happens, make sure everyone present sees clearly what's inside." After speaking, he threw Yulingzi onto the only wooden couch in the storehouse. Zhao Su stood in the shadows, coldly staring at the young lady's lotus-like face, delicate and exquisite features. He had to admit, this woman indeed had an extremely beautiful face. But so what? She should blame herself for always suppressing Yumming, even trying to take what he loved most. Thinking of this, Zhao Sun's face twisted as he lit the incense burner on the table. Just as he was about to reach for Yulingzi's face, before his fingers could touch her, suddenly, a shadow flashed outside the window. "Who's out there?" Zhao Su became alert, withdrew his hand, and walked towards the storehouse door while holding his waist weapon. He saw a young man in inner court clothes sitting on the stone table in the courtyard, playing with a gleaming short blade in his hands. Zhao Su immediately recognized this person. It was the one who had pulled him off his horse with one hand, making him a useless cripple. Hatred burning in his eyes, he said hoarsely, "It's you. What are you doing here?" The young man smiled, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "I've come to take your dog life." A cold gust of wind suddenly rose. The lotus pond in the courtyard rippled, then gradually returned to stillness. A splash of crimson rose from the bottom of the pond, slowly dispersing in the waves, then disappeared completely. Yin opened the storehouse door. He wiped his hands clean as he walked inside. Seeing Yulingzi unconscious with flushed cheeks on the couch and sweet incense burning on the table, his gaze darkened. He began to regret letting Zhao Su die too easily. He walked to Yulingzi's couch, just about to reach out and extinguish the incense. Suddenly, a cold glint thrust fiercely towards him. Yin instinctively raised his hand to block, catching the silver hairpin that was stabbing at full force. "Young miss, that was a true strike. If I hadn't reacted quickly, this hairpin would have pierced my neck." Yulingzi panted. That forceful strike had exhausted all her strength. Her watery eyes showed a moment of confusion when she saw Yin's face. She trembled silently, staring at him unblinkingly. The usually arrogant madman lowered his eyes and asked, "Is Miss disappointed?" "It's not Qingxiao. nor is it your little prince. Instead, it's me, this utterly vicious villain. Indeed, you should be disappointed. The silver hairpin slipped from his hand, clattering to the ground. The breathless young lady collapsed like a boneless doll, burying herself in Ming Ming's embrace, muffling all her sobs. The young lady's voice trembled, her eyes dancing with slightly dazed but clear light, showing no trace of disgust or disappointment. Ming Ming's hands, which were about to push her away, froze in midair. After a while, he gently hummed in response and patted the person in his arms on the back, saying, "It's all right now." At the same time, unexpectedly, with a loud bang, the only door to the storehouse was closed and locked from the outside. Weiqi, your skills are still so poor. Previously, Ning Yin arrived at the storehouse and found Yu Lingxi, who had been drugged. By then, Yu Lingxi was already in a daze, falling limply into Ning Yin's arms. At the same time, unexpectedly, with a loud bang, the only door to the storehouse was shut tight and locked from the outside. "It's earlier than the master's planned time to catch them. Let's go have a drink," said the servant outside as he tucked the storehouse key into his clothes and walked away yawning. The cramped space instantly became pitch dark, with only the sound of two alternating breaths. Yu Lingxi felt a fire burning inside her body. Ning Yin's image before her became blurry. She felt like a boneless vine, uncontrollably seeking support. Something feels wrong. His arm steadily supported her sinking waist. Ning Yin raised his hand to disperse the smoke. In the darkness, a pair of eyes reflected a cold light. Because Miss has inhaled aphrodisiac incense. Yu Lingxi bit her lip. She wanted to kill Zhao Su even more now. The emotional turmoil made the heat grow more intense, wave after wave, attacking her fragile rationality. To make matters worse, beside her was a young man in his prime. She could never forget how many ways Ning Yin had tormented people in her past life. Thinking of this, she struggled to maintain her composure and moved further inside the couch, afraid she might do something inappropriate in her unclear state of mind. The soft embrace left her mercilessly. The smile disappeared from Ning Yin's lips. He stood up and, under Yu Lingxi's bewildered gaze, untied his belt and outer robe. The inner court clothes fell to the edge of the couch. Yu Lingxi tensed up and asked briefly, "What are you doing?" "Miss is suffering, and I'm the only one who can help." Yin Yin's voice was deep, falling into Yu Lingxi's ears like an enchantment. "Do you know what you're saying?" The young man knelt on the couch. Drawing closer, his eyes were like ink, showing neither mischief nor lustful desire. His voice was calm. "I've never tried this with anyone else. Please bear with me, Mississippi." After speaking, his cool lips approached and sealed Yu Lingxi's burning breath. Yu Lingxi's mind went blank for a moment. After holding her breath for a while, she was brought back to consciousness by pain in her jaw. She saw Ning Yin holding her jaw, just like in her past life, looking at her with slightly raised eyebrows, softly asking, "Is Miss planning to suffocate herself to preserve your virtue?" Yu Lingxi let out a long breath. Virtue? When one has experienced the pain of family destruction, tasted the bitterness of living under others' roofs, and lived 2 years with a self-proclaimed madman, one knows that reputation is just a shackle imposed by others. Nothing is more important than survival. The familiar handsome face was right before her. Yu Lingxi looked into his deep eyes and heard a voice from the depths of her heart saying, "What's there to fear?" She raised her hand to touch Yin Yin's cheek, falling like a drunk person. "Your kissing skills are still so poor." Yin frowned, not having time to ask about the still. The previously trembling young lady suddenly sat up on her knees and gently kissed his lips, her movements familiar, yet unexpected. The world fell silent. Yin Yin's breath stopped for a moment. He slightly opened his eyes, looking at the peach blossom-like, enchanting young lady before him, his eyes burning like molten lava. Strangely, he didn't feel averse. Yin held the back of Yu Lingxi's head. He leaned in again. After all, beasts never care about morality or shame. They only follow instinct. A pain on her lips brought Yu Lingxi back from her daze. She forcefully regained a bit of rationality. "This isn't right. We can't be like before." She seemed to suddenly wake up and push Ning Yin away. "Stay away from me." Ning Yin's eyes darkened slightly. After a moment, he asked, "Miss, do you hate me?" Yu Lingxi shook her head, her clouded consciousness gradually clearing. This isn't right. Ning Yin's shadow loomed over her, his voice hoarse and deep. Then what is right? Is it right for Miss to torture herself to death? As the drug's effects subsided a bit, Yu Lingxi said with a red face, "Humans are different from beasts. Such things should naturally be done with someone you love." Ning Yin found it laughable. Someone you love? He had no such thing. After a while, the girl's embarrassed voice interrupted his thoughts. If someone is affected by this incense, without that, will they die? Ning Yin thought for a moment before answering. No, but they'll wish they were dead. Miss was just overwhelmed by the drug. I wouldn't mind carrying Miss through the streets, but I fear Miss wouldn't be able to bear the shame. Previously, Yu Lingxi had asked Ning Yin if one would die without relief after being drugged. Ning Yin thought for a moment and said no, but one would wish for death. After a pause, he couldn't help but add, but if Miss doesn't want to take the shortcut, you can endure it. Yu Lingxi softly hummed in agreement, hugging herself tighter. Ning Yin raised an eyebrow, surprised by her determination to endure rather than let him touch her. For a long time, the storehouse was so quiet that only their breathing could be heard, one rapid and one slow. The cold light from the skylight fell diagonally, illuminating the girl's thin, trembling shoulders. Ning Yin picked up the colored outer robe from the ground. Yu Lingxi immediately tensed, watching him warily. Ning Yin's hand paused. Then he naturally draped the robe over Yu Lingxi. The clothes were stolen. They're a bit dirty, but Miss will have to make do. The robe was large and warm. Yu Lingxi hadn't shed tears even during her most shameful and dangerous moments. But now, wrapped in Ning Yin's outer robe, her eyes inexplicably began to sting. The drug's effects had subsided considerably, but were still tormenting. Afraid she couldn't hold on, Yu Lingxi broke the silence, saying shakily, "Wei Qi, talk to me, or tell me a story." Ning Yin sat in the shadows, only his profile visible, his expression unclear. After a while, his emotionless voice began. Once there was a wolf kingdom. In this kingdom, only one wolf was allowed to exist. All others had to be docile little wolves. If the big wolf discovered any other wolves, he would mercilessly kill them. One day, the smallest sheep in the kingdom discovered it had grown fangs and claws. Its claws were incredibly sharp, even sharper than the big wolf's. It turned out the little sheep was actually a wolf. The little wolf's mother was terrified, fearing the big wolf would kill them. So crying, she took iron pliers and pulled out the little wolf's fangs and claws one by one, and locked it in a cage. She thought this would hide everything. Later, as the little wolf grew, its meat-eating nature couldn't be concealed. One day, a piece of meat rolled in from outside. The hungry little wolf grabbed and ate it, not knowing it had been deliberately poisoned. The little wolf was lucky to survive, but this revealed its true wolf nature. The big wolf's subordinates captured the mother and child, then threw a dagger before them. They told the little wolf's mother that only one of them could live. This story was enough to make Yu Lingxi forget her condition and send chills down her spine. She struggled to control her voice and asked. The big wolf was truly evil. What happened next? But Ning Yin stopped there. Mrs. Breathing has steadied considerably. The drug must be wearing off. Can you walk now? Yu Lingxi was somewhat disappointed not hearing the story's end. She knew this story must be related to Ning Yin, but asking further now would surely upset him. So she tried moving her limbs, then struggled to stand up. Taking a deep breath, she said, "I can walk, Ning Yin." He nodded in understanding, then walked to the tightly closed door. "Miss, please step back." After speaking, he raised his leg and kicked, his movement quick and fierce. With a loud crash, the entire door panel along with the lock was kicked to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Yu Lingxi was shocked. "If you could break down the door, why didn't you take me out earlier?" Ning Yin helped Yu Lingxi into the carriage before replying. "Miss was overwhelmed by the drug earlier." "How could you have walked?" "I wouldn't mind carrying Miss through the streets, but I fear Miss wouldn't be able to bear the shame." Such sophistry. Yu Lingxi gave him an annoyed glance. After taking several deep breaths to clear her mind, she said, "Take me back to the princess's mansion." Hearing this, Ning Yin's eyes gained a deeper meaning. Such a delicate young lady, having just experienced such danger, her first reaction wasn't to run home crying, but to return to the princess's mansion to face the conspiracy head-on. How increasingly interesting. But this was good too. They could still catch the big show. With drug effects still lingering in her body, Yu Lingxi could only maintain her composure by pricking her hand with a silver hairpin. At this moment, the women of the princess's mansion were gathered before the Buddha Hall, whispering among themselves. From the corridor came Princess de Yong's eerie, steady voice. "What's all this commotion about?" Everyone immediately fell silent and made way. A female official nervously reported to the princess. Originally, a lady's cat had gone missing, but when they searched for it, they discovered the princess. Seeing the official stammering and unable to speak clearly with panicked eyes, she said, "I'll go see for myself," then swept her sleeves and walked straight in. Inside, Ning Tan had hurriedly tried to get up but fell into the well with a splash. Zhao Yuming, unclear-minded, was moaning and writhing, trying to climb up. Princess de Yong, supported by her female official, witnessed this unseemly scene. The agarwood prayer beads in her hand snapped, scattering across the floor. It was absolutely outrageous. Meanwhile, in the carriage, Yulingxi fixed her hair bun and adjusted her clothes. Due to the remaining drug effects, she held a silver hairpin, pressing its sharp tip into her palm to maintain clarity. Perhaps because her breathing was too labored, Ming Yin, driving the carriage, noticed and pulled the reins with one hand. "Why have we stopped?" Yulingxi asked, only then realizing how hoarse her voice had become. Ning Yin lifted the carriage curtain, his gaze falling on her face. Just as Yulingxi was about to ask what he was doing, something was stuffed into her mouth. With her cheeks puffed out from the object, Yulingxi frowned slightly in distaste. "It's bitter." Ning Yin found it amusing that she could endure Cui Qin's torture, but couldn't handle this taste. "It's licorice pill. Though not an antidote, it will help Miss feel better." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the wound on Yulingxi's left palm. He said quietly, "It works better than Mrs. Hairpin." He took a clean cotton cloth and carefully cleaned her broken skin, applying newly bought wound medicine. Yulingxi's breathing involuntarily steadied as the licorice pill in her mouth turned from bitter to slightly sweet. After wrapping a bandage around her hand and tying an elegant knot, he suddenly asked, "Miss, this is the second time your hand has been injured. Can you still persist?" Yulingxi nodded while sucking on the licorice pill. She had to go back to see for herself what vicious faces the Zhao family was hiding behind their seemingly weak exterior. As soon as Yulingxi stepped down from the carriage, Qing Xiao came forward anxiously. "Miss, where have you been? I didn't see you leave the mansion, yet you're returning from outside. Madam and the young miss are still inside looking for you." "I'll go right away." Yulingxi interrupted him. "No need. I'll go find them myself." As people passed by on the street, Yulingxi overheard their deliberately lower discussions. Who would have thought Zhao Yuming was such a person, actually being intimate with His Highness the Crown Prince under the golden Buddha statue? When they were discovered, she wouldn't even let go of His Highness. Princess de Yong values propriety the most. The Zhao family is finished now. Yulingxi was stunned by the news of Zhao Yuming's affair. She knew that without Zhao Yuming as an insider, the heavily guarded princess's mansion would have made it impossible for Zhao Su to kidnap her. Could Zhao Yuming have schemed so elaborately just to do something so foolish? Just then, Yu Sini's urgent call came from inside the mansion gates. Sui, I've finally found you. Are you all right? I just heard from others that cousin is in trouble." Yu Sini paused briefly, then whispered in her ear, "Zhao Yuming was caught being intimate with the crown prince in the Buddha Hall. The royal family has lost face, and Princess de Yong is furious about it." Her brows furrowed as she continued, "Never mind about Zhao Yuming. Where did you run off to just now? I was scared to death." Thinking of her recent experiences, Yulingxi's eyes darkened. "Ajin, it's too complicated to explain briefly. Let's talk when we get back." After returning to the Yu mansion, Yulingxi explained how she was drugged and taken from the mansion, how Zhao Su took her to Floating Cloud Temple, intending to ruin her reputation. She concealed the crucial part about herself. Not only would it worry and pain her family, but it would also be difficult to explain how Ning Yin appeared at just the right moment. Yu Sini, being protective and impulsive, immediately grabbed a knife, saying, "I'll go kill that scoundrel." Yulingxi quickly stopped her. Yu Sini gritted her teeth in anger, bewildered. "We achieved glorious military feats and shed blood on battlefields, yet the Chu army thinks about how to bully and humiliate my sister. What irony." After a moment's thought, General Yu said, "The eldest prince died young, the third prince is foolish, the seventh prince's fate unknown. Now the royal family only has the crown prince left." Her father's heavy sigh fell on her ears, and she knew this was an opportunity to naturally remind her father and brothers. What if the seventh prince is still alive? Late at night, Yulingxi went alone to see Ning Yin. As if expecting her visit, Ning showed no surprise, merely glancing at her while continuing to drink. Yu Lingxi noticed a dark patch on his clothes and asked, "Where did you go? Why is your sleeve wet?" Ning replied meaningfully, "Went fishing. Caught some and crushed their bones." Yu Lingxi didn't believe he actually went fishing. Just then, Ning directly admitted, "I killed him." Yu Lingxi was stunned before realizing he meant Zhao Su. She quietly withdrew her hand and calmly said, "Evil deeds bring their own retribution." That was his fate. He stared at Yu Lingxi for a long time. "Miss isn't scolding me this time. You've become more secretive. I was wondering how many lashes you'd give yourself tonight." Yu Lingxi gave him an exasperated look. How can such an evil person be compared to the innocent Xuetzing? Something in her words seemed to strike a nerve, and he turned away, no longer looking at her. Seeing this, she changed the subject. "I didn't come tonight to discuss this." After a moment, Yu Lingxi gracefully bowed before him. "I want to apologize to you. This bow is one I owe you." This young man was actually the seventh prince, yet he chose to play the role of an underling, acting as Mrs. Personal Guard, silently protecting her. Just now, Yu Lingxi maintained her bow before the young man. After a while, Ning gently helped her up. His words were politely cold. "Miss, I am but a servant. Why thank me?" Yu Lingxi found it difficult to speak. She lowered her voice. "Today when I was trapped in that room, if not for you, I would either have had to shame myself publicly or marry that man in the storage room. You could have ignored it, but you not only opened the room, but also rescued me. I must thank you for not letting me die in shame." Ning smiled solemnly. "I thought you were naive, but your mind is clear as a mirror." So he deliberately told her, "If that's the case, a mere thank you isn't enough." Yu Lingxi stared at him seriously, her tone unusually sincere. "Then tell me, what do you want?" He slowly straightened up and said leisurely, "Actually, I've always wondered why Miss never asks about my past." Lin was a cautious and guarded person. Yu Lingxi naturally couldn't expose his identity, so she asked back, "If I ask, would you tell me?" Lin gestured with his hand, smiling cryptically. "If I tell you, I might die. Does Miss still want to hear?" Seeing this, Yu Lingxi knew when to stop and firmly declined. "Never mind then. You can tell me when you're ready." Both lost in their thoughts, he suddenly wondered, "I'm curious though. Today I saw your fighting skills are quite good. Why couldn't you defeat those assassins back at the Imperial City? With his abilities, it seemed unlikely that his legs were broken in his previous life." Ning replied emotionlessly, "Does Miss think I'm pretending to be pitiful?" Just when she thought Ning wouldn't answer, he spoke quietly. "I was betrayed, injured in the fighting arena. The blade was poisoned." These simple words shocked Yu Lingxi deeply. She could hardly imagine what kind of life he had lived before. Seeing her lost in thought, Ning interrupted, "What's that expression, miss?" Yu Lingxi lowered her eyes, not hiding her emotions of distress. After he spoke, Ning looked at her, silent for a long while. Then he quietly moved away. "I accept Mrs. Thanks. It's late now. Miss should go rest." Yu Lingxi stood in the dim lamplight, full of concern. "Your story isn't finished. What happened to the wolf cub and his mother in the end?" Seeing she still remembered the wolf story, he told her, "The wolf cub's mother probably stabbed herself in the heart. Then the wolf cub lived and died in loneliness and pain. Isn't that what all mothers do in stories?" For some reason, Yu Lingxi couldn't see any smile in his eyes, only bitter sarcasm. In his previous life, Ning destroyed everything about his past. So concubinely suffered for her son, leaving hope of life to Ning. She couldn't figure it out, feeling something was missing. No, it shouldn't end like this. Yu Lingxi stopped walking and said seriously, "The wolf cub will experience many things, meet many kind people. He will gradually become strong and wise, unstoppable." This was the ending she chose for the wolf cub. She turned to look at the silent Ning. "I said before, Yufu isn't a fighting arena, and we're not enemies. That promise stands forever." Unable to help herself, she reached out and stroked his hair. The young man mistook it as Miss flirting with him. Just earlier, while Yu Lingxi was practicing calligraphy in the study, her sister told her, Zhao Su had met a terrible death, his body found in a horrific state in the back mountain valley this morning. They say his bones were shattered and his face unrecognizable. Yu Lingxi paused her writing. She remained composed, continuing to write. If he hadn't done evil deeds with a guilty conscience, he wouldn't have met such an end. As they spoke, Yusini draped a coat over her, softly agreeing. Death is too good for him. After sister left, she took off the coat and folded it neatly aside. After writing just 2 pages, she heard footsteps behind her. Looking up, she saw Ning Ing standing there, watching her graceful writing for a while. His familiar cold voice said, "Mrs. Brush is quite unique." Yu Lingxi replied casually, "It's a gift from Xue Erlang. If you like it, I'll get you one too." But Ninging didn't answer, just slowly bent down to pick up the paper beside her, smoothing it out carefully. After a moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, "How dare I steal what belongs to Miss?" As soon as he finished speaking, the beautifully carved white jade brush suddenly fell to the ground, breaking into 2 pieces. Facing the youth's unapologetic apology, he glanced at the brush on the ground. Instead of regretting the precious jade carving, he stared directly at the strand of hair falling from Ning Ying's head. His fingertips felt cool when brushed by the hair ends, then became warm. He forgot all his learned scriptures, and as if possessed, his fingers gently grasped that strand of black hair. His fair, pink-tinged fingers twirled it again and again, until he met the youth's slightly questioning look. Only then did he come to his senses, but just as he was about to let go, Ninging grabbed his hand. The youth, still bent over, chose his words carefully before asking, "Was Miss flirting with me just now?" Yu Lingxi's mind went completely blank. It was surprising that someone as aloof as him would understand the concept of flirting. The girl had merely complimented his hair, but the young man mistook it as Miss flirting with him, just because she couldn't help touching his beautiful hair. One should know that men and women shouldn't have physical contact. After his words, the girl didn't know what to do. "Why has Miss gone quiet? What nonsense are you talking about?" Yu Lingxi tried to remain calm. "Everyone appreciates beauty. I just couldn't help myself. I need to go distribute alms." She left, covering her face. "How could I be so frivolous just now? Could it be a bad habit from my previous life of serving with beauty?" Leaving after chatting, "What's that about?" The youth seemed unsatisfied. "It's actually nice. Why not touch it a bit longer?" Meanwhile, Yu Lingxi was distributing poems. "Miss, didn't Xue Erlang invite you to distribute poems together this morning? Why didn't you go?" Yu Lingxi patted him while speaking. "Instead of chattering here, quickly go inside and get some oil paper. We don't have enough outside." The Xue family had sent word expressing concerns about the marriage, but Xuetzin insisted on sending an invitation, wanting to express his determination to marry her in front of everyone. Good intentions, but wrongly applied. Just as she was deep in thought, Minging was already standing behind her. "Yu Lingxi thought it was you? Back so quickly?" But she froze when she turned around. "Why is it you? Hu Tao said they needed help outside, so I came." "Why was his hair like this all day? Half tied, half loose. Could it be because I said his hair was beautiful?" The youth suddenly leaned closer. "Is it really so beautiful that it makes Miss lose focus?" Just as she was about to retort, Sister suddenly appeared, interrupting their conversation. "I'm going to Jin Yun Temple to pray. Want to come? Come on, come on. Today's love fortune slips at the temple are most accurate. Don't you want to divine about Mr. Xue?" As soon as the words were spoken, the dark-faced youth dropped his bowl, unclear whether from anger or shock. Outside Xingyun Temple, the market was bustling with people coming and going. Yu Lingxi secretly glanced over and found him lost in thought, probably thinking it was boring being dragged here. "This is for you." The youth looked at the candy in his palm. Yu Lingxi patiently explained while feeding him, "It's just ordinary candy, no glue powder. You can eat it safely." Their eyes met. Both sensed an unusual heartbeat. Oh no, this cursed heart flutter. Sure enough, the 800-watt light bulb sister untimely entered their line of sight again. The romantic atmosphere instantly disappeared. The villainous youth was quite annoyed. If she weren't his sister, he would have found a way to get rid of her long ago. Meanwhile, when Yu Lingxi saw Xuetzin, she finally understood why Sister insisted on bringing him here. "So you've gone from being a third wheel to playing matchmaker. Really, thank you." But since they were already here, he could only smile awkwardly. "Brotherson, it's good that you found me. This is a jade pendant blessed by Jin Yun Temple's High Monk. It can ward off disasters and bring good fortune. I wanted to give it to you during the alms giving, but giving it now is just as well." Yu Lingxi was about to refuse, but halfway through speaking, she suddenly broke into a cold sweat. "Second sister, what's wrong?" Strange, why did her body suddenly lose all strength? She couldn't even hear clearly what Schwetzen was saying. There were too many people at the temple. She needed to leave quickly. Seeing something was wrong, Schwetzen tried to help but was stopped by her, because she felt her current condition was similar to Cui Qingxiang that day, perhaps even worse. Her vision became increasingly blurry. Someone save me. Just then, a large hand grabbed her from behind. Don't touch me, go away. Miss, it's me. Recognizing who it was, she finally relaxed. You finally came. The young man was about to give his childhood sweetheart a token of love, but the girl suddenly felt unwell. To prevent any mishap, she turned to leave. The young man wanted to follow out of concern, but was stopped by the girl. She'd rather endure alone outside, gritting her teeth through this unspeakable pain, rather than let others see her in this state. But just then, a large hand grabbed her from behind. She thought it was some ruffian and was about to resist. However, upon recognizing who it was, she felt inexplicably at ease, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Her body could no longer bear it and collapsed. Meanwhile, Sister was searching everywhere for her younger sister, but found no trace. Faced with elder sister's suspicion, Schwetzen hurriedly waved his hands, indicating he had done nothing untoward to Lingxi. Here, Ninging held Lingxi close. What's happening to me? It seems to be residual Qin fragrance from last time. Immortals call this scent extreme pleasure, capable of making people fall repeatedly. Is there an antidote? Miss does have an antidote, but the only cure is... Before finishing, she was cut off by the girl. Seeing her push away so resolutely, the youth sighed. This second attack, Miss forcing herself to endure, will be worse than death. Miss still despises it. Even if you despise it, there's no choice. If we grab any random man, we'd have to silence him afterward. But you won't let me kill, so that won't work. Unexpectedly, the girl grabbed his sleeve. If I do this in this meditation room, how am I any different from Zhao Yuming? What does it matter if we're in a temple's meditation room? Miss is already like a corpse. Did I not come to save you? This can't go on like this. We can only go to that place. Miss, hold on. The girl only went to the temple to burn incense, but her body suddenly felt unwell. So to avoid drawing attention, she returned to the manor alone. Just as she was about to faint, she was saved by the fallen prince. It turned out the girl was already poisoned with love toxin. Previously inhaling it once, she nearly died on the spot. But she never expected that inhaling the Qin fragrance once would cause 3 attacks, each worse than the last. Seeing the girl in such pain, the man wanted to save her, but unexpectedly, she not only resisted, but also accused him of being shameless, until she lost consciousness. Only then did the man hold her tight and take her to a secret room. This isn't the temple anymore, Miss can rest assured. Seeing the girl trembling, Ming Ming recalled it was the same in the storehouse last time. Could it be she's afraid of the dark? Thinking this, he was about to turn on the light, but was grabbed by the wrist. Please don't go. Miss is afraid of the dark. I'll light the lamp. He gently patted her hand to comfort her. The room is bright now. Miss needn't be afraid. The man turned his head, but was shocked by what he saw. Though the girl was unconscious, blood was flowing from her mouth. This woman was suffering so much she bit her tongue to die, without anyone noticing. For Schwetzen, enduring to such an extent. When you regain consciousness, hit me or scold me as you wish. But today I must save you. Not for Schwetzen. I just don't want to follow the path of my past life, and don't want to repeat those mistakes. The next second, the youth moved swiftly, quickly knocking it away. Holding Yu Lingxi's wrist, he loudly questioned. Miss values her life most. Isn't this too foolish? I know you want to save me, but Yu Lingxi. She hesitated. The youth sighed helplessly. Miss is truly stubborn. In the imperial realm of immortals, I heard there are ways for women to find pleasure without breaking their virtue. Since Miss has concerns, I will neither hear, speak, nor see. I'll just be a warm vessel. It's up to Mississippi. At this moment, Yu Lingxi, for some unknown reason, should have pushed him away again, but in that instant lost all reason. The youth, though not blind, wrapped a cloth around his eyes. Because the girl was poisoned, and the old toxin had resurfaced. Her life was in immediate danger. To save her, the youth promised he would neither hear, speak, nor see. In that moment, the girl suddenly remembered her past life, where she was always the one being taken advantage of by him. Now it's quite the opposite. Our roles are reversed. This is your karma. Soon half an hour passed, their breathing rising and falling. When it ended, the youth suddenly spoke. After using me, you won't deny it, right? I performed my duty well. Miss won't apologize again, will you? The girl just lowered her head and helped him dress. What's happened cannot be changed. Interesting, though I'm the one in a mess. Yet she neither runs away nor shows disgust, even helping me dress. Miss hasn't lost anything. I was just used as a tool. No need to be so serious about it. Moreover, seeing how calm and familiar she is, it's as if she's done this countless times for someone. Unexpectedly, the girl gently caressed him, eyes full of tenderness. A wife is not a tool. Tools don't fall in love for 4 lifetimes. Surprised by her words, Ying froze, then nodded seriously. I was careless. I'll be more mindful next time. The girl beside them was stunned. What? There's a next time? Before Lingxi could react, the youth suddenly held her hand and leaned close. But I'm curious, which wild man has Miss liked before? Miss seemed quite experienced using my form just now. Lingxi sweated. She couldn't possibly tell him that wild man was himself. Where is this place? A secret chamber, the youth said flatly. Before he could finish speaking about the secret chamber, Lin Yingtai stopped him. Asking about this chamber means death. Miss better not ask. Besides, Miss hasn't answered the previous question. That was just the medicine's effect. I don't remember what I did. However, the next second, the youth not only leaned forward but whispered in her ear, "Is that so? Miss doesn't remember? Shall I help you review?" That won't be necessary. The villain had kindly saved the young lady. Yet the young lady only wanted to pretend not to know. As Lingxi was talking, Ming suddenly spoke. I'm curious, which wild man has Miss liked before? Miss seemed quite experienced using my form. The girl thought about what happened earlier, nervously looking around at him. She couldn't possibly say that wild man was himself. Lingxi was at a loss for words. That was just the medicine's effect. I don't remember what I did. By the way, where is this? Ming lowered his head helplessly. A secret chamber. Before he could finish speaking about the chamber, the youth stopped her. Ask more, and you'll die. Miss better not ask. Though Miss doesn't remember, shall I help Miss recall? That won't be necessary. When it gets dark, stay close to me, Mississippi. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the girl slipped. Lingxi instinctively cried out. Just when she thought she couldn't escape this misfortune, the youth in front caught her in time. Let me carry Miss out. It's fine, I can walk. Then hold on to this. Ying tied a white silk to their wrists. I not only know Mrs. Secret, but also defiled Mrs. Jade. Miss should kill me. It has nothing to do with you. Things like Jade were lost long ago when she ruined the Eastern Palace marriage. Please wait, Mississippi. It's still raining outside. After leaving the secret chamber, he pulled the white silk back to himself. 12 sisters searched for half a century and finally found them. Just as she was about to approach, she suddenly stopped. Wasn't that the youth who was trapped on the cliff with second sister? Miss, where have you been? I was so worried. A maid rushed over from nearby. Taking this chance, Ning glanced aside. Her childhood friend had left just like that. While she was lost in thought, the maid suddenly asked, Wei Qi, are you hurt? What's tied to your hand? Well, this is my memento. This woman just came to visit her cousin, but was accused of being pretentious by her cousin. After waking up at the temple, to avoid awkwardness with Ming, Lingxi had been practicing calligraphy in the study. But just then, a green tea lady appeared at the door. Cousin Lin Shi. The girl didn't look up. Cousin, no need to pretend. You can enter manner only because I have questions for you. Cousin, there are many misunderstandings between us. During the spring hunt, when everyone's horses were poisoned and startled, only your and Zhao Su's horses were fine. At the princess's banquet, I was drugged and fell into Zhao Su's hands. These are all misunderstandings. The palace made mistook someone else and led you out of the manor. It really wasn't my doing. I suffered for you and was blamed by the crown prince. I'm the victim. How can you blame me, cousin? The girl was shocked. This cousin was not only a green tea lady, but also trying to guilt trip her. Since that's the case, she'd argue with her. You knew I love spicy food and wouldn't guard against Shuesin. At the banquet, I saw you hovering around Shuesin for a long time. You must have switched it then, right? Seeing the green tea sister's guilty face, she was certain it seemed to be true. And that's not all. The tea's fragrance at the princess's banquet was familiar. In her past life, she had drunk the same tea at Zhao Manor on the day she died. That tea was slightly bitter. Thinking carefully now, she knew the Zhao family used the strong fragrance to poison her. How laughable that in her past life, she cautiously guarded against Ming. Yet in the end, her killer was her own blood relative. I know you won't believe anything I say. In 2 days, I'll enter the palace to serve the crown prince. Today, I just want to know clearly, how did Zhao Su die? Yu Lingxi sneered, still trying to fish for information at this point. If he hadn't killed himself out of guilt, why don't you ask him yourself, cousin? Zhao Su is dead. Asking him personally, are you suggesting I should die too? I didn't know cousin had such a sharp tongue. Before she could finish, she was suddenly interrupted by a flying stone. Ouch! Who's that? Seems cousin's household doesn't welcome me. I better leave. Farewell, cousin. So, do you know who Yu Lingxi was in the beginning? The girl had cared so much for her blood relatives in her past life, only to be betrayed and framed by relatives in return. More ironically, whether in past or present life, not only did they show no remorse, but they even tried to guilt-trip her. The green tea cousin who failed to harm her ended up entrapping herself. Now she's turning the tables, claiming she suffered for her sake. Yet that cold-blooded youth from her past life not only saved her multiple times from danger, but even helped her get revenge, driving away this ungrateful stranger. Even though he didn't show himself, he silently guarded her from behind the rockery. Anyone could guess it was definitely that phone pie. Only he had such peculiar taste like in the past life. Miss, how could you let him run away? I don't like his face. I wanted to scratch it with stones. This was exactly like the past life. Wait, when Ning Ning scarred cousin's face in the past life, it might not have been hatred, but disgust that a green tea person could rise to be similar to me. Miss, what are you thinking about? As soon as the youth finished speaking, Yu Lingxi burst into laughter. I'm such a big fool. But the man beside her didn't console her, instead agreeing completely. Yes, you're foolish. We should have killed that woman. Strangely, the foolish girl wasn't angry. Instead, she stared at the youth with interest. Simple, but that's not what I want. I want to join forces with you, you madman. Together we'll crush the Zhao family and that corrupt Eastern palace. Miss, why do you keep looking at me today? I used to be very, very afraid of someone, but now I think I understand him a little. Just when he thought they were having a tender moment, the youth suddenly broke the mood with a cold laugh. That wild man. The confused girl was very confused. Oh no, I forgot. Only I was reborn. Misunderstands how to provoke me. First fear, then understanding, is that actor who taught Miss how to entertain herself. The next second, the girl quickly counterattacked. What nonsense are you talking about? If you were them, how would you warn this phone pie? This noble lady actually sent a fallen youth. She originally wanted to confide in the youth, but he didn't follow the usual script. Her face darkened. That wild man. What are you saying? Don't talk nonsense. Here I am seriously thinking about how to help you crush the palace. Yet you're busy being jealous of yourself. Couldn't you just ask who that person was? Oh, this servant might be hungry and babbling nonsense. If hungry, eat these lychees. They're from the palace. Why is it still tied with a ribbon? Quick, give it to me. Miss previously ruined my clothes. This ribbon can be your compensation. Wear it if you like. Did you come to see me for something? I brought something to show, Mississippi. What is it? Why are you suddenly giving me this? I accidentally broke Mrs. Brush before. I promised to replace it with a better one. This brush tip you made, the ink is black and resilient. It has an indescribable cool smoothness. It's neither sheep hair nor wolf hair. What is this brush made of? The youth replied directly, my hair. Doesn't Miss like my hair? I cut 2 inches, picked out the finest and softest strands to make the brush tip. Spent the whole night selecting them. Does Miss not like it? How can this be about liking it or not? It's not that I don't like it. I'm just curious. What if next time I compliment your beautiful eyes? If Miss likes my eyes, I could gouge them out and give them to you. Though dealing with eyeballs would be troublesome. I wouldn't want to frighten Mississippi. No, please don't. Hair can grow back, but eyes, hands, and feet. That would be truly tragic if lost. Things from the human body are best when the person is still alive. The man smiled wickedly. Oh, is that so? So Miss prefers to use living things? The youth's gift was actually made from himself, just because the girl said she liked it. Seeing this, the youth smiled slightly. This took me a day and night to make. Miss, if you like eyes, I could bring them under the flowers. Though dealing with eyeballs is troublesome. Please don't. If eyes are lost, that would be terrible. Things from the body are best when alive. So Miss prefers using living things. Yu Lingxi hurriedly explained, I mean take good care of your own body. Thank you for Miss's concern. Would Miss write something for me with this brush? Just to try it. How's the writing? The characters are good, but a gentleman is one with both virtue and talent. Also a king's son, holding back, waiting for the right moment. Miss's words are too kind to me. I have good judgment. I won't misjudge people. Thank you for the brush. Shall I write another for you? Write as much as Miss wishes. I'll hang it by my bed to admire daily. Outside the window at this time, I must inquire about the situation. Yu Lingxi and that guard, they say when the extreme pleasure incense takes effect, one must make love to resolve it. Seeing them together without maintaining proper boundaries. Could they have already? Miss has been writing for long. Must be thirsty. I'll go fetch water. Meanwhile, outside the Yu Mansion's gate, Hongzhu, let's visit the Shui Mansion. Yu Lingxi has been compromised. She can't be pure anymore. If second young master Shui knows. Miss, your previous visits to the Shui Mansion, when did second young master Shui ever see you? Besides, you're entering the palace soon. You must avoid suspicion. How dare you, a servant, try to control me? Call a carriage to take me to the Shui Mansion. Go ahead, tell everything you saw. Tell second young master Shui everything you heard. Miss can only be mine. The youth learned someone wanted to harm his miss. Qing Yu was actually happy, because he was being gossiped about alongside Mississippi. I have important matters to tell second young master Shui. Miss Zhao, please don't make it difficult for us servants. Second young master has given orders. If he won't see you, I'll wait in the carriage. I must wait for him today. Before entering the palace, she must tell Xuetzin what she saw, to make him give up on marrying Yu Lingxi. At the same time, in Yu Lingxi's study, this madman's thoughts are truly incomprehensible. Our body and hair are gifts from our parents. People only cut a lock of hair to give away during their wedding. Why did it take you so long just to fetch water? You made me so anxious waiting. I saw a green tea cousin leaving the mansion, got curious, and asked the guards at the gate. They said she left looking suspicious, must have seen something. Given her relationship with Zhao Su, she must know I took the extreme pleasure incense. Leaving only now, could she have misunderstood seeing Ning Ning and me together? Should I go after her? She'll just spread some dirty rumors. Not everyone will believe it. Even if some do, it's good to end this marriage interference. It's good for me too. Don't mind her. The lustful demon is Mississippi. Why isn't Miss using the brush I gave? Your brush is too beautiful. I can't bear to use it. Must preserve it well. This isn't just a brush. It's my talisman. When you gain power in the future, if you forget old favors, I'll use it to protect myself. With Ling Ling's backing, the Zhao family won't dare come again. What are you thinking about? Smiling so happily? Nothing. Speaking of the Zhao family, my wife, I have something to ask you. If someone served you for 2 years and suddenly died, how would you handle it? Since in your past life you drew faces similar to cousin and me, not out of disgust, then not letting my corpse be buried wasn't out of hatred. Someone who served me? Just dig a hole and bury them. What if there isn't even a hole? Then they're just nobodies. Not worth my attention. A nobody? Am I not worth it? What's wrong, miss? Let go. You can't have any. Has your head gone crazy? At this moment, Yu Lingxi left the room feeling upset. So he never even hated me. Not worth his attention at all. It should be a good thing. Why does my heart hurt so much? Even in death, not worth digging a hole for. I thought after so long, I wouldn't mind those days as a wandering ghost. But hearing Ming Ming's answer, Qing, still hurts. Are you feeling better, miss? I just bought some happy chili powder. Please try it. It's nothing. The chili looks good. Glad miss likes it. Why bother about the big madman from the past life and the little madman now? Miss, something terrible. What's wrong, man? Husband's in trouble. Green tea cousin is dead. The archenemy was poisoned. The girl was not only panicked, but also happily attended the funeral. Half an hour ago, Yu Lingxi was still eating melon seeds when a maid rushed in. What's wrong, man? You said husband's in trouble. Little green tea is gone. How did she die? Husband's side said it was sudden illness. Sudden death? How is that possible? Yu Lingxi murmured. The little green tea, I knew, never had any serious illness in both lifetimes. They say little green tea's lips were purple red. That doesn't look like sudden death, more like poison suicide. Death by poison? Someone like little green tea, even when watching her entire family executed in the previous life, still dared to grab Ning Ning's clothes begging for mercy. She loved her life more than anything. How could she easily commit suicide? Moreover, she came to Yu's mansion, though appearing weak, but actually to gather information. It doesn't seem like she wanted to end her life. There are too many suspicious points. Prepare the carriage. I need to visit the Zhao mansion. Wife, wait for my return. Sensing something unusual, the youth smirked. I knew it would be like this. Watching the girl's departing figure, the youth's gaze was indifferent. This little thing tastes awful. At the same time, in Zhao family's memorial hall, Yu Lingxi just took a glance and was shocked, because this scene was very familiar. she suddenly felt dizzy. The maid beside supported her. "Miss, are you all right?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." Maybe because little green tea looked somewhat similar, I was startled. "Miss, let's rest by the wall." Yu Lingxi sighed. "This isn't the past. It's not me lying in the secret chamber's coffin. And my family is still alive." At this time, the butler nearby whispered instructions. "Master says if anyone asks, tell them Miss died from illness." "You know what? Help me with something. Miss has inquired everything. They say after cousin returned home yesterday afternoon. She was restless and locked herself in her room. Yesterday afternoon. Yesterday little green tea came to see me, clearly left at noon. How did she return in the afternoon? Could she have gone somewhere else during those 3 hours? At night, cousin complained of stomach pain and weakness. She drank stomach medicine before sleeping. The maid was terrified when she found her in the morning. Stomach pain with blood vomiting? They say she vomited black blood. But Imperial Dr. Lin couldn't find anything. In the previous life, stomach pain followed by blood vomiting and sudden death. All symptoms are so similar to my previous life. Perhaps whoever killed Little Green Tea is the same person who killed me in my previous life. Since even the palace doctors couldn't identify the poison, it must be no ordinary poison. Otherwise, if she had such rare poison, she would have used it on me first, definitely wouldn't use it for suicide. After Little Green Tea left Yu Mansion, did she meet anyone else? She only had Hong Zhu with her then. But after Little Green Tea's death, Hong Zhu acted like she had epilepsy, refusing to answer any questions. Later, when pressured, she banged her head against the wall and has been unconscious in the woodshed since. Hong Zhu is the only useful person. We can't let her die. Thinking of this, Yu Lingxi ordered a servant to keep an eye on Hong Zhu and notify her of anything unusual. But if even the Imperial Doctor couldn't find the source, where should we start investigating this poison? Back at Yu Mansion. Hu Tao, you may leave. I need to speak with my wife. However, before he could speak, Ying went straight to the point. Miss saw the scene and came to interrogate me? Yu Lingxi was surprised. Interrogate you about what? I still remember Miss's eyes before execution. Miss, aren't you suspecting I killed that Zhao woman? A noble lady bringing food to her personal guard. The youth thought Miss was going to interrogate her. Yu Lingxi put down the stone box, looking calm. The youth smiled sarcastically. Miss, don't you suspect I killed that Zhao woman? When did I say I suspected you of murder? Even if Miss doesn't say it, you think I'm evil. All bad things in the world must be done by me. Is Miss satisfied with that explanation? I suspected you before, because you had attacked her, and you always talk about killing. But hearing you speak like this now, I'm actually relieved, because Ming Yin is openly bad. If he did it, he would definitely admit it. Unexpectedly, the proud youth insisted stubbornly. Relieved about what? Maybe I did kill her. Yu Lingxi shook her head helplessly. Even if you did kill her, it would be to protect me. The youth chuckled. Miss, just say what you want to say. Indeed, nothing could be hidden from her. Actually, I've encountered a problem, and only Yu Jianxian can help me solve it. He directly used his mouth to pick. This one isn't sweet. Miss, why didn't you bring attendants today? Aren't you afraid I might snap and break your neck? If servants saw me comforting you when you're angry, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Try this one, is it sweet? My hands are sweaty. Let me find a handkerchief. No need. I have one. Miss wants me to find the medicine master to investigate that woman's cause of death. Indeed, even palace doctors couldn't identify her poison. Something even imperial doctors can't figure out, yet Miss trusts me. I understand. Miss, please go back. Will you help? Great. I'll wait for your news. The next morning, Yu Lingxi sat in the courtyard lost in thought. She hadn't seen Lin Yin yesterday and wondered how she was. Miss, sorry to keep you waiting. You were gone all night. Where did you go? To open the coffin. Did you find anything? Examining corpses takes 3 to 5 days. Let me do it. It was the same in my previous life. After bathing, she never wanted to dry her hair, nor would she let others touch it. Such beautiful long hair shouldn't be neglected like this. How did Miss become so skilled at serving others? You're the only one in this world worthy of my care. You better help me work and find the results I want. The youth chuckled, but my clothes are also wet. Meanwhile, Big Brother was puzzled in the rain. It's mealtime, but Little Sister couldn't be found anywhere. That's Little Sister's voice. That youth behind her is the newly recruited personal guard. Just then, Yu Lingxi came smiling. Brother, I'm here. looking for me everywhere? It's improper to miss meals. It's raining today. Did you lose track of time? This man was clearly the brother of her beloved, yet the man intended to harm him. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, how many days has it been? How much longer for this confinement? These days, due to the birthday banquet matter, several officials have impeached your highness. The emperor is still angry. The queen suggests you lay low for now. Those censorate officials are so stubborn. What about making that fisherman's daughter the crown princess? The queen mentioned this, but General Yu has concerns. Then find a way to bring the Yu family under control soon. Then no matter how many daughters the Yu family has, they'll all be mine. I heard Luo province suffered from storms. The court is sending people with relief supplies. Why mention this? I'm not in the mood to discuss state affairs. Wait, you reminded me. Go do as I said. I'll go arrange it now. Meanwhile, at the Yu mansion, it's late. Mother should rest. Go ahead. Today you're guiding me? Where's Hu Tao? The youth just smiled slightly. Hu Tao is sick. I'm temporarily replacing her. Hurry, don't be late. Take care of home while father and I are away. What are you doing, brother? Yu Lingxi asked, puzzled. I just returned from the palace. Luo province had sudden storms. The emperor ordered me to escort relief supplies. We leave tonight. Yu Lingxi felt something was wrong. How could it be so quick? Although emergency relief is urgent, departing at night is common, but something fell off. Why would the general's mansion handle delivering relief supplies? Right, you and Cindy quickly go to my room to find my accessories. I can't leave right now. As the youth was about to follow, the man stopped him. Wife, stay and help me. What does young general need? The man's face suddenly turned grim. What are your intentions toward my sister? I stay by Mrs. side only to repay her kindness and protect her. I have no improper thoughts. General Shao misunderstands. The man half believed, is this true? Absolutely certain. Just then, Yu Lingxi hurried back. Brother, the guard just said your accessories are in the carriage. Oh, my mistake. Look at my memory. The disaster relief involves many aspects. Be careful on your journey, Yu Lingxi worriedly advised. Don't worry. You and Cindy just wait well at home for my return. Next day at Yu Mansion's back door. Do you have any sugar here? Yes. Let me pack some for you. Your servant has spread rumors in town, as your highness ordered. The censorate will impeach the crown prince for misconduct, just waiting for the right time. Also, Yu Huanshan is secretly investigating your highness's past. Should I take action? No need to stop their investigation, the youth said indifferently. Just then, Yu Cindy hurried past, clearly glancing over before showing disdain. Don't interfere in this matter. Yu Huanshan can investigate me, but he needs to be alive to return. Lingxi, something terrible happened. Jai, why are you back at this hour? What happened? Quickly sit down and tell me. I just received an urgent secret letter from father. The relief grain Yu Huanshan was escorting has problems. 30,000 jin of life-saving grain was all replaced with empty husks. The youth outwardly said to stay uninvolved and watch the show. However, when he learned his future wife was going to find another man, he rushed back in the pouring rain. Just earlier, the youth ate while laughing. That pygmy Tan may not have much ability, but he sure holds grudges. He needs to be alive to investigate the carp switching. At this time in the room, the relief grain had become husks. How could this happen? Wasn't it checked before departure? Of course it was checked. The grain was inspected several times with no issues. But it was switched after reaching Luo province. Someone must be framing us. Hearing this, Yu Lingxi frowned and thought, if someone is framing us, only court nobles would have such means. Military officials embezzling relief funds is treason. We can't let this leak, nor can we report to the emperor. Otherwise, ill-intentioned people could provoke imperial anger, and brother would be convicted. The whole family would perish. I secretly came back to inform you. I must return to the palace now. Stay home and take care of mother. I'll return with any news. Soon it was evening. Father claimed illness and secretly rushed to Luo province to stabilize the situation. Hearing this, Yu Lingxi felt slightly relieved. That's great. If father can replace the missing grain before the court discovers it, everything will be fine. The next moment, sister poured cold water on his hopes. It's too late. The court has sent inspectors claiming to monitor public sentiment. An inspector is rushing overnight to Luo province's Sea County. By tomorrow at latest, if Yu Huanshan can't produce the grain, both he and father will will lose their lives. What? Why did the emperor send inspectors so urgently? Could someone be deliberately escalating this to destroy the Yu family? Sister, do you know which official is serving as inspector? It's Vice Minister of Revenue Wang Lingqing. That name sounds familiar. I seem to have heard it before. This humble servant was blind to follow the crown prince before. Now I've seen the light and am willing to die for your highness. No wonder he had pledged loyalty to Lin Ying in the previous life. Thinking of this, he instinctively reminded sister, he's the crown prince's man. Sway. How do you know? Probably heard father mention it once. That makes sense. Father refused to align with the Eastern Palace faction, becoming a thorn in the crown prince's side. Moreover, your previous marriage arrangement with him fell through. He must be using this to suppress and eliminate the Yu family, he said while grinding his teeth in anger. At this moment, Yu Lingxi was preparing to go out. Sister, I thought of someone who might be able to help us. But what he didn't know was that the crazy youth had been watching him from nearby. Watching the delicate figure running in the rain, he mused, who are you going to see so late? No matter, whoever you seek, I'll benefit either way. Outside the Shui mansion, second young lady is here. Unfortunately, both our masters are in the palace, and young master hasn't returned yet. What about second young master Shui? Our second young master isn't here either. I see. Sorry to trouble you. She had hoped the Shui family, being in the suburbs, wouldn't stand idly by, but it was such bad timing. Later at Yu Mansion's gate, where's sister? I need to see her. The young lady just left wearing official robes. What? How long ago? About the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. As soon as these words were spoken, Yu Lingxi shouted, Qin Xiao, go to the Nanyang prince's mansion and tell the young prince that Yu Cini is trapped in the Eastern Palace, her life in danger. Beg her to help, for the sake of sister once saving her life. The carriage moved through the heavy rain, while Yu Lingxi's emotions were as chaotic as the downpour. At this hour, wearing official robes, she must be seeking the crown prince's mercy. The crown prince set this trap to force the Yu family to submit. Going to the Eastern Palace, now, is like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. Yu Lingxi instinctively asked what happened. The crazy youth appeared through the rain. Seeing this, the girl exclaimed, to ride so fast to stop me. Are you mad? I think you're the mad one, my lady. Where are you planning to go? The Eastern Palace? Do you know what that means? I know, but I'm not afraid. But I am. Hui Qing, what did you say? The next moment, the youth leaned forward and changed his words. I said I won't allow you to go to the Eastern Palace. I order you to return immediately, right now. The young beauty was in imminent danger, and she went to rescue her. Unexpectedly, the crazy youth stopped her. Just moments ago, Ying shouted through the pouring rain, My lady, go back right now. Yu Lingxi was stunned by the shout, then refused. I won't go back. My lady, you have no power or influence. How can you oppose the crown prince? I'll beg the prince to help. If successful, we can get the emperor and empress involved. And if unsuccessful, hearing this, she looked down at her hairpin. Then I'll take my own life right there. This way, even if they discover the missing relief grain tomorrow, people will believe the crown prince set up the Yu family to cover his crimes. The youth suddenly threw back his head and laughed. What clever calculations and courage, my lady. Back then, with the strong aphrodisiac, you'd rather die than let me touch you, but tonight you'd sacrifice yourself to the tiger for someone else. Yu Lingxi protested, Sister isn't just anyone. She's my family. Family? My lady, you have too many weaknesses. Anyone can be used to throw you into chaos. That's not weakness. My family has protected me with everything they had for over a decade. We're connected like branches of the same tree. When one suffers, all suffer. This time, it's my turn to protect them. Wei Qi released the horsewhip. What are you trying to do? The youth's face darkened, remaining silent. Suddenly, the girl let out a startled cry. Then she was easily restrained by Lin Ying. Face to face, Yu Lingxi demanded, Wei Qi, let me go. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, General Yu's daughter was requesting an audience. You're dismissed for tonight. Bring her in. He carelessly pushed aside his concubine. Yu Shishir entered. Oh, it's you? I thought it would be that soft little beauty Yu Lingxi. But I'm tired of delicate beauties. A fierce woman like this isn't bad either. Your subject, Yu Cini of the Baiji Temple, greets your highness. The man crossed his legs, asking knowingly, "What brings you here at night?" "Your highness, considering the Yu family's loyalty and military achievements, please show mercy." Unexpectedly, the man brazenly replied, "Given that this concerns the lives of tens of thousands of disaster victims, I can't just grant your request for free. I haven't even mentioned what matter it is. Yet your highness knows it's about disaster relief. It seems it was indeed your doing. The Yu family only recently received the disaster relief order. I merely guessed. Officer Yu, don't overthink it. My Yu family has served the court faithfully dash." Before she could finish, she felt dizzy. "Wait, what did you do?" "Don't worry, Officer Yu. If you submit to me, I'll spare your family's lives." Meanwhile, in the carriage, Yu Lingxi continued struggling. "Wei Qi, let me go." "No, my lady's life is too precious. Wei Qi can't let you do something foolish. Let go." Sister is impulsive. Who knows what she'll do? What if she can't hold on until Ning Zizhu arrives? "My lady, please, I beg you. Let me save my sister. There's no time. My lady, don't speak. If my lady behaves, I'll return you Cinny to you unharmed." Facing the beautiful girl's tearful sobs, the crazy youth told her to be quiet. "If my lady behaves, I'll return you Cinny to you unharmed." Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, "Just submit to me." "Your Highness, emergency. The side hall of the Eastern Palace is on fire. The flames are reaching the sky. His Majesty has been alerted and is almost here. Your Highness, please prepare to receive him. Your Majesty can't enter. The Crown Prince. The Eastern Palace is on fire. Why hasn't the Crown Prince appeared yet? Your son greets Father Emperor." "You worthless thing. How dare you? You sure. Wake up, Father Emperor. Listen to your son's explanation. Why is the Eastern Palace ablaze? It must be chaos over there now. Has my lady calmed down now? Don't move yet, my lady." Yu Lingxi looked aggrieved. "Don't be harsh with me in the future. Though I don't know what methods you used. Thank you anyway." "What methods could I have? I was just trying to comfort my lady. No need to thank me. Thank your young prince instead. This little madman sure holds grudges." "That's the prince's carriage. Your Highness, my sister. Second Lady Yu." "Don't worry about you, Sishi. It's fine, I'll take my sister back then." "Thank you, your Highness. My sister, and I will never forget this kindness. It was nothing. Don't mention it." He really went to thank the young prince. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? I didn't do much really. I had just arrived at the palace gate when I heard 2 pavilions in the Eastern Palace were on fire. I happened to meet His Majesty, which is why I could arrive in time. Could it be him? "Second Lady, rest assured. The doctor says the First Lady is fine. She just needs some sleep." "That's good. Don't let Mother know about tonight's events. My lady visits late at night. Is this for an apology or thanks?" "Neither. Tonight brings double joy, and I specially invite Wei's wife to celebrate. An hour ago, my lady was ready to sacrifice herself. What double joy could there be in this crisis? Tonight's events prove that Wei's wife and I share common goals. Mutual benefit and cooperation. That's the second joy. How does my lady know my goals? Does Wei Qi think I'm that foolish? Indeed, my lady is clear-sighted. How else could you have thought of such a self-sacrificing plan? But this is the last time. I'm actually very curious. My lady cares for many. Where do I rank among them? Parents, brothers, sister, then Ailey. After Ailey comes Huanu. I understand. Where are you going? To kill cats. For each one I kill, I'll rise 1 rank in my lady's heart. When they're all gone, I'll be the most important person to my lady. It's not like that. I only have these few important people in my life. Each one you kill is like stabbing my heart. If you kill them all, my heart will die too. It will only make me drift further from you. Do you understand? That's not fair. What did you say? My lady, guess how many people I hold in here? The obsessive youth confessed to her. But the young lady fled in fear. Just moments ago, he was looking at my lady with such affection. My lady, guess how many people I hold in here? Yu Lingxi blushed. Anyway, thank you for your help tonight. I have urgent matters to attend to. I'll take my leave. I thought someone like Linning, who looks down on everything, was heartless. Because even the most evil people have themselves in their hearts. But Linning doesn't even have himself in his. But just now, his eyes clearly only had. Never mind, I won't think about it anymore, sister. You're awake. Are you feeling better? Sui. I'm fine. You were right. The Crown Prince did it. It's my fault for alerting them too early. Alerting them might not be a bad thing. The Crown Prince will try to contact his inside men and destroy evidence. This is our chance to strike back. Sway means I've already sent people to watch Wang Lingxin, the Deputy Minister of Revenue. If the crown prince makes a move, he'll definitely send him secret messages. The warehouse holding 30,000 stones of relief grain is huge. It can't be destroyed that quickly. If we follow the trail, we can find where the relief grain is really hidden. This is a secret message we intercepted from Wang Lingqin's mansion. It contains clues about the relief grain. Brilliant Sui Sui. Who taught you all this? Compared to Ningyin, these small fry are much easier to deal with. I've already sent people to investigate. Sister, you don't need to go personally. I can't trust others with the grain matter. Sui Sui, you've done enough. Let sister handle the rest. Then please be careful, sister. At dusk, a youth family servant rushed in. My lady, let me see the urgent letter from First Lady. The relief grain has safely reached Luozhou. The Eastern Palace's conspirators have been captured. Seeing this, Yu Lingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's wonderful, but we still can't let our guard down yet. In her previous life, sister investigated the truth about father and brother's murder alone. While carrying evidence back, she met with an accident and fell into a ravine with her horse. No remains were ever found. Guards, bring me the terrain maps from the capital to Luozhou and gather all on-duty guards. Stand ready for orders. This life, we absolutely cannot be careless again. Meanwhile, outside the capital, Yusini urged her horse forward. Hurry, the sooner we reach the capital, the sooner we can rest easy. They're here. Make it quick and clean. But as soon as the words were spoken, the hunter became the hunted. Since these black-clothed men dare to ambush, keep two alive, kill the rest. Oh, here's one that slipped through. How troublesome. Near death, the black-clothed man frantically grabbed at the youth's sleeve band. The next moment, the white band flew away with the wind. The youth was startled, instinctively reached to grab it. But before the black-clothed man could catch his breath, the next moment he died on the spot. Was it this hand that touched it? Don't touch what you shouldn't. Yusini's return route assassins have been dealt with. Tie up the survivors. After questioning, send them over too. Leave a few to guard the way to the capital. It's all because my lady cares for too many people, making me suffer along with her. Just because my lady has too many people in her heart, the youth must suffer along with her. Seeing her sister return safely, Yu Lingxi was very worried. It's all right, little sister. See, I've returned safely. Yesterday, I sent the witnesses and secret letters to the court of justice. That's why I'm here with good news. Is Big Brother all right now? Not only is he fine, but the crown prince has been charged and confined by his majesty. Hearing this, Yu Lingxi silently breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. That's good. Embezzling 30,000 jin of grain could feed an entire army. Plus, he colluded with spirits throughout the city. He got off easy. Was it really this smooth? Yu Lingxi could hardly believe it, and gathering evidence was too easy. It feels unreal. Until evening, Yu Lingxi still stared blankly out the window. The wind is so strong at night. Why are you wearing such thin clothes? Can't help it, the weather's too hot. A few days ago, when Big Brother Song Liang was in trouble, I couldn't think of anything else. Now that I can relax, I realize the recent heat feels unusually intense. Thinking carefully, there are only a few days until the next poison attack. Should I be obedient like last time? But if I do that, what about Ning Ning? My lady, why is your face red? It's nothing, just stuffy in here. I'll go for a walk in the courtyard. But unconsciously, she walked to Ning Ning's place. Perhaps due to the medicine's effects. These days, thoughts of Ning Ning had increased significantly. This wasn't a good sign at all. However, just as she was about to leave, that not good person coincidentally called out to her. My lady came just to leave? Never mind, wife, walk with me. Sister has returned safely, and the grain evidence has been transferred to the court. This journey was surprisingly smooth. Someone must have helped in secret. Let's not beat around the bush. I only did it for myself. I just want that old man and his wastrel son to destroy each other. If Yusini had died, the evidence would never have reached that old man. No matter for whom, I must change my surname. What's wrong, my lady? Are you feeling unwell? I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. It's getting late. I should go back to rest. Remember to sleep early too. Wait, my lady, don't speak. Let me try first. Seeing this, Yu Lingxi's face turned red. This man's fingers are cool. It feels so nice. Wait, what am I thinking about right now? But this embarrassing sensation, the memory of it is irresistible. Oh no, oh no. Beauty is truly dangerous. Just then, the young man suddenly spoke softly. My lady, would you accompany me to the temple tomorrow? Are you listening to me, my lady? What embarrassing things are you thinking about? Though knowing the girl was an undercover, in the previous life, the young man still stayed by her side, even knowing he might get hurt. Just now, Ulingsi didn't want to accompany her to Jinyun Temple, but unexpectedly, the young man deliberately tempted her. Please, my lady, I have news about the poison I investigated. Want to ask about it? Wait, I'll go with you. However, just as the door opened, a voice came from the other side. Oh, it's the young lady. You want to know what poison that woman took? That female corpse, when pierced with silver needles, showed no color change. It seems like a strange poison. Ulingsi's interest was immediately piqued. Tell me more. Young lady, come see for yourself. See, this poison works very slowly. You'll need to wait a while. About half an hour, this poor fish will die from poisoning. This poison shows no symptoms at first. When stomach pain is noticed, it's already too late. What I have in this bottle is the genuine poison. Smell it yourself. Hearing this, Ulingsi instinctively took the medicine bottle. Just one light sniff, and her face changed dramatically. That's right. In my previous life, I died after drinking this mixed with tea. This poison is called 100-flower kill, a rare poison from the northern tribes. Besides being colorless and odorless, it has another special feature. If the poisoned person becomes intimate with another, it can be used for indirect assassination. How is this possible? How can such a vicious method exist in this world? Meanwhile, in the secret chamber of Jinyun Temple, the guard carefully handed over a book. The assassination of young Lady Yu was indeed done by old Chui's death guard. As your highness predicted, the old emperor suspects the crown prince. Consort Hui gave birth to a prince last night. The court situation will be reshuffled. How boring, this fire isn't big enough. It seems that secret document from decades ago should be brought up again. When father succeeds son and son becomes mother, that will be interesting. Also, burn this. You won't need it anymore. Oh my, I just fell asleep. This medicine side effects are quite strong. My lady, did you finish asking? But the young lady ignored him, still lost in her own world. In her previous life, she always thought her green tea cousin poisoned her because of Schwetzin. But unexpectedly, she was just a pawn in the Zhao family scheme. I'm all alone. How could anyone think about killing me every day? From beginning to end, she was just a tool being used. A dark blade to assassinate Wei Qi. Ulingsi went up asking for a hug. The innocent young man thought she was sad. He wanted to offer some comfort, but was interrupted by her saying, I'm sorry they used me to hurt you. The young man thought she was crying about the medicine and tried to comfort her. Won't it take effect until tomorrow? Why are you crying now? Tell your husband who made you sad. I'll avenge you. This woman was supposed to warm the bed, but she didn't want to put her legs under the covers. The prince didn't mind, though. He directly had someone else warm the bed for her, only because the prince wanted to do other things that could heat things up. Just now, seeing his lady crying, he rushed towards her. The young man looked confused. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? I'll help you get revenge. No one bullied me. No one will ever bully us again. Why say US? Though I like the sound of that. What news did you hear from the medicine vendor? Cousin was poisoned with something called 100-flower kill. If someone becomes intimate with the poisoned person, they'll die from poisoning too. The medicine vendor said the previous dynasty's emperor was poisoned this way, through the beauty trap strategy. The young man smiled slightly. This poison is quite interesting. What's interesting about it? It's not interesting at all. Using an innocent person as bait to poison another person is extremely vicious. Ning Yin remained silent for a moment beside them. Then she took the young lady's hand and asked why she cared so much about this. Hearing this, Ulingsi speechlessly looked at the young man before her. You seem normal now, but if you knew that in my previous life, I was poisoned when we were intimate. Not only that, I spat blood all over your face in bed. You probably would have wanted to kill me 10,000 times. Fortunately, I was reborn. Seeing the young man's confused expression, the young lady shook her head. I'm fine now. I was just thinking, since cousin was poisoned before entering the palace, could someone be trying to harm the crown prince? Thinking back to her previous life, Ming Ying was at the center of the storm, surrounded by enemies. Those who wanted her life were countless. Trying to investigate them all would be like climbing to heaven. If the poisoner was both the crown prince's strong opponent and had intricate connections with the Yu family, then the scope of investigation could be narrowed down considerably. If their target was the Eastern Palace, they wouldn't let cousin die suddenly before entering the palace, right? Perhaps only villains like Ning Ning can best understand other villains' thoughts. What did Zhao Yuming do to deserve such a deadly fate? Does killing need a specific reason? If he heard such words, he would surely be furious. Perhaps he blocked someone's path to promotion, or maybe he knew some secrets he shouldn't have known. Let's go back, Yu Lingxi suddenly said. My lady, wait. Wei's wife hurriedly called out to her. What is it, wife? My lady, don't forget, I'm always at your service. The young man also responded respectfully with implied meaning. In the evening at Yu Manor's Liang Pavilion, the early summer breeze gently blew, but brought no coolness to Yu Lingxi. Why did Miss insist on resting in the Liang Pavilion today? It's only early summer. What if you catch a cold? Hu Tao worriedly said beside her. The weather has been hot lately. I've been restless and unable to sleep at night. Hearing this, Hu Tao sighed softly. All right, here's your calming soup. After drinking it, you'll surely sleep soundly. She handed the soup to Yu Lingxi. By the way, no need to attend to me here tonight. I want some peace and quiet. After drinking the soup, Yu Lingxi thought that if she could fall asleep quickly, she wouldn't feel anything. Plus, this place was far from others' bedrooms, so even if she made any noise at night, no one would hear. However, as the girl became drowsy, she couldn't tell where she was. This bed felt so familiar. If you're warming the bed, why not put your legs in? Is it warm enough? In her hazy state, someone seemed to respond. Yes, your highness, the bed is warm. You may come up now. The next moment, the girl suddenly awoke. Wait, how could she have such an embarrassing dream? But it was still hot. This poison was truly powerful. Yu Lingxi secretly lamented. Ying, where are you? Her body seemed to yearn uncontrollably. That person was so pathetic. Anyone would do. Is there anyone who can help me escape this misery? The young lady cried helplessly in her heart. Meanwhile, the approaching young man was unaware of the lady's inner turmoil. Seeing the lady's unusual state, he felt worried. What is Miss enduring again? She's truly unpredictable. The young man's first intimate encounter with Miss was during her moment of vulnerability. Just then, Yu Lingxi desperately pinched her palm, thinking hopelessly that anyone would do, as long as they could save her from this torment. In her blurry vision, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. Yu Lingxi froze and looked up. It was that incredibly familiar face. Meeting his unfocused gaze, Ning Ning clicked his tongue softly. What is Miss enduring again? Yu Lingxi bit her lip, using her last strength to grip Ning Yin's hand. Ning Yin's clean scent was like a deadly temptation, reminding her of previous experiences. She involuntarily let out a soft whimper. She was immediately covered and pulled into an embrace. Yu Lingxi's body burned hot and went limp. Ning Yin caught her in time and carried her to the kitchen. Just entering the room, Ning Yin immediately placed Yu Lingxi on the bed. Then, while giving gentle reminders, he wiped her soiled hands. At this moment, Yu Lingxi was in a daze. The wiped areas felt briefly cool before becoming hotter. Her voice was hoarse and urgent, nearly crying. Ning Yin gazed quietly at Yu Lingxi. Holding Ning Yin's hand, Ning Yin knew she couldn't hold on anymore. Still waiting for his initiative, Yu Lingxi uncomfortably leaned in to kiss Ning Yin. Only then did Ning Yin respond. Last time Miss said my kissing skills were poor, so I studied from books. Would Miss like to check my homework? Yu Lingxi was in extreme discomfort. She leaned forward to kiss Ning Yin's thin lips. Only when Yu Lingxi showed distress did he finally part his lips. Mrs. Shy, keep your voice down. Ying Ying's voice was hoarse. Yu Lingxi's whole body trembled, as if emerging from a beautiful dream. The next moment, Yu Lingxi kept repeating, I didn't mean to harm you. Ying Ying paused for a moment, then gave a wry laugh. Yu Lingxi was in agony. She came closer, crying. Ying Ying hesitantly stroked her hair, but couldn't ease her pain. Why did she say she harmed me? What did she see? If this continues, even if successful, it would be a painful step forward. But her frightened appearance was truly worrying. Thinking this, the young man took out a bottle of pills. With a commanding tone, Miss, open your mouth. As he spoke, the girl tried to back away. I don't want to. It's too bitter. Seeing his miss so disobedient, the young man didn't say another word and directly fed her the pill with a kiss. After a while, Yu Lingxi's eyes were red from crying, complaining it was bitter. The young man smiled silently, thinking, How is it bitter? It's clearly very sweet. Afterward, Yu Lingxi was extremely tired, looking at Ning Yin sitting beside the bed. She unconsciously called out, "Your Highness," but her voice was too soft. Ning Yin couldn't hear clearly what Miss was saying. Yu Lingxi sighed again, and Ning Yin gradually fell into sleep, only because his Miss had softly called his real name in her sleep. The young man suddenly developed murderous intent as the drug took effect, slowly leaning closer, secretly wondering what Miss had said. The next moment, Yu Lingxi mumbled Ming Yin again in her daze. The young man's large hand quietly crept up to the girl's swan-like white neck. His face dark with clouds, yet wearing a cold smile, he asked, "Is Miss awake?" Miss knew things had gone wrong. She had indeed called out his real name. Yu Lingxi maintained composure and said fearlessly, "You've worked so hard to save me. Killing me now would be a loss." The young man coldly snorted. Mrs. thought well about how to lie. He clearly wasn't one to be bound by sentiment. Only talk of benefits, sufficient compelling benefits, could make him stop. "Killing me will only give you one more enemy, with no benefit. We have a common goal now. We shouldn't become enemies." Seeing the young man unmoved, Yu Lingxi wondered strangely, "Why aren't you interested? Could it be that returning to palace for power isn't what you want most? That shouldn't be right." Seeing Miss lost in thought, Ming Ming coldly said, "Miss is distracted. When did Miss learn of my identity? That deserves punishment." Yu Lingxi trembled slightly, then replied it was in the wolf country, but thought to herself, "I can't exactly say I knew you in my previous life." She continued, "At the princess's birthday banquet, when you saved me, you were wearing inner palace clothes, clearly familiar with the princess's residence. You must be from a noble family. Later, you could even interfere with Eastern palace matters. With some deduction, the possibilities were quite limited. I don't have a habit of prying into others' privacy. If you don't tell, I won't ask or mention it. Besides me, no one else knows your identity. If you're worried, you can kill me now." Though reason told the youth he should crush the lady's tendons and burn down the Yu mansion, he felt her words made sense. The life he had just saved would be a waste to kill. Thinking this, the youth said deeply, "So, Miss took me in and treated me well just to use my identity." Yu Lingxi quickly explained, "I only wanted to protect my family, nothing more. The crown prince is incompetent and deeply resents the Yu family. If he takes the throne, my father and brothers will have no future." Ning Yin questioned, "Miss, what makes you think I'm better than the crown prince? What if I'm just like him?" Yu Lingxi looked at the youth with determined eyes. "Because you had countless chances, yet never hurt me, neither in the past life nor this one. I don't understand court politics. I only know that someone dangerous who has never hurt me is far more reliable than a group of hypocrites." After hearing this, the youth still pressed down on her. Yu Lingxi frowned. "Can you get up? You're too heavy. It's uncomfortable. Miss risks dealing with a tiger, uses me, then complains I'm heavy. How unreasonable." At these words, Yu Lingxi instantly understood his meaning. He was letting her off. "Thanks for tonight. I should go back." The youth hesitated. "Miss, just keep calling me wife. There are many eyes in the pavilion. Should Miss return like this?" Yu Lingxi replied, "It's fine. It's only a few steps. I can endure it. Miss used to order me around so naturally. Why be reserved now?" Yu Lingxi thought silently. She had assumed that given his nature, once his identity was discovered, their master-servant relationship would reverse. Yet he seemed willing to maintain it. What did this mean? Suddenly, a noise came from nearby. Yu Lingxi became panicked. "Quick, go!" With guards approaching, footsteps getting closer, she was about to be discovered. Then a male voice scolded, "Miss should be more careful. I specifically ordered no one to patrol today. Hurry back. What are you afraid of, Miss? How could I let them see you in this state? Give me, Miss, be clearer about what you want. The bitter antidote you gave me before." The youth firmly refused. "No, Miss knows my secret, yet I have no leverage over Mississippi. Though your words sound nice, I must still be cautious. Come to my room at midnight for the medicine." "Midnight? I won't go to your room at night." The youth pondered briefly. "Daytime is fine if Miss prefers. Whether you get it depends on Miss's sincerity. See you tomorrow night." Miss just wanted the antidote. Unexpectedly, she ended up getting close to this troublemaker. Just moments ago, before leaving, he couldn't help teasing the shy young lady. If Miss prefers daytime, that's possible too. Getting it depends on Miss's sincerity. The next morning, Yu Lingxi was called to the main hall by her parents. "Father, Mother, did you need something?" Seeing her approach, Mother Yu quickly stood up and waved. "Sway Sway, come quickly. This is important. Here are marriage proposals from various families' sons. Look through them and see if anyone interests you. Mother, I've said before, I don't want to marry into the Shui family, nor anyone else. Lord, you interjected. Previously, due to the Eastern Palace incident, there were many rumors about you. Though the storm has passed, you must take marriage seriously. After all, your parents can't protect you forever. Soon, everyone in the Yu household knew that the master and mistress were selecting a husband for Mississippi. Have you heard? The mistress gave Miss such a thick stack of marriage proposals. No matter how many there are, Miss will surely choose second young Master Shui. Indeed, besides him, who else is worthy of our Miss? Well, not necessarily. Last time, didn't the Prince of Nanyang personally escort Miss home? What if she becomes a princess? You have a point. Whether she becomes a princess or Madame Shui, both seem good. Oh my, why are these leaves suddenly falling? These maids are so noisy. They should have their tongues cut out. As evening deepened, Yu Lingxi planned to get the antidote from Ningning. But no matter how she knocked, there was no response. Just as she pushed the door to look inside, she found the handsome youth sitting by the window, lost in thought. Hearing the sound, he didn't turn his head. Miss is quite punctual. Hearing his sarcastic tone, Yu Lingxi knew he must be angry. Because in her past life, at times like this, he liked to sit just like this. She'd have to be careful. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking it would be nice if Miss were a kite in the sky. What did you say? You wish I were a kite? He thought to himself, if you were a kite, no matter how high you flew, just one gentle pull of the string would bring you back to my side. Seeing the little madman's strange look, Yu Lingxi quickly changed the subject. Hey, it's time for the medicine. The youth took out one pill from the bottle, his voice neutral. If you want it, come get it yourself. Fine, I'll get it myself, she said, reaching to grab it. But unexpectedly, the youth dodged aside. Yu Lingxi looked confused. What do you mean by this? The youth said nothing, just held the medicine in his mouth. Seeing Miss frozen in place, Inine suddenly grabbed her hands, preventing her from using them. The more she struggled, the deeper he held the medicine in his mouth. Yu Lingxi resigned herself. Fine. For the medicine, a kiss is just a kiss. It's not like we haven't kissed before. However, as soon as the medicine entered her mouth, Yu Lingxi frowned at its bitterness. This medicine is really bitter. Seeing his Miss's painful expression, Inine couldn't help but laugh. Miss was quick to grab it, but now finds it bitter? Let me help you. With that, he kissed her again. This little madman, Yu Lingxi cursed in her heart. In an instant, Ningyin slowly released those soft lips he'd been dreaming of. Last time, she was taken advantage of while unconscious. Who knew this little madman would learn this so quickly? When she caught sight of the medicine bottle nearby, Yu Lingxi didn't hesitate and reached for it. Under Lin Ying's blatant gaze, she openly tucked the medicine bottle into her clothes. I'll take tomorrow's medicine first. You don't need to deliver medicine anymore, wife. Feeding medicine like this every time, how could he bear it? The next second, the young man gave him a reality check. Miss didn't even check if there was any medicine left in the bottle. Hearing this, Yu Lingxi's heart sank. When she shook the medicine bottle, she found it was completely empty. The young man's frivolous voice came again. Miss always burns bridges after crossing them. As your husband, I must be cautious. Childhood sweethearts meet again. Unexpectedly, witnessing the childhood sweetheart laughing joyfully with another man. Just now, Ming Ming touched the watermarks on his lips with an ambiguous smile. Miss had her own little schemes, not even checking if there was medicine in the bottle. Yu Lingxi paused with a laugh, unconsciously shaking the bottle. Indeed, there was no sound. The bottle was empty. She looked at Ningying. The young man's fingers somehow held a small pill. His tone was extremely innocent. Miss burns bridges after crossing them. I must be cautious. Looking at the kites in the sky outside the window, the young man found them extremely irritating. Because he had never flown one himself. He remembered when he was 7 or 8. He held that ridiculous kite, secretly came to the courtyard, pulling the fishing line while running freely. But before he could get the kite into the sky, he was harshly pulled down. That woman wouldn't let him leave the hall. Wouldn't let him run faster than others. Wouldn't let him show talent superior to others. When Ningyin was recalling these memories, Yu Lingxi had already prepared the kite. You're finally awake. The young man spoke lazily. It's not time for today's medicine yet. What brings Miss here? Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxi became angry. What do you mean? Can I only come to see you when there's something to gain? What else? The young man asked without thinking. Yu Lingxi snorted and decided to ignore him. The room fell silent for a while. After a moment, she saw the young man sitting alone by the window, lost in thought. Yu Lingxi's eyes flickered. Somehow, she suddenly blurted out, "Shall we fly a kite, husband?" It was an exquisitely crafted azure phoenix kite. There's a large flower garden by the pond, enough space to fly a kite for a while. When I run, help me hold it first. Look, husband, it's flying. The young man nearby responded perfunctorily, yes, yes, I see it. Very impressive. Now that Mrs. Kite is in the sky, I'll take my leave, he said, turning to leave. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly called him back. Then she handed the kite to the young man, wanting him to hold it higher. Want to try? Ming Ming's eyes flickered. Though Ming Ming had no interest in such idle play, he still lifted the kite. Legend says kites can carry bad moods and misfortune to the sky. And we succeeded on our first try, showing that heaven is blessing your husband with peace and prosperity. Ming Ying stood still unconsciously. The kite rode the wind upward, pulling at the reel. At this moment, the girl beside him reminded, quick, hold it, don't let the string break. As she spoke, she reached out to help him pull the string. The youth hesitated, then mimicked her actions by pulling the thin string. And so the two stood side by side. Yu Lingxi glanced at him and asked with a smile, though I don't know what's troubling you. Is your mood better now? So that was her intention. Suddenly, the youth saw something, and his gentle expression instantly turned cold. If Miss could make the troublesome person disappear, my mood would be much better. Yu Lingxi asked confused, who's troubling you? But Ning Ying said nothing more. His gaze turned to a figure slowly approaching on the corridor bridge. Meanwhile, beneath the corridor bridge, Yu Huanchen broke the silence first after Eitzen left. What a lovely scene. A beautiful noble lady with a handsome guard, harmonious like a painting, though somewhat eye-piercing. Facing Mrs. Childhood Friend, the youth drew his sword and demanded him to choose between his life or his Mississippi. Just moments ago, Yu Huanchen had broken the silence first. Eitzen, leave. Schwetzen looked toward Yu Lingxi's direction. He couldn't help sighing softly. A beautiful noble lady with a handsome guard, harmonious like a painting. What a lovely scene, though somewhat eye-piercing. The kite has gone beyond the mansion. Please wait, Mississippi. I'll retrieve the kite and buy some fish from the pond on my way back. Just then, a guard came striding from outside. Seeing Ning Ying, he hurriedly called out, Brother! The guard, holding his stomach, replied breathlessly, Nature calls. Please help deliver this urgent report to the study. Give it to the young general. With that, he thrust a message tube into Ying's hands and left. Ying looked down at the bamboo message tube in his hands. The tube was carved with a 1,000-mile landscape, with the character Yu at the bottom. This was from the Yu family army guarding the border. Each defensive city had its unique message tube. This one was a military report from Yuzhou. Realizing this, Ying's lips curved into a slight smile. Hiding the tube behind his back, he walked toward the study. In the study, a youth in dark velvet clothes entered and said coldly, General Xiao, put the border report on my desk. Yu Huanchen didn't look at the message tube, raising his sharp eyes from behind the book. Your name is Wei Qi, right? After the imperial realm was sealed, all slaves were to become laborers. Don't you know escaping is punishable by death? Ning Ying replied, neither humbly nor proudly. After the imperial realm was destroyed, I was no longer from there. Thanks to Mrs. Kindness, she took me in. Hearing this, Yu Huanchen stood up directly. If so, why were you in the imperial realm? How many in your family, and where are you from? Ning Ying instinctively shook his head. I don't remember. Those who fell into the imperial realm have no past. You don't remember? Speaking in a lowered voice. Does General Xiao find my low status tarnishing the mansion's reputation? At these words, Yu Huanchen couldn't question too harshly anymore. A hero's origins need not be questioned. You saved my sister's life, so you're naturally one of the Yu family soldiers. But those staying in the mansion should at least provide some background. Just asking casually. In an instant, Yu Huanchen smiled like a fox. Wei Qi, I see you're skilled and capable. Being a backyard guard is beneath your talents. Would you like to become my personal guard and join the Yu family army to achieve merit? This is undoubtedly an attractive offer. Ning Ying took an almost imperceptible step back. I'm grateful for young general's favor, but I must decline. Yu Huanchen was surprised. Why is that? If this youth had ulterior motives, there would be no reason to pass up this chance to access military intelligence. I'm just a humble person who doesn't understand matters of state. My life belongs to Miss. I only wish to serve her loyally. If I were to leave, I'd have to return my life to her first. Yu Huanchen looked embarrassed. Even he was moved by these words. General Xiao's questioning was only out of concern for Mrs. Safety. Wei Qi understands. If young general has nothing else, Wei Qi will take his leave. With that, the youth left the study. The military report remained unopened. His answers were flawless, but nothing could be found about this youth's past before entering the Imperial realm. It was as if his history had been deliberately erased. How strange, Lingxi laughed, clearly unsurprised. The kite fell over there. Just then, a vendor's call came. Sweet candy for sale. Candy, candy, get a pack. Schwetzen, watching from afar, saw the youth buy a pack of candy. He adjusted his clothes carefully. He instructed his attendants, wait here. I'll be right back. Around the corner, Schwetzen quickly caught up. Looking at the empty intersection, he wondered, strange, where did he go? Before he could react, his hands were suddenly pinned behind him. The handsome youth smiled mischievously. Ah, young Master Xue. Everyone says Xue's second young master is refined and cultured, yet here you are stalking like a thief. Schwetzen composed himself, maintaining the dignity of the Prime Minister's grandson. This isn't stalking. I specifically came to speak with you. I hope you'll keep your distance from second sister. She can't possibly marry someone of unknown origins. Your world's apart. Please know your place. Hearing this, the youth lowered his head and laughed coldly. You satisfy your own desires, yet ask me to be noble? Wanted to play matchmaker? How ridiculous. Across from him, Schwetzen could hardly believe his ears. What did you say? Very well, I'll give you a choice. Let's see how much she really means to you. Before he could react, a swift movement flashed before him, and a cold blade was pressed against Schwetzen's throat. Choose your life or your second sister? Though holding the blade, he seemed to be playing an elegant game. I'll count to 3. 3. The blade pressed against his neck. Schwetzen hesitated, squinting his eyes too. I'll report you. What? Schwetzen's pride crumbled before this fierce youth, all his cultured restraint dissolving. He shouted, let go. I choose life. Mississippi, this is your childhood friend who would rather punish himself 3 times to help you. I gave him a choice. He voluntarily gave you up. Shameless and despicable. Second young master can curse all he wants. But next time you want to meddle, remember today's choice and ask yourself if you're worthy. Quiche, quiche. Yu Lingxi unexpectedly forced a kiss on Ni. Just moments ago, facing Schwetzen's curses, the youth remained indifferent. Second young master can curse all he wants. But next time you want to meddle, remember today's choice and ask yourself if you're worthy. Meanwhile, outside the door, Yu Lingxi just hoped today's medicine collection would go smoothly. Just as she entered, the young man spoke without looking up. Since you're here, miss, please come in. He had just put down what was in his hands. Yu Lingxi noticed something in the distance. The next second, the girl asked puzzledly, Jianghu Mao Shui, Wei Qi, what are you doing with these? Nothing, just take it yourself. Upon hearing this, Yu Lingxi instantly became annoyed. What do you mean, take it yourself? This is outrageous. Why is he getting so addicted to taking advantage? Never mind, a kiss won't hurt. For the antidote, I'll do it. Then taking a deep breath, the girl cupped his handsome face and kissed him directly. Sensing the young man's response, the girl suddenly pushed him away. You tricked me. There's no medicine in your mouth at all. The young man leisurely propped his chin, speaking with a bloodthirsty tone. Didn't expect Miss to pounce on me for a kiss, then turn around and blame me. How unreasonable. Didn't you say to take the medicine? My dear, I just wanted Miss to take it herself. The antidote is in my chest pocket. However, just as Yu Lingxi reached for it, someone deliberately teased. Where is Miss reaching? Don't say such things. I didn't even touch you. I got that medicine. Come, have some food. Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Specially invited you to celebrate in advance. That memento on your wrist. I accidentally lost it. Keep pretending. If you really lost it, you wouldn't keep watching for my reaction. The girl couldn't help but complain internally, but outwardly pretended to know nothing. Oh, is that so? Then give me your hand. Today I'll give you something better. Ming Ming abruptly asked, Did Miss make this? Well, weren't you unhappy yesterday? I asked around. It was just some servants gossiping about my personal matters. I have no plans for marriage. With Shui Erlang, we're just childhood friends like siblings. From aside, the young man raised an eyebrow. Why does Miss need to explain these things? It doesn't hurt to explain. What if someone takes it seriously? So how's the longevity lock? Does my husband like it? The young man chuckled. It's too flashy. Even the flashiest things look good on you. Before it was bright red and purple flowers. Whatever the young lady wears still looks good. The medicine these days wasn't wasted. Mrs. Words are getting sweeter. We should drink calamus wine for the Dragon Boat Festival. Try it quickly. But as soon as she spoke, the young man snatched the wine cup from her hand. Ah, it's just my cup. Why is Miss so reluctant to let me drink? Drink up. Anyway, if anything happens in the future, you can tell me directly. No need to keep it bottled up inside. Always overthinking things, how tiring. Is Miss saying this to Wei Qi or Ningyin? Being so kind to Wei Qi, a mere guard, seems excessive. But if it's to Prince Ningyin, are you perhaps like those flatterers, harboring similar thoughts? Whether Wei Qi or Ningyin, aren't they both you? Hearing this, the young man snorted with a laugh. Miss is quite cunning indeed. Don't you have anything to say to me? In the past life, I made you so many sachets, handkerchiefs, and shoes. Never heard a thank you. You should make up for it now. Rest assured, my lady, I will cherish this bracelet dearly. In the future, I'll give you a chain in return. Yu Lingxi was somewhat skeptical. Really? My lady knows I'm the most grateful person. All right, I'll wait for your gift then. However, what she didn't know was, in the future, he would give her a golden chain that would bind her firmly by his side. Only because he loved his little nine too much. The young prince would keep her by his side day after day. After that, the Yu household welcomed its biggest celebration in recent years. Yu Huanchen's wedding to the talented young lady from the Su family of Pingshang Marquis. The twins started arguing as soon as they met. Yu Lingxi watched from the side, smiling with curved eyes, holding Yu Sini's hand, saying softly, "Today is brother's wedding day. Eighth sister, please be more tolerant." Yu Sini finally gave up angrily and turned to attend to the female guests. In the previous life, brother left early and the planned marriage never happened. Finally being able to see brother's wedding. How fortunate, how fortunate. Just as she was thinking, a clear voice sounded behind her. Second sister, Yu Lingxi, turned around. She saw Xuetzin standing before her in his jade crown and formal robes. Yu Lingxi was stunned for a moment, then remembered Xuetzin was her brother's best man today. She bowed and smiled. "Brother Sin, you should rest for a while. The wedding procession won't set out for another hour." Xuetzin remained dignified as always, though his eyes seemed to hold some worry. "I'm not tired. Sin, dress like this to accompany me to fetch the bride. Who knows how many girls you'll enchant." Yu Huanchen hooked his arm around Xuetzin's shoulder and shook him. "I'm getting married now. When will you marry my sister?" Yu Lingxi anticipated her brother would joke about the two families' marriage agreement again, so she quickly waved her hands. "Mother is calling me to help. Brothers, please continue chatting." With that, she lifted her skirt and quickly fled the troublesome situation. Xuetzin's gaze followed her charming figure as she left, slowly realizing she had called him brother. Did she only see him as a brother? Yu Huanchen didn't notice this subtle difference and patted Xuetzin's shoulder. "I still need you to explain the wedding ceremony procedures to me, or I might forget." Near evening, Yu Lingxi instructed Hu Tao. "The Su family's young lady must be hungry. Go prepare some pastries and take good care of the new mistress. In the previous life, I heard that when the Su family's young lady learned of brother's death, she would rather become a nun than marry anyone else. It's good that they can marry in this life." At this moment, she saw a handsome and tall young man in the distance. He seemed to have been waiting there for a long time, yet also appeared to be just casually walking around. Yu Lingxi was somewhat surprised. She ran over calling, "Wei Qi, why are you here?" Ningyin didn't mention that during the Yu family's wedding banquet, he had left the mansion to kill some troublesome people and was waiting for the bird to return to its nest. Talking nonsense again, Yu Lingxi laughed softly. Ningyin only raised that cat for her. How could he be raising birds? But the bird was a bit silly today. Ningyin followed a step behind her. The lady seems to be in a good mood. Of course. Yu Lingxi's tone was light and cheerful. With curved eyes, she said, "Today is brother's wedding day. Naturally, it's worth being happy about." Happy indeed, but looking at all these decorations, I feel somewhat emotional. In the last life, though I followed Ningyin, I was treated as a gift, forced into the sedan chair and into the mansion. There was no wedding ceremony, no wedding banquet. To be husband and wife, to live and die together with someone, to share the same heart until the end. That is the most beautiful thing in the world. Ningyin walked with his hands behind his back, unable to hold back a foolish smile. Death means burial. Bodies decay into dry bones. What beauty is there in that? Yu Lingxi's body trembled, and all her previous emotions vanished. He smiled helplessly and patiently explained that this was just nonsense, showing how deeply married couples love each other, wanting to stay together even after death. Seeing Lining didn't respond, Yulingsi finally realized. Lining probably disdained to understand. She untied a candy bag from her waist and subtly changed the subject. Want some wedding candy? She had his favorite salt and pepper plums. Lining lowered his gaze, his eyes falling on her fair fingers holding the candy bag, and reached out to pick a salt and pepper plum. Yulingsi remembered she couldn't eat spicy food and quickly tried to stop her. This is spicy. But it was too late. Ying had already put the plum in her mouth. Taking a gentle bite, she was first surprised, then complained about the sour plum. I told you it was spicy. Why did you still eat it? If Miss can eat it, why can't I? Just wanted to steal my food, right? You little crazy one. I'll remember this. I don't agree with what Miss said earlier. Beloved things should be preserved forever. How could one bear to bury them in the dark ground, letting the body decay? Yulingsi was shocked by his twisted logic and remembered her fate in her previous life, remaining speechless for a while. If one cannot die together, then the body should be frozen and hidden away. Even in death, keeping them by your side, seeing them daily, wouldn't that be more beautiful? The wind blew through, stirring up dust from memories. Yulingsi was shocked, looking at him in disbelief. Could Ning Ning from her previous life have been deeply in love with him? This girl, despite having her engagement broken off, was inexplicably happy. Just now, Ning Ning looked at her palm, thinking, if we cannot die together, then his body should be frozen and hidden away. Even in death, keeping him by my side, seeing him daily, wouldn't that be more beautiful? Hearing this, Yulingsi was startled. If that's the case, could Ning Ning from the previous life have had feelings for her? Thinking about this, she became uncertain. She spoke. When people die, they should rest in peace underground. Isn't preserving someone's corpse a sign of hatred? Ming Ming sighed helplessly. How could that be? If you truly hate someone, you'd want to torment them while they're alive. If they die before you can torment them, you'd quarter their body and feed it to dogs. Keeping them sealed away would just be troublesome. Wouldn't it be stupid? Upon hearing this, Yulingsi finally understood that in her previous life, Ning Ying had preserved his dead body in a secret chamber. Was it because she couldn't bear to part with him? Although his body was indeed sealed in the secret chamber, Ning Ying only visited once when drunk. After that, there weren't daily visits as he claimed. Was she overthinking it? Seeing her young Mrs. contemplative expression, the young man who had been ignored was full of questions, wondering what she was thinking about now. Meanwhile, the unsuspecting Yulingsi clenched her fists secretly, thinking, why think so much? At least one thing is certain. Lining doesn't hate me, even though I was the weapon that poisoned him. The young man beside her smiled helplessly, not knowing how to deal with his young miss anymore. Lining instinctively whispered in the girl's ear, could it be that Miss is afraid of me now? As he spoke, he raised his hand toward Yulingsi's head. Seeing this, the girl instinctively closed her eyes. The young man merely removed a willow leaf from her hair. What is Miss afraid of? I hate trouble the most. For someone to make me go to such lengths. It hasn't happened yet, Mississippi. You needn't worry too much. Just as the words fell, when Yulingsi was about to say something, Ling Ling interrupted her directly. Miss, you've reached your room. Then I'll go rest first. You should head back early too. The young man stood there for a long while, unable to snap out of his daze. How ridiculous. I was the one who was afraid just now. Afraid you would say you feared me. Meanwhile, Yulingsi, who had just entered her room, felt very conflicted inside. Actually, I'm not afraid of you. Miss and I, why haven't you gone out these past few days? At my brother's wedding feast the other day, all the noble families of the capital came. The next day, General Zhou's son and the heir of Earl Chang'an came to propose. I don't dare to show my face outside now. At this moment, Hu Tao hesitated to speak. Miss, I have something to tell you. Please don't be sad. Go ahead. Yulingsi responded, feeling somewhat weary. I just heard that both suitors from the other day have withdrawn their proposals. General Zhou's eldest son broke his leg the day after proposing. He heard from some fortune teller that your zodiac signs were incompatible. Upon hearing this, Yulingsi instantly brightened up. They did the right thing. Zodiac compatibility is very important. At these words, Hu Tao became even more agitated. The Earl of Chang'an's man's heir is even worse. He kept a seductive mistress and was too ashamed to propose to you. That's withdrawing for love, not bad at all. Another Qixi festival had come. Yu Lingxi sighed quietly. She remembered that Qixi festival in her previous life, when her uncle made her curry favor with powerful royal relatives. That was the first time she saw her uncle's true face. The shock made her seriously ill. After she recovered, she heard that all the royal relatives her uncle tried to curry favor with had died. The court underwent a major purge. Ning Ying's name rose overnight, striking fear throughout the land. According to the timeline, if Ning Ying's plans went smoothly, he would leave the Yu residence soon. While she was lost in thought holding a brush someone had given her, a bunch of grapes suddenly appeared before her eyes. "What are you thinking about, miss? What have you been doing these days?" The next moment, grapes were stuffed into her mouth. "There are too many suitors coveting Mississippi. I'm exhausted dealing with them lately. I rarely see you nowadays. We probably won't have many chances to be together." Yu Lingxi suddenly felt somewhat reluctant. "Wei Qi, is there anything you want? Why do you ask, miss? You've been in the mansion for so long, yet I've never asked you. In case you leave someday, it would be nice to have a memento." You look at him expectantly. "Is that so? Will miss give me whatever I want?" Though the young man had a notorious reputation for being ruthless outside, when facing his beloved, he showed gentle favoritism, unwilling to let miss suffer even the slightest harm. In Kunming Palace, the empress heard rumors about the crown prince and became furious. She questioned the eunuch Shui and whether he had found the source of the rumors. Chuan responded that those who knew about this matter had been executed by his own hands, but one person had escaped back then. Seeing the empress's expression change when mentioning this, the dark figure quickly promised to investigate thoroughly. Meanwhile, through secret investigation, it was discovered General Yu Huanshan of the Yu Mansion was secretly investigating the 7th prince's whereabouts. He decided to have people closely monitor every move of the Yu Mansion and report this information to the crown prince. Meanwhile, Lady Su planned to give her newly wedded husband Yu Huanshan a sword tassel as a Qixi gift. Lacking high-quality ice jade for decoration, she invited Yu Lingxi to go shopping together. In the spacious, comfortable carriage, Yu Lingxi teased her sister-in-law about being so good to her brother. Lady Sublas, having never met her brother and sister-in-law in her previous life, she was curious about how Lady Su remained unmarried after her brother's death in battle. Lady Su said she fell in love with Yu Huanshan at first sight during a martial arts demonstration 4 years ago. Since then, she had secretly given him her heart. Then Lady Su changed the subject, asking her young sister if she had someone special to give a Qixi gift to. In Yu Lingxi's mind, a man's cold, handsome face instantly appeared. Lady Su said, "When thinking about who to give a Qixi gift to, the first man who comes to mind is the one you like." Yu Lingxi hesitated at this. Then she asked her sister-in-law if someone has a notorious reputation and is ruthless, always bullying their beloved, but after their beloved dies, they can't bear to bury the frozen body. Is that love? Lady Su believed it was an obsessive kind of love for a companion. It was still love, but after saying this, Lady Su realized she had said too much. She fell silent and entered the Jade Hall. Yu Lingxi remained distracted. Suddenly her attention was drawn to a palm-sized black jade. The jade was smooth and delicate, beautiful like black ice. Somehow, she thought of Ning Ning's hands. His skin was frost-white. This black jade would look elegant in his hands. The shopkeeper eagerly introduced that it was newly acquired good material and could be carved to order. Yu Lingxi shook her head in refusal. She wanted to buy it first, to ask Ning Ning what style he liked before having it carved. Meanwhile, at the corner opposite the Yu Mansion, a man in coarse clothes was suspiciously watching the mansion's activities. Before he could act, Ning Ning ended his life with one strike. Splitting open the man's outer garment revealed a waist token. It was discovered he was from the Eastern Palace. Ning Ning pondered briefly. With his identity as a pig-head seller, they couldn't have found his hiding place so quickly. This person must be targeting the Yu family. Then his expression darkened, because he remembered Miss had just left in Yu Huanshan's carriage. The crazy young man learned his Miss was in danger. Ying once again became the heroic savior. Seeing a man suspiciously watching the Yu Mansion entrance, and caught him off guard and killed him directly. Kicking open the man's clothes revealed an Eastern Palace token at his waist. He smiled coldly and concealed the evidence. That pighead seller couldn't possibly know his hiding place. If it wasn't about him, then they must be targeting the Yu family. The crazy young man's face darkened. Miss had just left in Yu Huanshan's carriage not long ago. Meanwhile, Xiao Si in the tea house glanced outside the window and softly said, "Young master, isn't that Yu's eldest young master's carriage?" Shueting instinctively looked toward the street, following his gaze. Just in time to see a graceful figure stepping into the carriage. Though delighted in his heart, he had to control himself. With Yu's confidant present, he should avoid suspicion. Xiao Si couldn't help muttering, "Young master, you're too proper. If you use some tactics, you wouldn't worry about not getting who you want." As soon as he finished speaking, Schwetzen sternly rebuked, "Stop talking nonsense." In the carriage, Lady Su held two different styles of tassels, looking hesitant. "Which do you think looks better, light green or light blue?" Yu Lingxi looked at both tassels, about to suggest, but before she could speak, the carriage suddenly shook violently. Both women cried out in surprise. Hearing the commotion inside, Qing Xiao quickly explained, "Young madam, miss, there's a blockage ahead. I've ordered people to clear the way. Please wait a moment." Yu Lingxi lifted the curtain. She saw a fruit cart had collided with an ox cart nearby, fruits rolling everywhere. Xiao Si, following behind, saw the bridge was blocked and wanted to suggest taking another route, but Schwetzen just glanced forward casually. His gaze suddenly fixed on the Yu family's carriage. Seeing Yu Lingxi nervously watching outside, Lady Su gently comforted, Sway, don't worry, we won't be late returning home." Yu Lingxi lowered her head thoughtfully. "I'm not worried about that. I just find it strange. A cart of fruit is an important cargo. Why use several strong men to transport it? When they argue, they don't care about the scattered fruit, but keep glancing at our carriage." Suddenly, she had an ominous feeling. She quickly lowered the curtain and called out, "Qing Xiao, get off the bridge quickly." As she spoke, an arrow pierced the carriage side near her. Then the fruit sellers and peddlers, all wielding blades, rushed toward the Yu family's carriage. An arrow grazed Yu Lingxi's left arm, sharp pain accompanied by blood staining her clothes. Sway, you're hurt." Lady Su, protected by her, widened her eyes and cried out in fear. Yu Lingxi just glanced down and endured the pain while comforting her. "It's nothing." She thought about how Lady Su missed her brother in the previous life. Now that they're finally happy together in this life, no one should harm her sister-in-law. At this moment, Qing Xiao, still fighting desperately outside, suddenly shouted to the driver, "Quickly take Miss and young madam away." But just as the driver grabbed the reins, the horses were startled by a heavy sword. They neighed and overturned the carriage. The next moment, Yu Lingxi was thrown out. Her whole body fell toward the lake. The ice-cold water continuously struck against her skin. Seeing the jade piece slipping from her hand about to sink, even though exhausted in body and mind, she still desperately held onto the black jade. Just as she tried to swim to the surface, unexpectedly, where the heavy sword had wounded her, suddenly began to lose strength. No matter how desperately she tried to swim up, was she still destined to drown? Just when she thought death was certain, a large, strong hand reached out to her. Meanwhile, seeing this situation, Schwetzen rushed forward without thinking. But just as he was about to jump into the lake, Xiao Si grabbed him from behind. "Young master, you can't. You're like a dry duck on land." Then Xiao Si wiped his sweaty forehead. "No need. Someone has already rescued 2nd Mississippi." Schwetzen looked carefully. He saw that the sickly young man had somehow already carried the fallen girl out. Yu Lingxi opened her wet eyes and softly called out, "Wife, is it you?" After a moment, the gloomy young man slowly responded, "Yes, Mississippi wife has come to protect you." Because his miss was shot and fell into the water, the gentle youth transformed into a demon king. Not only did he dismember the culprits, but also realized Yu Lingxi's place in his heart. The sickly young man had somehow already carried the fallen girl out. Yu Lingxi opened her wet eyes and softly called out, "Wife, is it you?" After a moment, the gloomy young man slowly responded, "Yes, Mississippi wife has come to protect you." He carried her to shore and gently leaned her against a tree. When she regained consciousness, she hurriedly asked about her sister-in-law. "She's still in the carriage." The youth gently reassured, "Someone saved her, don't worry." He draped his outer robe over her. After staring for a long while, he abruptly asked why she didn't swim. Yu Lingxi hugged the wooden box tightly. Inside was what she had chosen for Ning Ning. When the horses were startled earlier, things were thrown out directly. She had instinctively grabbed this black box. The wooden box rolled to the ground. Yu Lingxi tried to reach for it, but felt dizzy. Then her body uncontrollably fell forward. Seeing this, Ning Ning caught her in his arms, frowning deeply. The next moment, he swiftly tore away the cloth from her arm, revealing a dark purple wound. Learning it was a poisoned arrow wound, Ning Ning tied a strip of cloth above her upper arm to stop blood flow. Then, he bent down and pressed his cold lips to her wound to suck out the poison. Yu Lingxi wasn't dazed for long, awakened by a sharp pain. The young man sucked hard and spat out a mouthful of dark purple poisoned blood. Realizing she might be severely poisoned, Yu Lingxi worried about harming Ning Yin and tried to stop him. But the young man just smiled weakly. "I'm fine, Mississippi, don't move." After speaking, he repeatedly sucked out the poison. She suddenly remembered that Ning Yin had grown up surrounded by poisons. This poison probably meant nothing to Wei Qi, but watching him extract the poison for her still pained her heart. Yu Lingxi raised her hand to gently smooth his messy hair. But her hands were shaking so much, she only made it messier. She simply gave up and weakly rested her forehead against the young man's chest, softly asking, "Wei Qi, will I die?" Ning Ning looked at her in silence. Yu Lingxi, as if extremely tired, spoke brokenly in a soft voice. "Ying, I've never asked anything from you. If I really die, could you not put me in the secret chamber? It's too dark. I'll be scared." The next moment, the young man suddenly pressed his finger to her lips. "Shoo, Miss, don't speak." His brows furrowed, his tone both stubborn and gentle. "Miss won't die. No one can make you die." His Miss disliked killing, so he hadn't taken action for a long time. Ning Ning settled her comfortably and said softly, "Miss, rest for a while. I'll go clear the path." He turned across the bridge, his expression suddenly cold. For someone like Ning Ning, the more brutal his actions, the calmer his face became. He left the assassin who had severely injured Miss for last. He walked forward slowly under the terrified gaze of the guards. Seeing this, the assassin tried to flee, but he calmly asked with a grim expression about the assassin's wounded left arm. Before the assassin could answer, a shadow flashed past his arm. His eyes widened, screaming in pain. Screams echoed at the bridge's end. Then the right arm, lower limbs were dealt with, his face expressionless. Blood splattered on the young man's pale, handsome face, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. For the first time, killing brought him no pleasure, only displaced anger. Carrying Miss to the carriage, he knew he could never leave her. When Yu Lingxi asked if she would die, he had to admit that he, this heartless person, could only hide his panic with silence. At that moment, he finally understood that Yu Lingxi was different. Even if everyone else died and turned to ashes, she must live on proudly and brilliantly. When Yu Huanchen rushed there with his men, he saw a wife holding his unconscious, injured youngest sister. That intense pressure was not something an ordinary person could possess. In just a blink, the young man had left with Yu Lingxi.